Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! The demon country's entourage, consisting of the queen's 3 maids, 5 guards, 4 carriage bearers, and the queen herself, had just left Ro no Kuni to continue their journey to Uzukage. Inside the carriage, the queen of the demon country, Shion-sama, was sitting quietly with her doll's eyes closed. A small, sweet humming song escaped her lips, forming a beautiful melody. After completing the bilateral affairs between the demon country and the land of Ro, Shion would return to Yuzu, where her husband resided. Yuzu's development had almost completed the foundations of their village, and it seemed that Yuzu would continue to thrive due to the development funds provided by the 5 major villages as a form of apology for the incident on October 17, which had become a catalyst for the village's development. Yuzu had truly risen from their slump. "Oh, group of luxurious carriage bearers, could you stop for a moment to join my game?" Shion opened her eyes and peeked out from behind the luxurious red cloth of her carriage with gold thread carvings. Beside the path they were walking, there was an old man in a round straw hat sitting in front of a worn table, rolling dice in his right hand. Several people gathered around the old man and sighed in disappointment. Shion became a little more curious. "Don't mind, keep going, our main goal is to reach Yuzu before nightfall." The leader of the group, who was the head of the Queen's Guard, gave instructions in a firm tone. Shion also didn't pay much attention. He closed the cloth of his stretcher again before the old man said something that made his heart soar. The main prize, 2 free tickets to the premiere of The Adventure of Princess Gale starring the famous actress of the Land of Fire, Uzukage Yuki. The stretcher immediately stopped in front of the crowd of dice players, making several people there immediately step aside from the center of the table and stare in amazement at the figure of a woman who came out of the luxurious and elegant stretcher. The queen of the land of demons wore a white dress with a golden, flared cloth around her neck, as well as a necklace that sparkled when hit by the sunlight. Don't forget the crown that was pinned on her head with gray blonde hair. Shion sat politely in front of the grandfather's table and her doll eyes stared blankly at the old man, while the guards immediately formed a barricade around the queen while staring at the faces of the common people who gulped seeing the woman with a noble aura willing to join the old man's traveling game stall. "Excuse me Gigi, is it true that the grand prize?" Shion stared at the 6 village symbols on the grandfather's table. "Is it true that the grand prize is 2 free tickets to watch The Adventure of Princess Gale?" "With all due respect your majesty, I willingly allow your gallant bodyguard to behead me if I lie." The old man showed 2 movie tickets from under his shabby kimono. "This is my livelihood and with these 2 tickets I can definitely attract people to play at my simple mobile game shop." "Shion-sama, if we take too long dash, I will play," Shion said in a flat tone. But his eyes were slightly different, there was a thrill of excitement there. Watching his favorite movie together with Naruto, that. "Shion-sama? Why am I imagine that stupid lemon face?" Shion turned to his bodyguard with a horrified look, although there was a tinge of red on both white cheeks. "Give me money to play this, my gallant bodyguard." Of course the group leader did not dare to argue, especially since Shion-sama asked him with a flat face but with a scary aura like a thug. The game was simple. Shion only had to choose even or odd when the dice were thrown. The game costing 12 Ryo was determined by the results of the dice thrown. So, Shion will place 12 Ryo on one of the 6 village symbols on the old man's table. From the top left corner to the bottom right corner, there are the symbols of Konoha, Kiri, Iwa, Suna, Kyumo and Yuzu villages. If Cheyon's guess is correct and he places his money on one of the village symbols, then when the old man opens the village symbol made of adhesive plastic from the table, it will be known what prize Queen Shion gets. Without thinking, Shion places 12 ryo on the Yuzu symbol and says an odd number. "May I know why you chose odd, Your Majesty?" asked the old man while throwing 2 dice in his right hand. "Because odd numbers will decide something, for example 2 versus 1, 3 versus 2. Even numbers will make another consideration, for example 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3. Oh, a very interesting reason." The old man chuckled softly. He threw the dice on the table and the dice rolled 5 times, then showed the number 5. Odd, Cheyon's guess was right. "Wow, Shion-sama is quite amazing." "That's right. So Shion-sama's luck is strong, huh?" The leader of the group cleared his throat rather loudly to remind the queen's servants not to get too excited about the result. The leader was still thinking about the time they would arrive in Yuzu. There was no way he would make the most feared kage in the elemental shinobi world, Yondaime Uzukage, pace back and forth at his village gates in anxiety, worried because his wife hadn't arrived yet and it turned out that she was busy playing dice. "Really, Yondaime Uzukage will seal me with his Fuinjutsu," said the group leader with a sweat-dropped face. You have a talent for gambling, Your Majesty." The old man looked at the faces of the guards who were starting to show disapproval. The old man had to be careful about saying about the queen of the demon country because his guards had already taken one step, indicating that they were a little displeased that the queen was said to have a talent for gambling. I apologize if my words were presumptuous, Your Majesty." "It's okay, please open the plastic with the Yuzu symbol, GG." Shion didn't seem to care much, his eyes still focused on the money he was betting. "Alright." The old man shifted Shion's money towards the Kumo village symbol to the right of the Yuzu symbol, then opened the plastic upwards. "May I ask another question? Why did you choose Yuzu, Your Majesty?" Shion looked at the old man blankly, then his doll's pupils returned to the half-opened plastic paper. "Because that village is the pride of the person I love." Several guards lowered their heads, as did the servants. Of course they wouldn't squeal on their tsundere queen, but hearing those words come out of Shion-sama's mouth. "Ah, you dash." Shion's eyes widened. From behind the plastic Yuzu symbol was clearly written the words, "Congratulations, you got the grand prize." Shion looked at the old man with a look full of joy. Her doll's eyes sparkled happily. "Shion-sama, enjoy your show with your loved ones," said the old man with a happy smile. The group arrived at Yuzu when the time showed 7 p.m. The group leader had resigned himself to being scolded by the fourth leader of Uzushiogakure. When he arrived at the village gate, Uzumaki Konan, who was leaning against one of the large doors of the village gate with her arms folded, immediately moved towards the group. She gave a brief nod to the group leader, then politely asked permission from Shion to check on the queen. "And Naruto, would you dash?" "Shion-sama, may I dash?" "What are you doing inside, Shion-sama?" There was no answer. Konan began to worry. Earlier he heard his best friend's wife talking to someone. "Shion-sama? Shion-sama?" Naruto, who had just been walking around the village, immediately appeared in front of the gate with his beautiful sunshin light decorating the night atmosphere. He immediately walked quickly towards the stretcher as Konan went back and forth around the stretcher while throwing questions containing the word, "Shion-sama?" "What's wrong, Konan? Why Yondaime Uzukage-sama?" Konan was clearly shocked. While the group leader immediately stood up straight with a slightly tense face. Naruto immediately tilted his head when Konan immediately sat down with his right knee on the ground. "I told you not to be too formal, Konan." "Sorry, Naruto-sama, I as the Yuzu military commander must pay respect to the Uzukage who bestowed this mandate on me. Sorry, before, when I called Shion-sama from inside the stretcher, he didn't answer at all." Konan held his breath. As did the guards, servants and stretcher bearers. "I didn't dare to check inside because it would violate our etiquette of politeness. I couldn't open it before Shion-sama allowed." Your stiffness is indeed fantastic, Naruto said while sighing. The Uzukage opened the stretcher and saw Shion sitting up straight with a red face. Naruto tilted his head with an innocent face. Shion, you dash. Would you watch a movie with me, Henta AI? And that was said while the queen's right foot hit the Uzukage's charming face. Truly, all Naruto heard clearly was the word lemon. Meanwhile, the group leader closed his eyes and clenched his jaws tightly. He would really be sealed if he laughed right then, especially since their delay was his responsibility. The group leader didn't know that Naruto had been sleeping in his Kage chair all day. The next day Naruto was busy with several requests from several countries and daimyo for high-class missions to Yuzu ninjas. Yuzu's reputation rose after their heroic resurrection. The client's assessment of Yuzu village changed. They considered the capacity of Yuzu ninjas as a small shinobi village capable of rivaling the quality of the ninjas of the 5 great villages, some even considered more than the 5 villages. The clients thought that Yuzu ninjas were certainly under the supervision of their strongest Uzukage, and with the guidance of Yondaime Uzukage, the quality of Yuzu ninjas was no longer in doubt. Mission to escort the daimyo of the Land of Bears. Destroy the headquarters of the Jutsu thief group, Shige no Hara. Escort Haruiheim, the only daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Rice. Naruto put the request paper on the left side of his desk, where the client's request he had rejected was. Naruto's eyes sharpened as he read the next request. Escort the top artist of the Land of Fire, Fujikaze Yuki. Naruto paused for a moment, then put the request paper on the left side of the desk. Naruto, who was a little bit complaining because he couldn't accompany his wife due to his busy schedule as Uzukage, was immediately grateful when he received a message from the queen's personal guard. The contents of the message certainly made Naruto excited. Shion-sama wants to meet you at Yuzu Park, at 8 p.m. Hoya. Naruto washed his red head with high-quality shampoo from 17 rare flowers on Mount Matari. The Uzukage scrubbed every inch of his body and brushed his teeth vigorously. He exaggeratedly exhaled his breath into the mirror and then cleaned the mirror with his right palm. The handsome face grinned slightly. Maybe Shion wants to do that in the park. Kekiki, don't laugh Naruto, Kyuso. Don't laugh. Naruto laughed while putting his hands on his hips, ha 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 ha. First night. Naruto looked in horror at the mirror and a psychopathic expression appeared on his handsome face. Come. Really, the scene just now was really not suitable to be done. But Naruto didn't care about the rating, T or M. He would make his wife's debut night unforgettable until they had grandchildren. Meeting at Yuzu Park had become a habit for Naruto and Shion if they wanted to talk about something. It was just that their meeting pattern was definitely due to accidents, like Naruto who was walking around his village at night and met the queen who liked to sit in the park. The pattern was almost like that. Tonight was a little different. The queen, full of arrogance, asked Naruto to meet her at Yuzu Park, and Yondaime Uzukage, with all his thoughts about the first night, immediately concluded that his wife wanted to do her duties as husband and wife. Please sit, Uzukage-sama. Naruto looked at his wife. Wearing a white nightgown that reached her calves, then wrapped the white nightgown with a thick, bright cream-colored jacket with pure white fur on the neck. Simple but charming. Naruto, who was wearing a black suit with a white shirt and black trousers, only cursed his overly enthusiastic appearance. That night, there were only a few young couples in Yuzu Park. Usually the teenagers would go home before 9 o'clock. Naruto had indeed given instructions to his citizens to maintain security and limit excessive relationships between Uzumaki teenagers. For the sake of maintaining the morals of the red-haired citizens. Thank you for the invitation, Shion-sama. Thank you for coming. Naruto sat beside his wife and tapped his index finger on the chair. Okay, what was he going to say? Naruto, do you like watching? What did you watch before? When I was training with the Sandaime Hokage, I liked to dash. I didn't ask about your past. Ugh, that was a painful sentence cut. Naruto smiled and looked at his wife. Completely non-expressive. The lights above their heads gave a beautiful orange effect on Naruto's red head and Shion's gray-blonde head. So, what did you invite me for? Do you like watching? Naruto snorted softly, quite like, I really like drama dash. I didn't ask about your favorite genre. Again? Naruto lowered his head. His words were cut off again by his wife quickly and coldly. And Naruto, do you know about the movie The Adventure of Princess Gale? Naruto raised both his hands and placed them behind his head. His back leaned against the back of the park chair. Several young Uzumaki couples passed in front of them and gave respectful greetings. Naruto and Shion returned them with smiles, although the queen didn't seem to smile. The Adventure of Princess Gale? The one starring Fujikaze Yuki, right? Shion's eyes widened. The Adventure of Princess Gale is a sequel to Beginning of Princess Gale, a film that was a huge success in the 5 major countries, with the main star being Princess Shion, played by the most top artist of the Land of Fire, Fujikaze Yuki. You know Naruto? Ahaha, Naruto laughed crisply. His eyes formed an inverted U-shaped curve as he laughed out loud. All men must really like Funheim's beauty and courage. Naruto looked at Shion, who looked back at him with wide doll eyes. Did my praise to Fujikaze Yuki make her jealous? So then. But Shion-sama's doll face will always be in my heart dash. Naruto collapsed on the park bench with a fuming head. Shion folded her arms in front of her chest and turned her face away with a bright red blush. The Uzukage, who didn't understand his wife's thoughts, immediately sat up straight, then looked at Shion, who was still doubting something. Is there something you want? Yeah. Shion immediately stood up straight. Right. If he couldn't do it directly, then he would do plan B. Part-time reign. Naruto didn't understand his wife's words, but it was actually a code to the group leader, who was forced by Shion to join his plan B. The group leader came running to Shion while saying that the queen forgot the tickets to watch The Adventure of Princess Gale. Shion took it and handed it to Naruto. What? Shion's face turned bright red. Just accept it. Wait a minute, Naruto grinned slightly. Actually, you want to invite me to watch this movie, right dash? Naruto collapsed back on the park bench. His wife immediately walked quickly, leaving Naruto with a bright red face. In her left hand was the other ticket, which she had actually planned to give to Naruto as the initial plan. Unfortunately, Shion was still unable to express herself. Am I wrong? Thought the group leader while looking at the Uzukage, who had collapsed with a smoking head. The next day, Naruto and Shion went on a trip plus their honeymoon to Hai no Kuni. In the Land of Fire there is the most famous cinema in the entire shinobi world, a cinema that was said to be the first to be built among the other great countries. Yuzu's supervision was handed over to Nagato. For security, Naruto directly handed it over to Konan. The two of them left Yuzu on a white horse kept at the Futari Gate Shrine. Bring the souvenirs, said Nagato while waving his hand. He was happy that finally Naruto Shion had time for their honeymoon. He felt quite sorry for his friend because since their wedding on October 17th, Naruto and Shion had never expressed their affection peacefully because the situation forced them. With the rise of Yuzu and the epic victory of the Uzukage, Naruto and Shion proved many things to everyone in the elemental world of shinobi, especially the 5 great villages. Yondaime Uzukage and his wife cannot be stopped, even with the Rikudo Sennin's prophecy. Nagato thought with a thin smile. Konan. You didn't ask for a souvenir? Konan, who was leaning against the door of Yuzu's gate, snorted softly. The blue-haired woman opened her eyes, which had been closed, quietly. The two of them arriving here safely already makes me happy. Konan looked at the bright sky, as bright as Naruto's eyes. That is the best souvenir. The journey to the Land of Fire took 3 days for the two of them. Naruto continued to stop at inns in villages or a city, in order to make his wife's rest comfortable. What was unique about their resting place? Shion always booked 2 rooms. That means Yondaime Uzukage didn't get the chance to taste the taste of the first night. But I'm your husband. Naruto muttered with his right hand trembling and his body bent over in sweat when Shion again booked 2 rooms at a classy hotel in the Fire Nation capital. The location is 700 meters from the Fire Nation cinema building. Shion turned her face away without caring that her husband was crying at the hotel reception desk while being calmed by the hotel receptionist. "Tomorrow is the time," Shion said, cutting her black pepper chess meat with a straight face, whether this woman was happy or not excited, but he said the thing he liked still with a non-expressive, "I can't wait." Naruto put his fork on the plate and drank the orange juice he ordered. The two of them were currently having dinner at a hotel restaurant with a sparkling interior. The sky was shining gold, reflecting the shadows of the tables and chairs and the people on it like glass. There were many large dark gold pillars carved in spirals with the kanji, fire, written in the middle of the pillar. The lamp was a giant luxurious lamp with crystal beads on it. In every corner of the room and on the pillars there were trapezoidal lamps that emitted orange light. On the walls of the restaurant were displayed photos of the daimyo, past and present, as well as noble families. Uniquely, in several corners of the walls were also displayed the symbol of the Konoha village, photos of Senju Hashirama to Sarutobi Hiruzen. All the photos were framed with dark silver frames and gold-carved decorations that shone in the orange light of the restaurant lights. The tables and chairs were covered with light gold cloths. In front of the restaurant was a 100-square-meter pool. Several hotel guests were seen having fun in the pool with clear blue water. "Where did you get those 2 free tickets, Shion?" Naruto asked while tapping his index finger on the table covered with a light gold tablecloth. Shion chewed her food gracefully, then looked at Naruto blankly. "I won a game." "Wow." Naruto smiled faintly. "Can you tell me how you got into that game?" "I just found a mobile game stall on the street, Naruto. What interested me was the grand prize. Tickets to watch the adventure of Princess Gale, huh?" Shion nodded her head, then returned to her food. 2 tickets, because 2 tickets too." The queen muttered so quietly that Naruto didn't hear her clearly. What sh? Forget it." Shion cut the beef covered in black pepper and cheese granules quickly. "Have you taken a bath, Naruto?" Suddenly changing the topic, Naruto immediately grinned faintly when his thoughts went back to, "There, not yet, my queen, do you want to take a bath together?" Shion stuffed Naruto's mouth with the last piece of meat. The Uzukage immediately choked on the pepper-covered meat and fell on his chair in an unsophisticated manner. For Naruto and Shion, enjoying dinner accompanied by the sound of jazz music played by the hotel entertainers was truly soothing. The husband and wife, who were also leaders, discussed political issues that occurred throughout the elemental shinobi world. They also talked about the tragic deaths of the 5 Kage. The topic of conversation turned towards family, such as Sarah, who asked for souvenirs of Fire Country specialties, and Karen, who asked for souvenirs for her new nephew. Naruto and Shion talked and laughed with each other, although Shion herself only smiled very faintly. Even if people looked at the 2 lovebirds, the queen seemed out of place talking to Yondaime Uzukage, who was filled with an aura of friendliness and authority. But putting aside everything outside their expressions, the 2 were a great couple who were able to recover after their marriage was destroyed. Naruto carried his wife's back, who had fallen asleep on the restaurant's dining table due to exhaustion, and was entertained by the soft jazz music. The sound of violins, trumpets and saxophones provided the background music as Yondaime Uzukage climbed the red-carpeted stairs to the 3rd floor, where he and Shion had rented 2 rooms. Number 321 and 322. Naruto opened room 321 and gently laid his wife on the bed. He sat beside his wife's bed and gently stroked Shion's gray-blonde hair. He really wanted to sleep beside the arrogant queen, but Naruto understood that his wife was not ready to sleep in the same bed with him. You are indeed a super tsundere woman. TSK, how come you managed to charm me, the queen of the land of demons?" Naruto stood up and left room 321 with a straight face. As he closed the door to Shion's room, his calm eyes sharpened. At 10 a.m., the premiere of The Adventure of Princess Gale would soon be shown simultaneously in all cinemas of the Land of Fire as the most anticipated film. Naruto galloped his white horse named Lin quickly. His wife hugged his waist while closing her right eye. Her usually loose gray-blonde hair was tied in a ponytail with a white gray hair tie. The queen's front bangs were combed to the right so that they slightly covered her right eye. There were a few strands of sweet hair on both of the queen's cheeks, which floated gently back due to the swift movement of the Yondaime Uzukage's horse. What time is it now?" Shion asked, holding Naruto's waist tightly. The queen's voice trembled slightly nervously at being so close to the Uzukage. 9:50. Naruto replied shortly. Can you hurry up, Naruto?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Shion puffed out her cheeks a little. Her arrogant face looked cute. They both arrived at the oldest cinema in the Land of Fire and immediately tied Lin to the horse tying area. Naruto stroked the white horse's head, then ran behind his wife, who was already excited to enter the cinema. "Oh yes, the tickets are in the side pocket, Lin." Naruto turned towards Lin, then took the 2 movie tickets from the edge of the brown leather bag on the right side of Lin's body. Shion waved her hand and shouted Naruto's name to quickly bring the tickets. The Uzukage grinned slightly. He was so happy to see his wife really expressive today. "Naruto, hurry up dash. I'm here, my queen." Yondaime Uzukage stood beside Shion with a calm face. The eyes of the guard checking the tickets widened. He knew the beautiful light that revealed a figure with spiky red hair and sky blue eyes. "Could it be you?" Yondaime Uzukage, Naruto put the 2 tickets on the ticket checker's table, and his wife. After being surprised by the classy Hikari Sunshin a la Yondaime Uzukage, all the cinema employees of course stared in amazement at the 2 lovebirds who were told to be separated due to the merciless attack of the 5 great villages, which even destroyed Yondaime Uzukage's village. If anyone said that Yondaime Uzukage and the Queen of the Land of Demons were a harmonious couple full of high spirits, then people would agree now. Shion sat in the front with her expressionless face, and Naruto faithfully accompanied his wife without losing his aura of leadership. All the employees whispered in amazement. The essence of all the whispers agreed that Yondaime Uzukage and Shion-sama were a perfect match. "So you put your Hikari Sunshin Fuin in my clothes, Yondaime Uzukage." Naruto smiled faintly, then looked at the cinema screen. The sign that the film was about to start appeared on the cinema screen. The Uzukage laughed crisply, then exhaled slowly. "Just as your main protection." "I'm glad you did," Shion said, still with a straight face. Naruto was a little stunned at his wife's words that did not sound embarrassed. The film then began, showing Princess Shion and her bodyguards fighting against a villain named Mao. Naruto was quite pleased with Fujikaze Yuki's acting, truly embracing and portraying the emotions of her character. Naruto remembered the mission the client had asked Yuzu to escort Fujikaze Yuki. Why did the actress have to be escorted? The film ended with an epilogue scene showing that the 3rd film was the final film of Princess Gale or Funheim. It was clear that the director wanted to end the Princess Gale film trilogy with an epic. Naruto glanced at the final film, which would be set in a certain location, and Funheim would travel to that location as the conclusion of the Princess Gale trilogy. "Hiya. I'm satisfied." Shion smiled faintly, making her doll face look cute. "Did you see how Funheim acted earlier, Naruto? She really is a great leader." Naruto smiled, then gave a thumbs up. So he knew why Shion liked the Princess Gale trilogy. Funheim's figure was a female leader. Funheim and the people she led aimed to achieve everything they dreamed of. Funheim was like an inspiration to Shion. Naruto laughed softly, then nodded his head twice. "I think you and Funheim are the same, Shion." Is that true?" "The difference is, you're a little more adorable," Naruto said while suddenly pinching Shion's chubby cheeks. The Uzukage immediately jumped up and down in pain because of the queen's powerful attack on his crotch. "Jackpot. Do you want a doll, asked Naruto as he looked at the doll shop on the side of the road. Right now they didn't want to rush back to the hotel. Enjoying the atmosphere of the Fire Nation capital was really calming. Didn't you give me a doll when you were in Kyomo? That one is different, this one is a doll from the Fire Nation. It's also a souvenir for Karen, Sarah, Conan, and Nagato. Nagato needs a doll? Naruto had a sweat-dropped face. I think so. The two of them chose several small teddy bears for Sarah and Karen. Naruto and Shion were quite confused when choosing a doll for Conan. A doll, for a woman who has very high stiffness and formality. What doll is suitable for Conan? The street in front of the doll shop was quite busy. On the branch road of the capital, there were many shops and food stalls. Several vendors were seen pulling their carts or carrying sacks of rice and other food ingredients. The sound of traders promoting their wares enlivened the atmosphere on one of the branch roads in the capital city of Hai no Kuni. Naruto looked at a black hedgehog doll in one corner of the display case. Just as he was thinking about whether the doll was suitable for Conan or not, the sound of horses galloping sounded rhythmic in his eardrums. It seems fitting, Naruto. Naruto looked at Shion's gaze. Appropriate. The black hedgehog doll in one corner of the display case was Shion's choice too. Does that mean they're truly one? That he and Shion are connected? Doll for you? Naruto asked his wife as the shopkeeper took the black hedgehog doll from the display case. Shion chose a small doll suitable for a keychain. A miniature doll of Funheim figure. Naruto smiled and quickly took the miniature doll from the display case. Sir, this one is one. The sound of horse hooves grew clearer in Naruto's ears. It was no longer a calm step, but the sound of a horse's hooves galloping forward, approaching them. Arigato. The shopkeeper said while bowing. Naruto and Shion also ojoji as a sign of politely returning the shopkeeper's ojoji. As the two of them exited, the sound of the horse's hooves grew closer. Heading this way. Naruto turned to the right. A horse was on their right side, only 10 paces away. Very fast. Shion, who was on Naruto's right side and close to the horse, immediately closed her eyes. The Uzukage immediately pulled his wife back as the horse passed them. Conan's black hedgehog doll was caught in the hook of the horse's pouch on her left stomach. Shion looked anxiously when she found out that the gift for Conan was carried by the horse. A woman. Naruto looked at the rider. She looked familiar. Naruto, Conan's doll. We won't let her get away. Naruto immediately carried his wife on her back. Shion's hands were immediately around her husband's neck, with her groceries clutched in both hands. Naruto's eyes sharpened. I've already spent 80 ryo on that doll. And how could I let my best friend lose her souvenir? Naruto ran fast without warning until Shion closed her eyes slightly. The Uzukage's black jacket fluttered slowly and the necklace in front of her chest moved slowly backwards due to the Yondaime Uzukage's running speed. Shion's ponytail moved slowly as Naruto increased his running speed. He turned right at the intersection. Naruto glanced quickly to the right. He ran into a narrow alley, jumped over 2 wooden boxes and moved quickly out, cutting through the street. His irises quickly scanned his surroundings. They were now in the fruit market block. The horse was running in front of him towards the 6 o'clock direction. Kyuso. Naruto immediately ran back at top speed. He weaved quickly through the crowds of people passing by on the fruit market street, jumped over a tomato cart, and accidentally hit a young man carrying 2 bags of oranges in front of him. The distance between Naruto and Shion and the horse was only a dozen paces away, but because he was carrying Shion and their groceries, Naruto's steps felt slow due to the added weight on his back. Watch out, Naruto. Shion warned her husband when a woman was pulling a cart full of apples in front of her husband. Naruto turned to the right and took an apple from the cart. Please ma'am. Yondaime Uzukage said casually and threw the apple forward. He quickly ran after the apple and kicked it towards the brown horse that was running in front of them. As he kicked the apple, Yondaime Uzukage also immediately marked the apple with his Fuin Hikari Sunshin. "A apple," the horseman thought in confusion when a spinning apple shot past his left side. "Excuse me." Naruto suddenly appeared above the apple with a beautiful light that surprised the horseman. The woman couldn't control her horse's speed and fell to the right along with the brown horse. The black hedgehog doll that was caught in the horse's bag hook bounced twice and lay near the woman's head. Naruto lowered Shion from his back with a heavy breath. Running after a horse was quite draining his body's energy. Meanwhile, Shion immediately approached the woman horseman to apologize. "Sorry, your horse's pouch got caught on the hook." Shion's words stopped. Her doll's eyes widened when she realized who the woman lying on the street with her brown horse was. "What are you doing to our client?" Naruto looked around quickly. He smiled faintly when 4 Konoha ninjas surrounded them with kunai raised. Sarutobi Asuma, Mato Guy, Uchiha Obito, and what seemed to be the team leader, Akimichi Chuza. "So Fujikaze Yuki is your client." Naruto watched the most famous artist in the Land of Fire slowly get up with an annoyed face. "It's a good fortune to meet your idol, isn't it, Shion-sama?" Of course the 4 Konoha ninjas were shocked. Yondaime Uzukage and his wife accidentally started to enter the story about the daughter of Yuki no Kuni. Fujikaze Yuki stood up straight and patted her long pink jacket with an annoyed face. She looked at Shion sharply, then looked at Naruto with an even sharper gaze. The artist looked at the black hedgehog doll near her feet. Annoyed, Yuki wanted to step on the doll, but when her foot slightly lifted to step on the doll, Shion's flat voice made her movement stop. "Don't step on her." Yuki looked at Shion with a prescient gaze. There was a different aura about the beautiful woman before her. "Yuki-san. Tsk, Sandeu." Yuki ran towards the small alley on her right, but Uchiha Obito immediately stopped the artist from leaving. "Move aside," Yuki said with an annoyed face. Obito shook his head. "I can't let you go, it's our duty to protect you. I'm Uchiha Obito." Obito jumped up and down in pain when both of his eyes were sprayed by the chili spray on Yuki's right earring. A self-defense tool. Obito fell rolling while screaming, "My eyes, my eyes. You have goggles and you wear them over your eyes." Naruto looked at the sweat-dropped Uchiha. His blue irises immediately looked at Fujikaze Yuki, who ran into the alley between 2 shops. Yuki-san, an old man with short dark gray hair and small circle-rimmed glasses, shouted the name of the elite artist. The Konoha ninjas along with the crew of the Adventure of Princess Gale moved quickly into the alley. Asuma immediately jumped to the roof of the right shop while Chuza jumped to the roof of the left shop. Guy along with the film crew chased Yuki from behind. The chase was followed by collisions, the falling of several market goods and curses from the traders. "Yuki-san is near the vegetable cellar." Asuma threw 2 kunai towards Yuki, who was running back into a small alley. Yuki looked back and jumped far ahead. The artist rolled forward twice and immediately got up when Guy did a triple forward somersault to shorten the distance. "Watcha! Tch." Yuki, who had basic martial arts skills, immediately ran fast and grabbed a pot sold in a shop without a door. The shop owner protested when Yuki threw the pot at Guy's face. Tang! Guy kicked the pot so that it bounced against the wall of a shop. Yuki squealed again, then ran towards the High no Kuni Capital Branch Street. Meanwhile, Asuma shot quickly towards the top of one of the shop roofs. He pulled the 2 kunai he had thrown earlier. It turned out that the handles of the kunai were tied with wire to bind Fujikaze Yuki's body, not to injure her. "Guy, keep following." Chuza threw his stick as Yuki ran at 2 o'clock from his position. Chuza was on the roof of a blacksmith shop that was spewing black smoke from its chimney. Chuza's stick shot quickly towards Yuki and pierced the long pink jacket worn by the artist. Yuki fell and lay on her back because her run was stopped by Chuza's long stick that tore a hole in her jacket. "Tch, This won't dash. Yuki wanted to rip her jacket when two of Asuma's kunai shot towards her, then turned in the opposite direction and tied Yuki's body with Chuza's long stick. The beautiful artist screamed in annoyance when she was caught again. Yuki-san. Sandayu along with the film crew ran towards Yuki, who was squealing in anger. She turned her beautiful face away from Sandayu, ignoring the old man. Sandayu looked clearly worried about him. Sorry for our treatment, Sandayu-san. Asuma took a deep breath, but if Yuki-san goes without guard, it means Konoha ninjas can't carry out their mission properly. Thank you also for your help. Sorry for Yuki-san's behavior earlier. Sandayu bowed slightly. Asuma suddenly remembered something. When he turned his head back, Yonde Uzukage and his wife walked with Yuki's brown horse along with Chuza, Guy, and Obito, who was still rubbing his eyes ineptly. The Uzukage looked at the top artist flatly, then glanced at his wife flatly. Fujike-san. Shion, still with a flat tone, pushed a mini doll as a figure of Yuki to the top artist along with a pen. Yuki squealed, then looked annoyed at the queen of the land of demons. How can I give an autograph if both my hands are tied like this? Cash. The wire rope that bound Yuki's body came loose in an instant. Yonde Uzukage apparently threw Shode Uzukage's pocket knife to untie the wire. Yuki looked in shock at Naruto, then looked at the unique pocket knife that had a mystical aura. So you can sign it, right? Yonde Uzukage was suddenly near Yuki while pulling his pocket knife from the ground. Yuki stumbled back a little in surprise at Naruto's figure, who suddenly appeared without giving any presents. Of course, he's Yonde Uzukage, thought the Konoha ninja. They were already familiar with Naruto's famous Sunshin ability, which rivaled the Hiraishin created by Naidame Hokage and the Hiraishin developed by Namikaze Minato. EEZ. Do you know the essence of a signature? Do you know what the future of signatures is? Yuki immediately stood up and glared at Naruto. After I sign a book or something you want signed by an artist like me, you will keep the signature in the corners of the table, the corners of the room, even in the warehouse. You will make the signature one with the dust. Yuki immediately turned around and walked away from everyone. Yonde Uzukage glanced at his wife. Shion stood up straight and walked towards her husband. There was no expression of surprise or disappointment on the doll's face. She has the same thoughts as me. An artist's signature is useless. Shion's words made Naruto smile faintly. Then why did you ask for it, Queen? Because she looks at me like she knows what it's like to be a leader. Shion looked at the mini doll held in her hands. She has the same way of looking at people as we do, Naruto. Naruto turned his gaze back to Yuki, who was getting further away from them. Suddenly the sound of an old man's scream startled everyone there. Sandayu immediately ran towards the old man with a blackish-gray flat cap and dark glasses. One look also knew, this old man was a director. In his right hand was holding an orange speaker that seemed ready with his action shouts. So Yuki is up to something again? I am sorry I couldn't control her behavior, director. Ha! The director folded his arms, the orange speaker still not leaving his right hand. Putting aside his behavior, which is indeed very naughty, his acting ability is beyond doubt. He is the most talented artist in Hai no Kuni. I still like him because his acting is so charming, also. The director stopped talking. He looked at Shion and Naruto with a surprised face. That famous non-expressive beautiful woman, and her husband, who is very famous with the title of Prodigy Uzumaki. Naruto tilted his head in confusion, his eyebrows knitted together. Shion kept her non-expressive face even though the director praised her with sparkling eyes. Shion-sama and Yonde Uzukage-sama. After hearing hundreds or even thousands of praises from the director, Naruto and Shion were offered something interesting. Actually, the offer was more directed at the queen of the land of demons. Hearing it made Naruto a little surprised. Would you like to join the cast with us in the last movie Princess Gale? Actually, I've been wanting to ask you to take part in this trilogy, Shion-sama, but it all depends on you. I'll come. Naruto couldn't resist his wife's wishes. The queen should have remembered that they had many political matters that were heavier than film matters. But seeing the enthusiastic light in the doll's eyes made the Uzukage not have the heart to resist his wife's wishes. Nay, Naruto, Shion looked at her husband with an innocent face decorated with a spoiled look. Is it okay? Your character changed. You used to be a sadistic arrogant tsundere, now why have you become such a cute girl? Naruto sighed and put his right hand on his waist. He looked at the director who was looking expectantly at the two of them. How long will the filming project take, director? For Shion-sama's part, it will probably only take 2 weeks. However, if Shion-sama needs to adjust to the world of acting, it will be at most a month. Her part will be played first, right? Exactly, Yondaime Uzukage-sama. Naruto glanced at his wife and he wanted to jump like a frog when he saw Shion's doll eyes widen like a baby wanting breast milk. Really cute. Koyuki. Naruto cleared his throat softly so he could control his excitement, desire, and burning lust. He nodded his head so the queen bowed her head and said thank you in a flat voice. The director patted his speaker happily. Finally, his trilogy film project would be the best movie because the Queen of the Demon Country directly participated in the casting of the last Princess Gale film. Night in the capital of the Land of Fire. In one corner of the city there was a small drink bar called Hazataya, with a blue top sign and a flashing light in the shape of a large beer glass on the top right side of the bar. Fujikaze Yuki, the famous artist from the Land of Fire, was drinking a glass of vodka that burned her throat, feeling the heat of the alcohol and making her mind a little less burdened. Koyuki, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a beautiful princess, father. Ha ha ha, you are indeed beautiful. When you grow up, you will be a princess who leads the snow country with your wisdom and beauty. Father? What is it? I also have other wishes besides being a princess. What is it? I also want to be an artist. Dak. Yuki slammed the empty glass roughly onto the bar table. The bartender glanced at her then went back to wiping the glass to make it shine more. What artist? What princess? Hiccup, I'm just a useless woman. Yuki lowered her head until her forehead touched the surface of the bar table. I'm just a useless person. Strands of her hair covered the edges of her face and fell down. Yuki held her head with both hands. She groaned softly then shook her head left and right. A man walked towards the artist. Kyuso. Yuki muttered in a sad tone. While the man who approached Yuki from inside the bar was almost near, when his right hand was about to touch the artist's shoulder, another man's calm voice made the man immediately walk quickly towards the bar door. You're here. Yuki raised her head and looked at the Yondaime Uzukage standing calmly with both hands in his trouser pockets. The Uzukage's blue irises glanced briefly at the man, then his calm eyes returned to Yuki. When the man with the beanie and sunglasses left the bar, the Queen of the Demon Country with several film crew members entered the Hazataya bar. The man smiled faintly then took off his glasses, his moss-green irises sharpened. What are you doing here? Naruto glanced at his wife who came with the film crew with a worried face. The Uzukage sighed then sat beside Yuki with a straight face. My wife will play a movie with you. Naruto tapped his index finger on the bar table and watched the bartender put 2 bottles of wine in the bottle storage cabinet. I hope you can take care of your health, your great acting will definitely make my wife happy. What do I care? Hiccup dash. Yuki poured vodka back into her glass, but Shion quickly snatched the glass from Yuki's hand. Hey dash, what do you mean? Protested the artist with a drunk face. Shion put the glass near Naruto then pulled Yuki's hand with an expressionless face. All the crew prayed in their hearts that Yuki would listen to the Queen of the Demon Country. Rest at home. Tomorrow we will leave for the shooting location of your 3rd film. Who are you? Shion smiled thinly. I am a new artist. Yuki felt a little strange hearing that. She looked at the crew with an annoyed face, but before the crew could explain, the director came while still carrying an orange speaker in his right hand. That's right, Yuki-san, the Queen of the Demon Country will be one of your co-stars in the third Princess Gale movie. Yuki's eyes widened hearing 3 words uttered from the director's mouth. Queen of the Demon Country? That Queen of the Demon Country, right? The one with a husband with the most feared Kage title now because he was able to revive his village after it was destroyed. Queen of the country. Yuki looked at Shion with a look of disbelief. She had only heard about the story. Yuki had never met the Queen of the Demon Country in person. Shion nodded her head with a flat doll look that made Yuki's heart beat a little faster. My wife will be acting in the movie with you. I hope you can take care of your health, your great acting will definitely make my wife happy. Yuki immediately turned her gaze towards a red-haired man who was tapping his fingers on the bar table. When her eyes looked at Uzumaki Naruto in shock, Yuki remembered Naruto's ability that suddenly appeared near the apple or appeared in front of her when he was tied up. There's no mistaking it. She is. Naruto turned to Yuki with an innocent face. The Uzukage's right eyebrow raised slightly seeing Yuki's facial expression, as if the artist saw a ghost in front of him. Tisk, Yuki immediately stood up and walked a little unsteadily. She immediately headed towards the bar door and left the bar with a face that was both annoyed and sad. Shion looked at the bar door that was swaying, closing and opening. The doll's eyes turned towards Naruto. You're right, said the Uzukage while snapping his finger on the glass, making a soft clinking sound. He has a burdened gaze, the burden of a leader. The night before the departure by ship, the director explained that they would be filming from the ship's journey until filming in their destination country. Yuki no Kuni, a country that is always covered in snow season. The director said in a dramatic voice. The director chose Yuki no Kuni because of information from Sandeya that there are 7 natural rainbows there. The end of the story of Funheim and her group is to find 7 rainbows as their main goal. With enthusiasm, the director told how he couldn't wait to get an epic and quality moment from this final film. Fujika's Yuki hadn't been told because that night he immediately lay down on the bed because he was drunk. Besides telling about the snow country and some spoilers about the last Princess Gale film, Shion listened to the spoiler with teary eyes. The director also told that Yuki often ran away, especially when she found out that their filming was outside the Hai no Kuni area. There was a concern from the beautiful artist, and it was still kept secret by the artist. So she only knows that this third film was shot outside the Land of Fire? Asked Naruto in a flat tone. The director nodded his head. This is the reason why I sent a request for help to Yuzu and to Konoha. But Yondaime Uzukage-sama seems to have rejected our request. Naruto looked at Sandeyu, who revealed his reason for hiring Asuma and his friends, then bowed his body in apology. Sandeyu laughed softly, then scratched the back of his head. Don't do that, Yondaime-sama. Besides, Konoha ninjas are already here. Sandeyu looked at Asuma, Guy, and Obito were sitting beside the director, while Chuza was out watching the location of the inn. They will keep Yuki-san safe. Don't forget, Yondaime Uzukage-sama can take care of the entire film crew here, Obito said while giving a thumbs up. I also can't wait to become Hokage and then work with you, Yondaime Uzukage-sama. I hope I don't retire then, Uchiha Obito-san. Naruto said with a thin smile. Everyone there laughed softly. The night began to show thick darkness, indicating that the night was getting late. Naruto talked a lot with the director and was interested in the director's style, who always held an orange speaker in his right hand. The director taught him many things about films. Meanwhile, Asuma slowly opened Yuki's bedroom door and looked at the actress who was sleeping soundly. Asuma saw a necklace with an elongated hexagonal shape and made of a unique glass material. Asuma lifted the necklace and the son of the late Sandaime Hokage immediately thought of a course of action. After a long talk with the director, Naruto walked towards his wife's room and wanted to go inside, but Shion's voice stopped the Uzukage's actions. Knock first, then come in. She's not asleep yet. Naruto thought. Sweat dropped. Naruto knocked softly on his wife's bedroom door and the queen allowed the Yondaime Uzukage to enter with a flat voice. Naruto looked at Shion, who was sitting tensely on the edge of the bed. The fourth Uzukage closed the door, then immediately sat beside his wife. "What's wrong with you?" "I feel nervous for the casting tomorrow, especially duet with my idol artist." "Even nervous, your voice seems emotionless." "Don't comment on that part." Naruto chuckled, then looked around him. The room where the Princess Gale film crew was staying was indeed simpler than the hotel where they were staying. Naruto had checked out of the hotel and left Lin temporarily with the hotel staff there. Don't worry, if some of the staff did something naughty to Lin, Yondaime Uzukage had already marked the horse's body with his Fuin Hikari Sunshin. Naruto, can you teach me how to act?" Naruto was quite surprised by his wife's request. Obviously he couldn't do it, he was the Uzukage, not an actor. "If you can't, give me advice on how to act well. Isn't it the same dash?" "No," Shion looked at her husband with a flat, teasing gaze. Shion's head was level with Naruto's chin, making Naruto lower his gaze slightly. The Uzukage's heartbeat was pounding slightly. How stupid! Why did the best Uzukage in the history of Uzushiogakure finally feel a strange romantic scene when his wife asked for advice? "You can definitely give me advice, Uzukage-sama, because you..." Shion smiled thinly. "Uzukage with great acting." Throbbing. Naruto didn't dare to look at his wife's gaze. He sighed slowly, then looked at the table lamp on the small table that emitted a dim yellow light. The Uzukage looked towards the door with a slightly flushed face. "You know everything about me?" "Know a lot," Shion returned to looking straight ahead. "But as for your true character?" "I'm still guessing." "Heh." Naruto smiled faintly. "Listen carefully, I don't want to repeat it twice, Shion-sama." Ahem. Naruto stood straight in front of the queen and acted like a teacher teaching his student. Shion joined in the teacher-student play and sat in a cute elementary school style. A faint smile was etched on her doll face. Ahem. The way to act well is. That night, the two spent time laughing and joking around and talking and discussing with each other. Naruto thought, his wife had a good sense of humor even though her tsunsun level was very severe and her arrogance was unmatched. After all, she was the wife of Yondaime Uzukage. The ship sailed, breaking the waves in the sea bordering the land of fire and the land of water. The choice of a sailing ship rather than a motorized ship was due to support Funheim's story, which took the theme of historical fantasy. The current destination was the Land of Snow, a small country located at the eastern tip of the Land of Water. Fujikaze Yuki's scenes were shot very quickly and on average only took one try. Naruto admitted, Yuki was born in this world to be an artist. Her expression, the way she got into character and the intonation of her voice, all of those elements combined to create an amazing portrayal of the character. "I can't beat her," Shion said with a straight face. A gust of wind blew her gray blonde hair. "Of course, she's an artist and you're a leader. But that's no excuse." Naruto smiled and looked up at the sky. Two white seagulls flew above them, seemingly searching for fish swimming towards the surface. "Did you bring Konan and the others' dolls, Shion?" Shion nodded briefly. Naruto didn't dwell on it any longer when he saw Chuza walking towards them while chewing something. Naruto and Chuza were engaged in a conversation about Konoha and Tsunade's tragic death. It turned out that after Tsunade's death, the atmosphere in Konoha had become tense. The accusations against Uchiha Madara had led the villagers to demand that the remaining Uchiha be temporarily exiled to avoid misunderstandings between the other villages and Konoha that housed the Uchiha. The civilians even demanded that Jiraiya be made the temporary Hokage to displace the elite clan complex because the stability between the 5 great villages had begun to be disturbed due to the incident of Tsunade's death and the other 4 Kage. Naruto looked at Obito, who was talking to Asuma, then his eyebrows furrowed in thought. "What did Obito and Itachi say?" the Uzukage asked. Chuza swallowed the food he was chewing, he didn't know what it was, and then touched his chin. He shook his head for a moment. "I don't know." But seeing Obito's attitude now, I'm sure he remains loyal to Konoha, as is Itachi. Naruto nodded in understanding. The conversation then continued on to the team led by Chuza to guard Fuzuka's Yuki. Unique indeed. Asuma, Guy, and Obito were newly promoted jounin, while Chuza was the head of the Akimichi clan as well as a senior jounin who had been involved in many high-class missions. When asked why the team formation was formed specifically just to guard artists, Chuza only said that it was a formation formed by Jiraiya. Naruto nodded again. His blue irises returned to the sky and the two white seagulls were no longer flying above them. Be more expressive, Shion-sama. Naruto slapped his forehead. The director had repeatedly reminded the queen to show a surprised facial expression when she was playing a character in that situation. Shion immediately played the same character as her, namely the Queen of the Land of Demons. In the third film of Princess Gale, Shion is the Queen of the Land of Demons who will later help Funheim to find the seven-color rainbow. Strangely, the director made the Queen of the Demon Country character in his film a cheerful woman. Obviously, it was not suitable for Shion. Naruto counted the attempts of the cast that Shion did. This is the 19th. Thought the Uzukage with a sweat-dropped face. A gust of wind hit the Uzukage's charming face. When Shion was about to do her 20th attempt, Naruto looked outside. Several fish swimming on the surface suddenly scattered. The Uzukage's blue eyes looked at the water around the ship. The school of fish that swam following the ship suddenly ran in all directions. Someone's coming, thought the Uzukage. A second later, 8 ninjas came out of the water and threw 2 shuriken from various directions. The water splashes scattered in all directions, making the sunlight slightly blocked by the splashes. Trang! 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 About 16 shuriken thrown by the 8 ninjas bounced in all directions when Asuma, Guy, Obito, and Chuza deflected them using their kunai. The 8 ninjas stood on the edge of the ship with arrogant faces. They wore tight navy blue clothes with dark blue stripes extending from the edge of their clothes and then sideways to their chests. They wore the symbol of Ukagekure, the hidden ninja village under Yuki no Kuni. Heh, we won't mess up the flow of this movie. One of the ninjas crossed his chest and raised his chin, feeling superior, but hand over that hexagonal necklace, kazanaha koyuki. Yuki's eyes widened, as did Sandeu, the assistant. The ninja raised his right hand to his chest and squeezed his 10 fingers as if to show that the film crew had no choice. Hand it over or dash. The ninja who spoke was kicked by someone, then immediately bounced back and bounced on the surface of the sea before sinking. 7 ninjas looked at the kicker in shock. You talk too much. Yondaime Uzukage stood on the edge of the ship while his gaze looked towards the sea. Ninjas should be able to steal something without being caught. Right, shouted Chuza. He ran towards one of the edges of the ship and took his iron rod there. Asuma and Guy immediately faced 4 Ukagekure ninjas, while Obito and Chuza fought the rest. From the south of the ship, 4 blue and white speedboats sped towards the sailing ship. There were 3 ninjas on each speedboat. Yondaime Uzukage immediately ran to the edge of the ship and threw the scroll for storing the Nidaime Uzukage's weapons up. The Uzukage made a hand seal to open the weapon storage seal. Boof! A puff of white smoke rose and the Uzukage immediately held the second Uzukage arrow. A chakra arrow appeared as the Uzukage pulled the string, ready to shoot its target. 5 colors to choose from, and Yondaime Uzukage chose red. Sayonara. The Uzukage muttered in a calm tone. He released his arrow towards the 4 speedboats and it hit the head of one of the Ukagekure ninjas. Because he had chosen the red fuin, the next thing was as Yondaime Uzukage said with his authoritative voice. Boom! Dwar! The 4 speedboats exploded violently. The director pounded the floor of the ship with his orange speaker and ordered the cameraman to record the explosion. Good scene, shouted the director in an excited voice. Naruto looked at Chuza and the others. The 7 Ukagekure ninjas were tied up in one group. It seems that the Konoha ninjas also showed their abilities as one of the villages of the 5 great nations whose quality has been guaranteed. Now we have a source of information. Why did the Uzukage ninjas attack a film crew ship? Chuza muttered while slamming the bottom of his staff on the ship's floor. Naruto stared blankly at the 7 ninjas. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. Get away from them! Naruto ran towards the 7 ninjas. He immediately contacted Guriko in his mindscape. Gook, do you want to use my power, Yandeme-sama? Of course. Naruto opened his eyes and he muttered, Gook. For a moment before grabbing the rope tied to one of the Uzukage ninjas, Chuza and the others jumped backwards twice. What do you want to do, Uzukage-sama? Obito asked with a worried face. Guy narrowed his eyes and saw the Fuin mark on the ninjas' necks. The Fuin glowed blue and the light grew brighter. On their necks there is an explosive Fuin mark. The one who gave this mark doesn't want the real information to leak into our hands. Naruto immediately threw the 7 ninjas into the sea with his Guriko power. The 7 ninjas were thrown up to 700 meters from the ship. The power of Sumikyo Guriko indeed made the Yandeme Uzukage's power increase many times over. Bang! A huge explosion occurred at the location where the 7 ninjas were tied up. Naruto closed his eyes and stopped his reciprocal Sumikyo with a straight face. When he turned to face the film crew, his blue eyes looked at his wife who was walking towards Yuki with calm steps. Fujuka's Yuki-san, are you? Shion tilted her head, are you Kazanaha Koyuki? Yandeme Uzukage and the queen of the demon country had certainly heard of the name Kazanaha. That explained everything. Yandeme Uzukage looked up at the sky. There were no seagulls in the middle of the ocean, and he had seen one earlier. What if the seagulls were a device to monitor them? As we suspected, Fujuka's Yuki is Kazanaha Koyuki. The man with moss-green irises put his glasses on the floor and knelt respectfully to the man in front of him. After a long time searching for where the hexagonal crystal necklace was, I managed to find the evidence when Kazanaha Koyuki was at the Hazataya bar. Good work, Ruga. Ruga Nadar, the man who disguised himself at the Hazataya bar, smiled faintly. On either side of him sat kneeling politely were his 2 colleagues, Kakuyoku Fubuki and Fukama Mizore. The 3 elite Uzukage ninjas were waiting for further orders from the ruler of Yuki no Kuni who hired their services, Kazanaha Dota. As informed, Dota placed his right hand on the edge of the chair and supported his chin using it. The queen of the land of demons and Yandeme Uzukage are also coming. So, what are we going to do? Ruga asked curiously. Wait for the right time to attack. We will get help from Suna. The deal is, I will get the hexagonal crystal, that person will get the kyubi. Dota chuckled softly, his chuckle echoing in his large room decorated with giant blue glowing crystal ornaments. Isn't Yandeme Uzukage's wife the kyubi Jinchuriki? TBC. Before entering the storyline, let's get acquainted with some of the film crew and cast of the last Princess Gale film. Fujuka's Yuki, the top artist in the Land of Fire, plays the role of Funheim or Princess Gale. Funheim's main goal is to find 7 rainbows as their power to destroy Mao, the evil enemy who will plunge the world into darkness. Mishi, a handsome artist with purple eyes and long wavy brown hair, plays the character of Suki Akuro in the Princess Gale movie. Kin, a bald-headed artist with purple eyes, plays the character Brit in the Princess Gale movie. Hitaro, a tall artist with dark spiky hair. He has a beard on his chin and plays Shisamaru in the Princess Gale movie. Makino, aka Mr. Director, always wears a flat cap and holds an orange speaker in his right hand. Wears dark glasses and always seizes any moment to the advantage of his film. Asama Sandeu, Fujuka's Yuki's manager who is always confused by his artist. Now he hires Konoha ninjas to keep the artist safe from danger. Or keep the princess safe from danger for now. Yes, the princess actually. Kazanaha Koyuki? Chuza was stunned to hear that name. He remembered the mission that Sandaime Hokage gave him along with Shikaku and Inoichi. At that time, they were told to save Kazanaha Koyuki from the civil war incident in Yuki no Kuni. The three of them lost track, forcing Sandaime Hokage to send Konoha's special forces or what was known as Umbu. Hatake Kakashi at that time managed to bring Kazanaha Koyuki out of the land of snow which was filled with flames. However, news about the princess suddenly disappeared as if swallowed by the earth. "Who is she, Chuza-san?" "What do you mean Kazanaha Koyuki?" asked Obito with a tense face. Chuza sighed and looked back at Fujiaki's Yuki who was standing straight. She lowered her head, not wanting to look at everything there. "So we are going to Yuki no Kuni now?" Yuki's question was immediately answered by Sandaime. "Yes, that's right Koyuki-sa. I'm not your master." "Don't call me by that name, Sandaime. Why do we have to go there?" Yuki lifted her head and her eyes were filled with hatred. Naruto glared at Yuki, a sharp gaze that wouldn't scare anyone. "Even when I remember that incident, my eyes can't shed tears because my sadness has dried up along with the cracks of the past." Yuki ran towards the ship's interior, leaving Kin, who had just come out, immediately confused by Yuki's behavior. He rubbed his bald head with a confused expression. "What's wrong with Yuki?" Kin asked Hidoro and Mishi. Mishi smiled uncomfortably and glanced at Hidoro. The glance gives an explanation that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. Meanwhile Shion looked at Sandaime who lowered his head in hesitation. When Shion turned his head towards Naruto to ask for advice, the Uzukage just shrugged his shoulders. Why? Why what Naruto? Ha! Naruto put the Nidaime Uzukage's arrow back into his tool storage scroll. He got off the edge of the ship then walked towards Shion with both hands stuffed in his pants pockets. "Let him calm down first, Shion. I've heard about the Kazanaha family, they are the daimyo or rulers of Yuki no Kuni." Yondaime Uzukage tapped his right index finger on his thigh. "Two-sen once told me that Kazanaha Sotetsu was betrayed by his own brother along with ninjas from the hidden village under Yuki no Kuni's protection. That's the Ukagekure you saw earlier, Shion. I've also heard about the Kazanaha family." "So the real problem is a power struggle, huh?" asked Shion slowly. Naruto nodded his head. "The one we need to feel sorry for is Kazanaha Sotetsu's son, and it turns out he's your idol artist." Naruto's right index finger tapped faster on his thigh. "Then what's the connection?" thought the Uzukage while looking at his wife's grey blonde hair. That night a sea storm came crashing down on the sailing ship. The crew, ABK, and film crew ran to the ship's deck. Some opened the water drainage system and rolled up the sails quickly. Naruto along with other Konoha ninjas helped the ABK and film crew to hold the ship from sinking. Lightning, heavy rain, and high waves occurred for 2 hours. The dark night on the sea returned to calm after the storm had passed. At Naruto's suggestion, torches were lit around each edge of the ship tied to the wooden parts of the ship's edge. Wooden poles with bowl-shaped tops and filled with cloth and kerosene were immediately made and tied to the edge of the ship. There were about 30 torches on the edge of the ship. Luckily, 2 hours after the storm the night was calm and friendly. As Yondaime Uzukage closed the ship's interior door to look at the sky, the Uzukage was sure there would be no more rain until morning. "Then how about playing chess? Did you bring it, Obito?" Naruto paused for a moment to look at Guy and Obito who were playing cards at the table in the center of the ship. Currently guarding outside were Chuza and Asuma along with several crew members and the security film crew. Yondaime Uzukage walked to his room as Obito took out a folded mini chess board from his ninja tool pouch. When he lay down, Naruto couldn't fall asleep straight away. His head was filled with various hypotheses. As was his habit when he was thinking, his right index finger repeatedly tapped the edge of the bed in a certain rhythm. A few minutes later, Yondaime Uzukage's eyes felt sleepy. When he wanted to close his eyes, the image of Shion suddenly appeared in front of him with red eyes and bloody lips. Suddenly, Shion's right eyeball popped out accompanied by thick brain fluid and disgustingly coiled earthworms. Shion? This is your fault. Shion. Naruto got up and held his wife's shoulder. Suddenly, Shion's mouth opened and an orange furry tail came out. The tail wrapped around Naruto's neck and threw the Uzukage against the bedroom wall. Shion, what? Naruto rolled to the right and tried to hold his wife's hand. A tail emerged from Shion's ear hole, splitting the ear hole until it cracked the skin of the queen's ear, then the tail hit the Uzukage's stomach very hard. Naruto was thrown back and his back hit the wall again. Naruto held his stomach and looked at Shion with a confused look. Suddenly his eyes widened. This is... Naruto closed his eyes. Pick. Genjutsu. Uzumaki. Naruto immediately got up from his bed. The sound of soft footsteps could be heard by his ears in the silence. Don't tell me the guards outside the ship have been successfully genjutsu'd. The Uzukage walked towards his door and put his right ear to the door. The footsteps moved away from his door. 1. Uzumaki. Naruto heard footsteps passing by his room. No. There are 5 of them. A footstep stopped right in front of his room. The Uzukage's eyelids sharpened. When Naruto's door lock was hacked with an iron hairpin, the door swung open. A ninja with a Ukagekure headgear looked at the room with wary eyes. He took 2 steps into the room and turned on the light. There was no one there. How? Whispered his friend who was near the outer door of the room with a kunai raised. The Ukagekure ninja who entered the room shook his head. His friend nodded in understanding and then crept to check the other rooms. Heh, with this nightmare genjutsu, we'll dismantle all the ships without any interruption. The Yuki ninja chuckled. He turned to leave the room but his neck was immediately broken by the yondaime Uzukage who was hiding above the ceiling of the room. The ninja's friend turned back and called his friend's name in a half-whisper. A hand appeared from inside the room and gave a thumbs up. Ninja Yuki sighed and crept back to the next room. Now you will feel the horror, muttered the Uzukage while holding the Yuki ninja sword in his right hand and throwing the Shodaime Uzukage folding knife in his left hand. He had already marked both weapons with the Fuin Hikari Sunshin mark. 5 Ukagekure ninjas were apparently sent by Dota to infiltrate or stealthily steal the hexagonal crystal. After failing in their surprise attack, Dota changed his strategy of stealing the hexagonal crystal necklace with a traditional ninja-style stealing strategy. Silently without making a fuss. When the ninja leader signaled that his 4 friends should immediately check the other 4 doors, the ninja leader frowned. There were only 3 people. Where is Sanada, he thought, and 2 seconds later a sword pierced his head and spurted fresh blood. What is that? Shouted the ninja closest to their leader. When the 3 looked back, Yondaime Uzukage had appeared above the sword that pierced the ninja leader's head. It's a common thing in human reflexes, when an object shoots from behind and attacks towards the object in front, their brain will tell their head to turn back, towards the source of the object. Yondaime Uzukage unfeelingly pulled the sword from the head of the ninja leader and slashed the neck of the nearest ninja without making the owner of the neck turn towards him. Simultaneously, Yondaime Uzukage threw Shodaime Uzukage's folding knife to another ninja. The folding knife stabbed the back of the Yuki ninja's neck and left the last Yuki ninja. The last Yuki ninja was the ninja who had been close to Yondaime Uzukage's first victim. When he turned his head back to the front, Naruto was pulling Shodaime Uzukage's folding knife from his friend's neck. Why you dash? Before the Yuki ninja could scream in surprise, his heart was immediately pierced by Shodaime Uzukage's right folding knife which Naruto threw without warning, really very fast. I have to finish all of this, thought Yondaime Uzukage with a calm face. As Naruto predicted, all the film crew members, even the Konoha ninjas were asleep in their nightmares. It turned out that Yuki's genjutsu was strengthened by a reddish powder scattered outside the ship. Naruto kept a little of the genjutsu strengthening powder and threw the rest into the ocean. Chusa repeatedly thanked Naruto for having to do their work. Naruto nodded in understanding. If he didn't have Sumikyo inside his body, he would have surely fallen asleep in that nightmare. Thanks to the working system of Sumikyo, which provides a reciprocal chakra relationship, where the Sumikyo can give him chakra while simultaneously disrupting the direction of his chakra to stop the genjutsu. Naruto leaned against the mast while watching his wife, who was acting with Mishi. Yondaime Uzukage smiled repeatedly, seeing his wife's stiff and non-expressive style, making the director repeatedly hold his head while saying, "Repeat," with his orange speaker. When Yondaime Uzukage wanted to sit on the wooden chair provided, Fujikaze Yuki, or can be called Kazanaha Koyuki, sat on one of the wooden chairs beside him with an anxious face. Naruto looked at the daughter of Kazanaha Sotetsu calmly and dignifiedly. "Is there something you want to talk to me, Koyuki-sama?" Naruto asked with a tone full of emphasis. Koyuki growled in annoyance. Whether Yondaime Uzukage politely wanted to respect him or a little mock him, but he didn't care. There were many turbulent thoughts in his head that kept pushing out to be expressed to someone. That person fell to the fourth Uzukage. "Stop calling me by that name, TSK. I want to ask you something, Yondaime Uzukage. Please." Koyuki paused for a moment, then continued with an uncertain voice, "When the village you led was destroyed and all the circumstances forced you to surrender, what did you do? Restore it to its original state." "Your answer is too simple, Yondaime Uzukage." Koyuki glared at Naruto. "You are now a feared Kage in the shinobi world. Even someone who has never seen your face and only heard your name will tremble in fear. That's just hyperbole, too exaggerated. Will you do as the answer you gave, Uzukage?" Naruto smiled thinly. He looked at Shion, who had repeated her act 21 times. Several times his wife's eyes were seen glancing at him quickly. "My answer is simple, Koyuki-sama, but the embodiment that I did for my answer was very complicated. I don't feel like explaining it to you." Koyuki lowered her head. This time she agreed with the spiky red-headed Uzukage. "Saying something is as easy as turning the palm of your hand, but doing what you say will never be as easy as turning the palm of your hand. Koyuki, what do you want to be when you grow up?" "I want to be a beautiful princess, father." "Ha ha ha, you are indeed beautiful. When you grow up, you will be a princess who leads the snow country with your wisdom and beauty." "Father? What is it?" "I also have other wishes besides being a princess." What is that?" "I want to be an artist too." Koyuki bit her lower lip. She remembered the careless words she said to her father. A sad memory. Koyuki didn't even want and couldn't forgive her words when she remembered it. "I'm a coward dash. But..." Koyuki raised her head and looked at Naruto, who chuckled softly for a moment. Her eyes immediately turned to the Yondaime Uzukage's focused gaze. It seemed the Uzukage was laughing at his wife, who was arguing with the director about expressiveness. "Yeah, but no matter how hard it is to turn the palm of your hand, no matter how hard it is to make your words come true, never give up." Naruto stood up straight, then walked towards his wife with both hands stuffed in his pants pockets. "If you give up before doing it, you are a loser." Koyuki's eyes widened. Naruto's tone was very calm, completely filled with an aura of authority. But on the other hand, Koyuki could hear the firmness in that calm tone. She lowered her head slowly. Koyuki raised her head quickly and called Naruto's name, who had already walked 10 steps away from her. The Uzukage paused for a moment, then turned completely to face Koyuki. "Asking for advice again?" "No." Koyuki glared at Naruto. "I heard you killed 5 Ukagekure ninjas who infiltrated this ship last night." Naruto nodded in confirmation. "Why did you kill them, Yondaime Uzukage?" "If I let them get caught and their sender knew that his men's task failed." Naruto tapped his right neck with his index and middle fingers. "The explosive fuin on their necks will activate and this ship will become a decoration at the bottom of the ocean. One more thing." Naruto tilted his head. He was quite pleased to see the change in Koyuki's expression, which looked more excited. "Not only you who woke up last night, but your wife and I were awake too." Naruto's eyes widened slightly hearing the new information from Koyuki. Especially regarding his wife, more precisely, your wife was the one who removed the genjutsu from my head. Naruto was a little surprised to hear Koyuki's words. Shion could release someone from a genjutsu? Koyuki continued, he said he would take care of me because I was his idol and his co-star in the last Princess Gale movie. Do you know what Shion said to me? Naruto listened to Koyuki's next words carefully. Try asking my husband something about your problem. He does sound annoying and arrogant, but he can revive his destroyed village with a simple goal that he said. Koyuki paused for a moment, giving a pause to feel the ocean breeze blowing quite strongly against her face. But what he did was not as simple as what he said. Naruto smiled. A very friendly smile. He just nodded his head and turned back to Shion. The fourth Uzukage would not say anything more to Koyuki. He knew a glimmer of hope was in the heart of the Snow Country princess. The Uzukage looked at his wife's face, who was still talking with the director about expressive and non-expressive. Yondaime Uzukage was happy to remember his wife glancing at him and Koyuki earlier. Was that a sign that the queen was jealous that her husband was sitting close to another woman? Don't be principal. Shion kicked Naruto's Pikuin before Naruto could tease her. Obviously the queen's tsundere was found out. Naruto immediately fell to the floor of the ship while thinking, how did his wife know that he wanted to tease about jealousy and love? Obito and Guy quickly helped the fourth Uzukage, who was still knocked out by the queen's jackpot kick that hit his Pikuin. Meanwhile, Koyuki, for some reason, finally smiled seeing the scene. Yondaime Uzukage had an undoubted leadership side. The way he saw things was unlike other ordinary people. Koyuki even felt that many thoughts that Yondaime Uzukage wanted to take into branches of desire. On the other hand, Yondaime Uzukage had a fun side. Even Koyuki was sure that the queen of the land of demons also felt the same way about the fourth Uzukage. The film crew finally arrived at Yuki no Kuni, a country on an island that is always covered in winter. It could be said that this country is the northernmost of the elemental shinobi world, or close to the North Pole of the Earth. The sailing ship docked at the edge of the Yuki no Kuni pier. Director Makino with super enthusiasm immediately got off and wanted to shoot a fight scene in the Yuki no Kuni pier area. He called out to the film crew to get everything ready. Makeup, cameras, spotlights, speakers, and some field effects crews. The assistant director opened the folding chair that Mr. Makino always sat on and invited the director with the flat cap and dark lenses to sit down. Come on, do this scene with full emotion, Koyuki. You are the best artist in Hai no Kuni. Koyuki sighed. He was now acting with Mishi, Kin, and Hidoro and was told to arrive at their destination country. The Yuki no Kuni pier area was about 900 square meters, with a view of two large snow hills to the southwest. There was a 90 square meter rectangular frozen sign near the front door of the pier, which read, "Welcome to Yuki no Kuni," in kanji. The director immediately asked the editor to remove the sign in the editing process later. Naruto walked around the circle of the filming area. Meanwhile, Guy, Obito, and Asuma had formed a triangular guard formation. Chuza stood beside the director, chewing on something, who knows what, in his mouth. Judging from the attack from Ukagekure, which is actually a ninja under Yuki no Kuni's territory, it was possible that a new attack would appear suddenly. Until the 7 scenes that were shot at the pier, there were no attacks or surprises from the enemy. The 7 scenes performed by the artists, including Shion, took 1.5 hours. Of course, the queen's inexpressiveness made the shooting time longer. The cast and crew of Princess Gale stayed at a dockside hotel called Hotel Yuki Azeroth. Tomorrow they would be shooting again in a different location. The cast and crew immediately took a break to recover their energy after a long voyage. For a dock of a country. This looks really deserted. Naruto, who was walking around the dock market with Chuza, looked around with a searching gaze. Even to help tie the ship to the dock post, there are only 2 people from the dock. Look at the market here. Naruto saw that only 3 shops were open. It really can't be called a market. Do you think a market should be busy, Uzukage-sama? Sorry if my question offended you. Naruto laughed softly. They stopped at one of the shops that wasn't closed, a typical Yuki no Kuni souvenir shop. The market is called a market because of its crowds. There are still many places of sale that are not called markets, Chuza-san. The market also has a characteristic identical to its economical style. Naruto chose a hexagonal imitation crystal necklace. The market is also synonymous with noise. Just try listening to someone's words in a room. Ahem, when he said, "Why is this room as noisy as a market?" what was in your mind? Is that noisy a place called a market? Chuza chose a white donut-shaped keychain. Naruto suggested that the Akimichi clan leader choose the same necklace as him, but Chuza refused and still wanted to buy the white donut keychain. You could say that. The conclusion after seeing this place is, Naruto and Chuza walked back to the hotel after paying for the souvenirs they wanted. The two stopped in front of the Yuki Azaroth Hotel, looking around the snow-covered Yuki no Kuni Pier area. There's some kind of power that makes this place quiet. Yondaime Uzukage muttered while turning his souvenir with a straight face. That night nothing strange happened. The crew slept soundly due to exhaustion. The Konoha ninja remained on guard both outside and inside the hotel along with the security crew. Meanwhile, Naruto sat on the edge of his bed while stroking his chin. Amazing, a husband is forbidden to sleep in the same bed as his wife. When will you understand that humans also need biological satisfaction and offspring, my wife? That's what Yondaime Uzukage had been thinking all this time. No, not only that. He remembered Koyuki's words about his wife during the night of the Ukagekure ninja's sneak attack. It wasn't just you who woke up last night, but your wife and I were also awake. More precisely, your wife was the one who removed the genjutsu from my head. She said that she would protect me because I was her idol artist, as well as her co-star in the last Princess Gale movie. Do you know what Shion said to me? Naruto immediately threw his body onto the bed with a thoughtful face. When his eyelids closed, he still imagined what his first night with Shion would be like in Uzushiogakure Park. The next morning. Yuki-san. Yuki-san ran away. She ran away from the hotel. Naruto's eyes opened wide. He immediately stood up from his bed and opened his room door quickly. As he opened the door, a crew member who was running in panic crashed into the door that had been opened and fell backwards. Naruto immediately helped him up and asked about the commotion this morning. What's wrong? Yuki-san ran away again. She probably left the hotel early in the morning. The crew also said that the Konoha ninjas had spread out to search for Fujuke's Yuki aka Kazanaha Koyuki. Naruto scoffed in annoyance. He immediately ran towards the hotel exit with a slightly expressionless face. Stupid woman. The Uzukage thought as he remembered Koyuki's face that was slightly filled with a glimmer of hope. Yet, when Yondaime Uzukage had stepped his right foot out of the hotel, Shion pulled the back of his shirt while handing him a thick brown jacket with thick white fur on the back for a head covering. The queen herself was already wearing a darker brown jacket and a dark blue scarf. Naruto smiled faintly and thanked his wife. So, with clothes like that. Naruto slammed his palms on the parka-style jacket, then draped his hands into the black gloves Shion gave him. You want to join in looking for your idol artist? Shion twirled a strand of blonde hair near her ear, really making Naruto want to attack the doll's cute face. Both of the queen's hands were seen wearing cute rainbow-colored gloves. Koyuki left while carrying a bag. I've put the dress I wore when watching The Adventure of Princess Gale into her bag. Naruto still didn't get it, or still didn't understand Shion's words. Last night, I saw her suspicious movements. She had also prepared clothes and canned food for supplies during her escape and put them in the bag, but at that time I still thought positively of her. Sorry to interrupt, Naruto scratched his red head initially. What do you mean by putting your dress into her bag, my queen? You're already a lemon, you're a baka too, huh, Naruto? Yeah, what does that mean? Shion stood on her tiptoes, then brought her face close to Naruto's, making Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. The queen, with a slightly erotic breath due to the cold, whispered 3 sentences that immediately triggered the Uzukage's brain to spin quickly. "Remember your Hikari Sunshin." Naruto's eyes sharpened. Right. He remembered the scene when his wife asked to quickly give him 2 free tickets to the adventure of Princess Gale. He immediately appeared near the ticket counter after taking the 2 tickets they had left in Lin's, their white horse, side pocket. Naruto gently stroked his wife's head and immediately disappeared with a beautiful sunshine without much ado. Koyuki ran up the snow forest hill that had a slope of about 30 degrees. The sound of her snowshoes' hooves sounded rhythmic as the soles of the shoes hit the snow-covered ground. Koyuki pressed her palms against a tree and bent her body. She panted and tried to normalize her irregular breathing. "Finally you're exhausted yourself." Koyuki's heart was beating fast. She was shocked. As a result, her body staggered backward, but the Uzukage held the back of Kazanaha Sotetsu's daughter with his right shoulder. "Why you?" Koyuki looked quickly beside Naruto. There was the queen of the demon country also on the right side of the Yondaime Uzukage with her non-expressive doll face. Koyuki's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "You guys." Koyuki immediately stood up straight and faced the 2 of them. Both of her feet took 2 steps back. "Why are you chasing me? What, do you care about me?" "Because you are my wife's idol artist dash. Is that all?" Koyuki shook her head, completely unable to accept Naruto's words. "Unethical. Unreasonable. We have no relationship whatsoever. I too, with this country, I and this country no longer have any relationship. So I have no rights and obligations to this country." Koyuki raised her head up, looking at the trees in the forest on the hill. There was no tree canopy there. There was not a single leaf there. There were only tree branches because the tree had dropped its leaves, as dead as Koyuki's desire to continue her childhood dream. "When I heard your words about how to repair the destroyed village, I thought that there was a glimmer of hope there." Koyuki hit her left hand on the tree trunk beside her until some snow fell from the tree branches and piled up on the ground. However. But I'm not like you. I'm weak. I have no power. I'm not the prodigy Uzumaki. I'm not the maestro of Fuinjutsu. I'm not the Uzukage." Koyuki bit her lip in annoyance. "I'm not Uzumaki Naruto. I'm just a loser who let his father die in a sea of fire and cruel betrayal. Look at this country. Even the long-for spring will never fall. You're just like us." Naruto glared at Koyuki. Shion nodded her head in agreement. Steam came out of her mouth as the queen breathed cutely. Koyuki herself was surprised by Naruto's statement. The Yondaime Uzukage said it seriously. Even if she looked into those calm blue eyes, the serious aura that radiated was truly extraordinary. "What's the same between the 3 of us?" Naruto said coldly while slightly lifting his chin. "Arrogance wrapped in a captivating authority. We are the leaders." Yondaime Uzukage said it truly calmly, making Koyuki's eyes widen. "Leader? Naruto and Shion nodded simultaneously. Yondaime Uzukage spoke again, maintaining his constant calm voice. "When everyone has trusted you as a human capable of leading other humans, you have been given 2 blessings simultaneously. First, the blessing of Kami-sama. You are the chosen one appointed to protect the people according to your goals and thoughts. Second, the blessing of your own people. You are the chosen one appointed to protect them. Your wishes are their wishes, with the condition that those wishes lead to the common good." A leader is symbolic, a leader is idealistic. But a leader is not Kami-sama. Koyuki's eyes widened. Was this a lecture from someone who had fallen and risen as a leader? These were the words that came out of the Uzukage, an Uzukage who had seen his village destroyed and then he heroically revived it alone. The leader of humans is humans themselves. Humans are not as perfect as God. Humans have weaknesses and mistakes. Naruto pointed to the center of his chest with his right hand, which was covered in thick black gloves. Humans have this. The Uzukage metaphorically pointed to his heart or feelings, and the heart can lead us to the good path and the right path. In other words, Koyuki-sama. Naruto glared at Koyuki. Shion took 2 steps closer to the daughter of Kazanaha Sotetsu and pulled the right hand of the princess of Yuki no Kuni, which was wearing a thick dark brown glove. "We leaders are not perfect," said the husband and wife with faces full of conviction. Koyuki lowered her head. Her eyes widened as her face was covered by strands of thick and long hair. "Father. Father." Koyuki sucked the mucus that was almost coming out of her nostrils. She did have a great acting when acting out crying scenes, but her tears couldn't come because the clear liquid had run out along with the loss of the ideals she wanted to achieve with her father. But at that moment, Kazanaha Koyuki shed tears from her eyes, letting liquid mucus fall from both of her nostrils. Her beautiful face looked pitiful. She was really crying at that time. Leaders aren't perfect. Her father had said that while adjusting his round glasses and smiling kindly. The memory made Koyuki's chest tighten. Her breathing was irregular and her body suddenly felt shivers. "Koyuki?" Shion, who wanted to pull Koyuki to walk with her, was surprised when the body of the Princess Yuki no Kuni began to sway to the right. Naruto knew what was happening to the body of the beautiful artist and noble. Severe stress and exhaustion and a state almost approaching hypothermia. "Breathe calmly, Koyuki." Naruto held Koyuki's body back, now with his right hand in his embrace. "Koyuki. Calm yourself. Koyuki. Koyuki. Koyuki, what do you want to be when you grow up?" "I want to be a beautiful princess, father." "Ha ha ha, you are indeed beautiful. When you grow up, you will be a princess who will lead the snow country with your wisdom and beauty." "Dad?" What's wrong?" "I also have another wish besides being a princess." What is it?" "I also want to be an artist." "Why are you putting on a slightly jealous face like that, my queen?" "Heh, don't be so confident, Uzukage Lemon." Hi, look at your doll face Shion-sama, a few annoyed wrinkles are appearing." "Say it one more time and I'll make your little sister cry because her Nichan can't reproduce anymore." "What kind of threat is that?" Gulp, but it's also scary to hear it. Koyuki opened her eyes slowly. As usual, for someone who has just woken up from unconsciousness, the first sight she saw was a blurry or unclear view due to the eyes starting to adjust to the environment. When those eyes blinked once, Koyuki saw the Uzukage's broad back in front of her face. Koyuki's eyes widened, that meant. "Besides, Koyuki also feels heavier than you, Shion-sama," the Uzukage muttered as he casually said sensitive things in front of a woman. Koyuki's eyes widened even more when she felt Naruto's hands holding her back thighs. Seriously, she was being carried on someone else's back by someone else's husband, I mean a prodigy Uzumaki? Koyuki groaned softly, making Shion and Naruto glance at her. "You're awake, Koyuki dash. Naruto, your business about your weight or whatever will be resolved when we get to the hotel." Shion-sama made a mini snowman that had a head, both hands, and both legs in a slightly spread-eagled stance. The queen suddenly kicked the mini snowman's crotch until the entire snowman's body was destroyed. Yuhu, why was Yondaime Uzukage the one feeling the pain? Naruto imagined if Shion did that to him. Goodbye my love for her first night of passion. "So Koyuki, are you feeling better?" Yondaime Uzukage's question was only answered with a facepalm from the princess of Yuki no Kuni. Naruto smiled faintly. "What do you think about this country?" Naruto suddenly asked directly about it. Koyuki's body stiffened slightly and she exhaled slowly. "I don't care. Saying great things is easy, but the realization? Can I do that realization?" "You can because you are Yondaime Uzukage-sama, the great prodigy of Yuzu, while I?" Naruto looked at the train tracks that appeared around the snowy land. The 25-year-old Uzukage looked at the direction the tracks came from, and the tracks came from the small hills on their southwest side. Yondaime Uzukage looked back at the direction the train tracks went. It seemed like the direction the tracks were going towards the pier location. About 100 more steps and they would arrive at the dark tunnel of the train. Naruto could see the top of the tunnel, which was made up of neat rows of dull blue tiles and covered in snow on the outside. I told you, didn't I? Yondaime Uzukage walked into the train tunnel with his wife. You are a leader, just like the two of us. Koyuki held her breath. She lowered her head slightly while remembering Naruto's words well. Why did the husband and wife care so much about her? Did Shion-sama care only because she was the queen's idol artist? Did Naruto care about her only because she was his wife's idol artist? Or had both of them felt what Koyuki felt as a leader, and both of them wanted her to get out of that feeling? Koyuki. Naruto's calm voice made Koyuki slightly jolted from her reverie. Her eyes looked at the broad back of Yondaime Uzukage. It looked muscular. Koyuki focused her, listening, waiting for the words of the fourth Uzukage. Did your father ever say that this country could experience spring? Koyuki shook her head slowly. That's just an empty hope. Even though father once said that, but the spring I was waiting for never came. If it was an empty hope, why did your father say that to you? Because I was still a child then. It's not like that either. Shion immediately responded to Koyuki's last words. Your father said that to you not only because you are a child, but because he believes you are the leader who will realize the spring. Shion was silent for a moment, making Koyuki think more and more about his country. You must believe in yourself if you want to change this winter into spring. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you convince this country? Koyuki increasingly thought about his father, Yuki no Kuni, and himself as the rightful heir to the ruler of Yuki no Kuni. He fled his homeland during the rebellion, he became a famous artist and forgot all those bad memories. Bringing him back to Yuki no Kuni opened old wounds for Koyuki, and those wounds made his chest feel tight. He was bitter. Afraid. Filled with anger. But meeting the Yondaime Uzukage and his wife made Koyuki's feelings and thoughts change. Naruto stepped on the train tracks with his right foot. A vibration was felt on the tracks. The Uzukage's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Something's not right. Druff, druff. Shion looked back. Some snow was falling from above the tunnel outside. Worse, the three of them were now in the middle of the tunnel. Their choices were even. Running forward and running backward had no advantages or disadvantages. So, is this a train? Koyuki added quickly. She looked to the left and right sides of the tunnel. This is the steam railway that the people of Yuki no Kuni use to transport coal mines. Koyuki swallowed her saliva. If we don't get out of this tunnel, then we will definitely be crushed by a train. I know, look at the right and left sides of the tunnel. There is absolutely no space. Naruto looked quickly behind him when the sound of a steam train could be clearly heard. That's right. A black metallic train with its head emitting a chimney had entered the tunnel. A single headlight in front of it illuminated the faces of Yondaime Uzukage, Koyuki, and Shion. Naruto looked at his wife. There was no way this woman could run as fast as a ninja. The only option was, hold on tightly to my shoulders, Koyuki-sama. Naruto immediately carried his wife bridal style in front of him using both his hands. Shion and Koyuki's eyes widened. Hey, are you crazy? Running away from that fast train and carrying both of us dash. I would be crazier if I let my wife or you get left behind. Naruto, who interrupted Koyuki's words, immediately ran fast. Koyuki-sama, wrap your legs around my waist. My hands can't hold your body because I have to carry Shion in front. Naruto looked back. Slowly the steam train was catching up to their position. Strengthen your grip. Why, you're crazy. Koyuki shouted in panic. Meanwhile Shion, the face of Yondaime Uzukage's wife, returned to being flat like a living doll. Taiyite. The sound of the train thundered in the tunnel. Some of the snow on the tracks was pushed aside due to the train wheels rubbing against the tracks, making the steam train speed forward. Naruto had run as fast as he could, with a face full of strength and sweat pouring down. Some drops of sweat even fell on Shion's beautiful face. Rara 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 rara. Taiyite. Naruto. The train is getting closer. Just hold on tight. Shion remained calm. Even Koyuki felt that Yondaime Uzukage's wife had no feelings. While her husband worked hard to bring them both to escape from death, Shion instead put on an expressionless face, as if indifferent to the current events. Naruto, you're stupid. Dong. Koyuki's sweat dropped, even the queen said her husband, stupid. Rarararayawa. Just a little more. Naruto looked back. The train was almost a few inches from Koyuki's back. The sound of the siren was even louder until it was deafening. Koyuki screamed in fear when the gust of wind from the train reached her back, indicating that the steam train was about to hit them. Are you sure we'll escape? Ha, are you sure, Koyuki? Koyuki's eyes widened. Her adrenaline was pumping and she shook her head vigorously. If you are not sure, we will die. Ha. Naruto paused for a moment, taking air for his lungs. If you are sure, we will survive. Aye. It. I am sure. I continue your belief and prove that. Naruto ran super fast. The end of the tunnel in front was already a few dozen steps away. Yondaime Uzukage smiled with a face covered in sweat. You can bring spring to this country with your belief and actions. Amazing. The distance Yondaime Uzukage ran with the steam train slowly getting further away. Shion glanced flatly ahead. The front of the tunnel was getting closer. The light from outside the tunnel even dazzled her eyes and made Shion squint her doll eyes. Taiyite. Gotcha. Yondaime Uzukage jumped out of the tunnel and turned his body to the left. The three of them fell rolling on the left side of the train tracks and lay on their backs on the snowy ground. Koyuki looked up at the sky in shock. Her heart was still beating fast, but what shocked her was the greatness of Yondaime Uzukage, who was able to run carrying himself and his wife out of the train tunnel. Koyuki slowly sat up and watched the steam train stop near them. Meanwhile, Shion immediately stood up and sat sweetly beside her husband, who was still lying on the snowy ground with his breath panting. The queen tilted her head slightly. Why not use Hikari Sunshin and disappear quickly from the tunnel? Naruto closed his right eye due to exhaustion. A charming smile was etched on Yondaime Uzukage's sweaty face. I didn't put any Fuin Hikari Sunshin in the Yuki no Kuni area, except on your dress in Koyuki's bag. Besides, my Fuin is very far from here, namely in Yuzu itself. Why not throw your pocket knife outside the tunnel and use Hikari Sunshin there? Naruto sat up slowly. Shion swiftly helped her husband sit up. The Uzukage maintained his smile as his breath was still labored with exhaustion. His blue eyes looked at Koyuki, who had already seen a change. There was a slight light of confidence in the lines of the beautiful artist's face. You already know the reason, right, Shion-sama? Shion looked flatly at Koyuki, then smiled faintly at her husband. You don't usually do something so troublesome, Uzukage-sama. But your hard work to prove something to Kazanaha Koyuki seems to be successful. Naruto chuckled softly. At that moment, Kazanaha Dotu exited the second steam train carriage. The train had 5 carriages and Dotu with an evil grin looked at Koyuki from the second carriage while narrowing his eyes. Princess Sotetsu, Koyuki-hime. Koyuki looked in shock at the leader of the rebellion against her father's rule, her own uncle and her father's younger brother. Uncle Dotu. Naruto glanced quickly at the train. Quickly, Nadar Ruga, who was standing beside Dotu, threw 3 kunai towards Yondaime Uzukage and his wife. Ruga's eyes widened. He would kill the strongest Uzukage in Yuzu's history along with the queen of the demon country. Traang. The 3 kunai were stuck in the ground around Naruto and Shion. Obito apologized for being late and stood in front of Naruto Shion with his kunai pointed forward. Both of his eyes had become Sharingan. "Where are the others?" asked Naruto in a calm voice. "Attacking with ninja tactics," Obito joked. Naruto smiled faintly. He would leave Doto and his men to Obito and his friends. Yondaime Uzukage stared blankly ahead, feeling the cold of winter make the heat in his body from running disappear a little. "Thank you for the help with your running speed, hey aide," said Naruto in his mindscape to the cheetah, Sumikyo number 7. Yondaime Uzukage was indeed something. "Hurry up, director, the ninjas are about to fight." Mr. Makino, who was urinating in the middle of the snowy forest, groaned in annoyance. Why did he suddenly need to urinate during phenomenal moments like this? The director quickly zipped up his pants and ran towards the group of film crews waiting for him. Unbeknownst to him, several people from Suna were watching the director. This could be a first step, Hoichi Taicho," said a Suna ninja wearing a demon mask on his face. Hoichi, the bald-headed Suna shinobi with a horizontal scar from his left cheek to his nose, only smiled faintly. He covered his face with a greenish-gray demon mask. Treng, he played his lute calmly. "As he said, this is the first step to getting the kyubi," Hoichi said in a cold tone. Treng. "Ow. Konoha ninja, huh?" Doto laughed softly. He looked at the 3 kunai stuck in the ground around Naruto and his wife. Doto's eyes turned to Uchiha Obito with his Sharingan glowing. The red-sliced eyes with 3 tomo stared at Doto fearlessly. Doto let out a low squeak. "You chose the wrong path, kid." "Who are you saying is wrong, Doto?" Doto looked back. From behind the hill appeared Sandeu with Koyuki's father's loyal troops. They were all dressed in crimson armor and had their swords held high, signaling their readiness for battle. Sandeu advanced at the forefront, leading the loyal troops of Kazanaha Sotetsu, the true guardians of the daimyo Yuki no Kuni. Koyuki's eyes widened. What did Sandeu intend to do? "I, Asama Sandeu, swear as the commander of the 54 guards of Yuki no Kuni castle that I will kill those who betray Sotetsu-sama." Sandeu looked at Koyuki with a sad look. "This is the true reason I am asking you, Koyuki-sama, the reason why I want to film the final film of Princess Gale here, in your country." Sandeu's face hardened. He pointed his sword at Doto. "I swear with those loyal to Sotetsu-sama that Koyuki-sama is the rightful heir to the throne of Yuki no Kuni, succeeding his father, not a dead lackey like you, Doto." "A lackey?" Doto grinned faintly. Being called a coward by a Sotetsu dog made his blood boil hot. "Ruga, do it," Doto muttered in a slightly annoyed tone. Ruga raised his right hand, while the Ukagekure ninjas who were 3 carriages behind the second carriage, where Ruga and Doto were, immediately pressed a button inside the carriage. The right side wall of the carriage facing Sandeu and his troops opened, revealing 300 suspicious holes. Sandeu's eyes widened. "Don't be afraid. Just finish him." Sandeu ran first, "Forgive." The 54 Yuki no Kuni castle guards and other loyal men immediately ran towards the carriage raising their swords. Doto couldn't help but chuckle. "Fools. You're courting your death," Doto said with a cruel smile. The Ukagekure ninja who were 3 carriages behind the second carriage pulled a lever near the button up. A soft, click sound was the alarm that an all-out attack was about to occur. "Sandeu. Don't do that," Koyuki shouted with a frightened face. Naruto remained calm looking forward while Shion slightly lowered his head. Obito let out a soft squeak. Zwoosh. 300 kunai that came out of 300 holes shot quickly toward Sandeu and the others. Ruga glanced quickly at Naruto, Shion, and Obito. After he killed these annoying flies, then he would attack the 4th Uzukage. Defeating the strongest Uzukage in Yuzu's history was one of Ruga's wishes. Cho Baika no Jutsu. Chuza suddenly jumped in front of Sandeu and the 54 guards of Yuki no Kuni Castle, enlarging his body and then releasing blue chakra wings from his back. The chakra wings swept away the kunai that shot towards the center and bounced them in various directions. Asuma. Chuza said with a quick movement of turning to the right. There were still many kunai that escaped the reach of his chakra wings and shot to the right side to attack the 54 guards on that side. Futon, Asuma appeared from behind the hill, doing a double somersault forward and slamming both of his palms on the ground, Daitapa. Whoosh! The remaining kunai were blown away in various directions by the force of the wind from Asuma's Futon Jutsu. Obito smiled mockingly, while Dotu and Ruga snickered softly. Don't forget about me. Guy jumped onto the front train car and threw an explosive kunai at Dotu, who was standing in the second car. Ruga got out of the car and took a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He deflected the kunai to the left using his kunai and immediately exchanged blows with Guy. Now's the time, Chuza shot his staff, which also grew larger, at the third carriage, Sarayang. Dar. The carriage was immediately crushed. The Yuki ninja who was in the third carriage was immediately killed. Dotu again grunted and ordered all the Yuki ninja in the train carriage to immediately get out. Finish those bastards. Dotu hit the wall of the second carriage quickly. Hey train driver, get me out of here. The steam train driver immediately pressed the brake lever that held back the speed of the transportation object, then the sound, T-A-T, was heard again and the train started moving again. Dotu released the connecting hook between the second carriage and the third carriage. As a result, the third, fourth and fifth carriages were left behind when the two carriages in front of them started moving again. Taithit. Guy and Ruga attacked and hit each other on top of the first carriage, which started moving faster. Guy held his balance as the train's speed increased, causing a slight vibration on the train's body. The setting of their battle was the rapidly flashing surroundings caused by the speed of the steam train. Ruga smiled faintly. He threw a kunai in his right hand at Guy's head, which the taijutsu expert immediately avoided by tilting his body slightly to the right. This is fun. Ruga pulled out two machetes, a machete-shaped weapon with a handle wrapped in red cloth. Guy was not to be outdone. From behind his ninja tool pouch, he pulled out nunchaku, which were two iron or double sticks, each 50 centimeters long and connected by a chain. Ho-wo-wo, I will show you the savagery of the handsome blue creature from Konoha. Guy spun his nunchaku to the sides of his body and immediately held the two irons with both hands. Prepare yourself to be hit by Mato Guy's fierce attack. I'm scared. Ruga Nadar taunted sarcastically. He immediately rushed towards Guy and jumped up when he was 3 steps in front of the thick-browed Konoha ninja. The train now turned towards the curved rail, accompanied by an explosion behind as a background of the fight due to Guy's kunai that was stuck and deflected by Ruga earlier. Trang. Ruga's right machete was held by Guy's nunchaku chain. The man in the tight green shirt plus the typical Konoha vest immediately wrapped Ruga's right machete with his nunchaku, then kicked Ruga's stomach using his right leg. Ruga was dragged back with his right machete that was left in Guy's hand. Quickly Ruga threw his left machete at Guy's head, but Guy deflected it by twirling his nunchaku along with Ruga's right machete. Ruga's left machete fell down and bounced back as the steam train accelerated. You can do that too. Ruga ran towards Guy and pulled out 2 more machetes from both sides of his thighs. Now the 2 machetes had handles wrapped in blue cloth. Meanwhile, in front of the railway tunnel, a battle was taking place between Ukagekure ninjas and the 54 Yuki no Kuni castle guards led by Sandeu. The role of Chuza, Obito, and Asuma made it clear that victory was on the side of the 54 Yuki no Kuni castle guards. Chuza threw 2 Yuki ninjas using his large right hand so that the 2 ninjas hit the wall of the 4th carriage and stuck there. Crash! 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 Asuma with 2 chakra knives in both hands continued to slash the chests, stomachs and necks of the Uzukage ninjas mercilessly. He spun his body and slashed 2 Yuki ninjas' chests quickly. Blood spurted in the air. Asuma looked at Obito, who kicked the head of a Yuki ninja until it rolled on the snowy ground. Asuma's eyes looked at his father's student, and the strongest Uzukage in history, Uzumaki Naruto. Asuma glanced quickly behind him and kicked a Uzukage ninja who was about to stab him in the back with a kunai. The ninja was sent flying, hitting his friend's back, and both of them were immediately cut down by Sandai using his sword. Oyaji, why do you want to train Uzumaki Naruto? Asuma remembered his question to the Sandaime Hokage when rumors spread that the 3rd Hokage of Konoha would teach the future 4th Uzukage. Asuma didn't take it seriously, but for Hiruzen, his father, teaching a young child was something he didn't need to do as Hokage. The reason is that Uzumaki Naruto's father is his father's friend? I don't think so. Trang. Asuma blocked the kunai that was aimed vertically towards his skull. The Yuki ninja who attacked him smiled mockingly. He launched a punch with his free left hand at Asuma's stomach, making the 3rd Hokage's son groan in pain. Because Uzumaki Naruto is something. Something? Asuma raised his chakra sword strongly so that the pressure of the Yuki ninja's kunai was reduced. Asuma did a roundhouse kick towards the Yuki ninja's right cheek and then launched a right kick upwards, towards the Yuki ninja's chin, sending him flying. The Yuki ninja lay on the snowy ground with pupilless eyes and a wide-open mouth. Asuma was slightly out of breath. 2 kunai shot towards him without warning. Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Trang. The 2 kunai were stuck around Asuma. He looked at the figure standing before him with a calm, emotionless face. Uzukage-sama. You fight while daydreaming, Asuma. Naruto glanced at Asuma and smiled mischievously. What are you thinking about, HM? My wife's beauty? Naruto's head was thrown by Shion from behind using a snowball. Sorry, Uzukage-sama. Asuma stood up straight then exhaled slowly. I just remembered the conversation with Sandaime Hokage. Your father and Naruto looked at the 2 ninjas who had thrown the 2 kunai. The Uzukage quickly pulled out the kunai on the left side of Asuma's leg, then moved quickly to Asuma's right. He immediately pulled out the kunai that was near the right leg of the new Jounin with the Sarutobi clan surname. Some snow scattered slowly when Naruto pulled out the 2 kunai that were stuck in the ground. How fast? Asuma thought in surprise. Meanwhile, Obito, who was a little free because he had successfully defeated several nearby Yuki ninjas, immediately looked at the Yondaime Uzukage and Asuma. My teacher. I have always respected him as the best teacher, Asuma. Naruto threw the 2 kunai towards the 2 Yuki ninjas. Both of them easily deflected Naruto's kunai throws. Remember to put an explosive tag on the kunai you will use for the throwing attack. If your kunai is deflected by the opponent, Naruto exhaled slowly, making steam come out of his mouth, you can still detonate it, said Yondaime Uzukage with his eyes wide with scary intimidation. Dwar. It seems like Yondaime Uzukage taught the 2 Yuki ninjas something, but unfortunately they can't apply it in the real world anymore. If I mention one of those things, Asuma. Asuma remembered his father's words about Uzumaki Naruto. The future 4th Uzukage likes to fight in a simple, but of course, deadly style. Asuma understood why his father was enthusiastic about teaching Naruto when his father had already served as Hokage. Some of the remaining Uzukage ninja were tied in a circle and sat near the train carriage. Some of the dead Yuki ninja were laid politely on the ground and their bodies were covered with white cloth. Koyuki watched all the fights with wide eyes. When she saw the explosions, the sound of the clinking kunai and the flames, she remembered her father. But at the same time it reminded her of Naruto. Yondaime Uzukage's words that pierced her heart about the leader. I'm too late. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Mr. Makino along with the Princess Gale film crew who were riding 2 snow tractors immediately got off and ran towards the battle area. Mr. Makino banged the orange speaker in his left hand with an annoyed face. Asuma, Obito, Chuza, Sandeu and the 54 Yuki no Kuni castle guards laughed out loud. Yondaime Uzukage and Shion only smiled faintly. That's better. Instead of you coming here, director. Chuza looked at the Yuki ninjas who were squealing softly in their bonds. You might be the one killed by the ninja from Ukagekure. I don't care. The spirit of making films, keep the spirit of making films, said Mr. Makino in a loud voice. Everyone laughed again. Obito also agreed with the director with the flat cap. You didn't even record my great action, director, said Obito in an arrogant voice. Hi-ish, the gust of winter wind only responded to Obito's words. Oh yeah, Naruto looked towards the train tracks, towards the Dota steam train going. Did that thick eyebrow guy manage to stop the train? Yondaime Uzukage's question made everyone flinch and remember their friend, the taijutsu expert Mato guy. Trang. Watch haha. Guy shot one of his nunchaku irons at Ruga's head, which the Yuki ninja's machetes immediately held horizontally. The sound of metal clanking rang out again. Ruga's moss-green eyes narrowed, he twisted his body and then launched his right machete at Guy's ribs. Guy blocked the machete-like weapon by spinning his nunchaku like a helicopter rotor in front of his ribs. Ruga quickly launched his left machete at Guy's right neck. Guy lowered his head and rolled forward, getting behind Ruga's right side and kicking towards the Yuki ninja's right waist. Ruga managed to dodge to the left, turned his body and launched his right machete at Guy's neck. Trang. Guy blocked the machete attack using the chain between his 2 nunchaku. You're truly a taijutsu expert. Ruga praised with a wry smile. Sweat streamed down his face even though the strong wind was hitting them due to the speed of the train. Gruduk, the sound of the train passing over the train tracks continued to make the steam train shake. What about ninjutsu huh? Ruga immediately attacked Guy blindly with his 2 machetes alternately swiping at Guy's chest. Guy blocked the blind attack using his nunchaku and continued to retreat backwards. Guy's back hit the train's chimney pillar. The thick-browed man's eyes glanced back slightly. Tight. The sound of the train roared loudly and the train chimney immediately emitted thick smoke. Guy quickly took an iron from his ninja tool pouch and threw it at the back of Ruga's right foot. Ruga's eyes widened. Gah! You! Guy immediately lowered his head and grabbed the iron using his right hand. His left hand held the nunchaku. Ruga took 2 steps back and shook his head slowly to hold back the throbbing pain in his right foot. His eyes sharpened and he threw the blue cloth-handled machetes at Guy's head. Who was still half-bowed. Guy lifted his body and quickly retreated backward. The back of his head and back were completely stuck to the wall of the steam train chimney. Taithit. The train made another loud noise. The rumbling sound of the train wheels hitting the snow-covered railroad tracks shook the train slightly. Konoha. Ruga threw the machetes in his left hand towards Guy's head. The Konoha ninja surnamed Mato tilted his head and Ruga's machetes only stuck into the wall of the steam train chimney. Guy's eyes widened. Ruga's machetes were really sharp, they were able to penetrate the iron wall of the train chimney. I still have them. Ruga pulled his last 2 machetes from his back. Guy looked quickly ahead. The machetes Ruga held had handles wrapped in yellow cloth. Without further ado, Ruga charged forward to attack Guy with a slight jumping motion. Sayush. Ruga's right machetes only slashed the wind as they launched a vertical attack towards Guy's skull. Guy avoided it by tilting his body to the right. Ruga immediately shot his left machete horizontally at Guy's neck. The sound of metal clanging was heard in both of their ears when Ruga's left machete met the iron held by Guy's right hand. Ruga's free right machete moved towards Guy's stomach, but before the tip of the machete reached the stomach of the new Konoha Jounin, Guy's left leg kicked up Ruga's right wrist so that the machete held by Yuki's elite ninja's right hand was thrown upwards with a spinning motion. Kyoso. I really can't hit him. Indeed, fighting without ninjutsu is detrimental to me because this person is very strong with his taijutsu. Ruga lowered his left-hand machete until it made a rattling sound because the sharp part of the machete rubbed against Guy's iron. Quickly Ruga kicked Guy's stomach and made the Konoha ninja take a step back, making Guy's back hit the chimney again. Taithit. The train made a loud noise again. How long have you been taking? A long time to beat that Konoha person, Ruga. Dota shouted from inside the second carriage of the steam train. Dota had been watching the fight between Ruga and Guy. I haven't shown my true ability yet, Ruga grinned. He pulled his left machete, about to shoot it at Guy's exposed chest. Guy, with his great reflexes regarding hand-to-hand fighting techniques, immediately turned the nunchaku in his left hand and shot the weapon at Ruga's thigh. Trang! Ruga's left machete was again held by the iron held by Guy's right hand. Not yet. Ruga immediately grabbed his right hand's machete, which spun down when it was parallel to his chest. He immediately shot the machete at Guy's left neck. Duk! Guy's nunchaku hit Ruga's thigh right away, making the Yuki ninja a little in pain. Guy took the opportunity to dodge. Ruga's machete slash only hit empty air when Guy lowered his head. A clanging sound when the metal held by Guy's right hand knocked Ruga's left machete off and onto the side of the train. You're really testing me, Ruga said while jumping backwards. His thigh still throbbed. Because I am the blue monster from Konohagakure. Guy immediately opened the first gate, Kaimon, of his Hashiman. Ruga wasted no time. He immediately threw up the machete in his right hand and performed a hand seal. Hayutan, Rayon no Jutsu. Swash! Two lions made of snow jumped from below towards the top of the first train car and immediately attacked Guy. Guy, who had opened the first gate, immediately met the attack of the two snow lions. Ruga smiled faintly. That was a diversionary attack. Now you have to get out of here. Ruga caught the Masahides he had thrown earlier with his right hand and performed the hand seals again. Hayutan, Hibi no Jutsu. Guy's eyes widened as he jumped upwards to avoid the slashes from the snow lion's hands. A snake made of snow appeared on the left side of the train and struck him in the stomach. Guy was thrown from the top of the first car of the train and dragged far back into the snowy forest. The attack of the two snow lions was just a distraction. Guy closed his right eye in pain and held his throbbing stomach with his right hand. The train left Guy with Ruga, who smiled mockingly because he won the fight. TCH. Guy immediately lay on the snowy ground and exhaled slowly. He slightly regretted being late in opening Hashiman until the fourth gate. Do it quickly. Fubuki, Mizore. Ruga ordered using the walkie-talkie. At the location in front of the tunnel, where Naruto and the others won the fight. Dwarf. Suddenly from above fell 20 paper bombs made in the shape of balls and made huge explosions on the ground. Naruto looked up quickly. Air attack. There was a large airplane shaped like a hot air balloon flying above their heads. It looks like a hot air balloon, Obito said while narrowing his eyes. The others agreed. The director immediately ordered the cameraman to record the large airplane shaped like a hot air balloon. Whoosh! Suddenly from the bottom of the airplane appeared a long iron rope with a large hook on the front end. Naruto's eyes widened. The iron rope must be attacking one person, in other words the iron rope will catch someone. Grap! Koyuki-sama Aya, shouted Sandeu in surprise. Obito without thinking threw a roped kunai to the bottom of the airplane. The bottom of the airplane closed when Koyuki actually entered the airplane. Fubuki and Mizore, who were controlling the airplane, smiled slyly looking at the film crew, Konoha ninjas, and Yondaime Uzukage and his wife from inside the airplane. Mizore, who was controlling the airplane, immediately moved the airplane higher, leaving Naruto and the others below. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the two elite Yuki ninjas, Uchiha Obito was already hanging under the airplane with his wired kunai. Reporting, "Kazanaha Koyuki has been captured," said Mizore to Ruga through his walkie-talkie. Obito felt like he had done something stupid and reckless. Leaving his team to chase Koyuki Heim without orders from the team leader, namely Chuza, then hanging under the enemy airplane without any clarity. But on the other hand, Uchiha Obito felt that what he did was right. He had promised himself to prove to everyone that the Uchiha were a clan loyal to Konoha. The issue of the murder of the 5 Kage and the assassin's name, written Uchiha Madara, using the victim's blood, had tarnished the Uchiha clan. But Obito didn't give up, as Itachi had told him. "We just need to prove it." Obito's eyes sharpened. The first proof he had to do, and Koyuki who was in trouble he had to help, no matter what. The large hot air balloon-shaped airplane lowered its altitude when it was far away from the location in front of the steam train tunnel. The airplane landed slowly onto a large oval-shaped snowfield measuring 3 square kilometers. Dotu and Ruga were already waiting there. On the right side of the field were train tracks that continued north. 2 steam train cars were also there. If we look closer at the first car, the steam train driver was seen sitting leaning back in the chair with his head drooping. A few drops of blood came from the back of his head where a kunai had been stabbed. Dotu had killed the driver without mercy. "Good job," Dotu said as he entered the airplane made by Yuki no Kuni technology. He looked at Koyuki who was lying face down on the floor with a cold face. Dotu smiled faintly. Although his brother's daughter's face reminded him of his brother, Koyuki had truly grown into a beautiful woman. "Untie me. I won't run away and act recklessly," Koyuki said in a serious tone. Dotu raised his right eyebrow. "A rational action, Koyuki Heim," Dotu said while signaling Mizore to untie Koyuki's body. The stocky elite Yuki ninja quickly cut the ropes that bound Koyuki's body and hands using his kunai. Koyuki stood up straight and squirmed in annoyance. He looked at his uncle sharply. "You don't have to do anything excessive, Uncle Dotu. I only want your necklace, Koyuki." Sorry. Please sit down." Dotu walked towards 2 long benches separated by a cream metallic table. The benches were carpeted red and on the table were 2 orchids placed in an inverted trapezoidal flower vase. There was a Uzukage symbol on the right side of the flower vase. Koyuki sat on the long red bench arrogantly. She crossed her legs and then put her right hand on the edge of the bench. Dotu sat and supported his chin with his right hand while looking at his niece's very charming face. "Koyuki, you are indeed suited to be an artist. Your Princess Gale movie is truly very famous even in this springless country. Get to the point, Uncle Dotu." Koyuki took off the necklace around her neck and gave it to Dotu. "This is what you wanted, right?" Dotu's eyes widened. Even though he had wanted to make small talk with his nephew first, he accepted the hexagonal crystal necklace with a happy smile. A very happy evil face. Koyuki looked towards the plain window. Gray-white clouds accompanied the irises of his sad eyes. "Are you sure we'll escape?" Ha, are you sure, Koyuki? If you're not sure, we'll die." Ha. If you're sure, we'll survive." I am sure. I'll continue your belief and prove that. You can bring spring to this country with your belief and actions. TCH, why did he remember Uzumaki Naruto's words again? On the one hand, Koyuki strongly rejected and criticized his memory, but on the other hand, there was a push in his heart that he could change Yuki no Kuni into a better country. What is this? Koyuki looked back at his uncle with a confused face. When he wanted to ask, Dotu asked first with a raised tone of voice. "What is this? What's wrong? What's wrong, you asshole?" Dotu stood up and pulled Koyuki's collar. He brought his face closer to the beautiful face of the famous artist of the Land of Fire, Fujisake's Yuki aka Kazanaha Koyuki. "You want to cheat me?" You want to cheat me with this fake crystal. Dota showed the hexagonal crystal necklace with his left hand on the right side of Koyuki's face. Where's the real one? Now Dota's voice sounded intimidating. I don't know dash. You should know, my beloved niece, you should know. Alright, I don't know. TCH. Dota pushed Koyuki's body so that she was thrown back and her back hit the back of the chair hard. Dota held the fake crystal tightly in his left hand until it broke. The shards of the fake crystal fell on the table and a small part fell to the floor. Koyuki's eyes widened in fear. What should I do to a little cheater like you? Dota licked his lips with a mischievous grin. Do I have to feel your body to cure my disappointment? Hey. Koyuki's eyes trembled in fear. Her uncle threw the necklace backwards until it fell in front of Fubuki's feet. The three elite Yuki ninjas chuckled. Seeing the scene between uncle and niece on the chair would be an interesting spectacle for the three of them. You have to pay, Koyuki-heim. Dota said with a face mixed with annoyance and pleasure. Koyuki shook her head in fear. A flash of her father's face and the flames when she was rushed by Hatake Kakashi from Yuki no Kuni came back to haunt her mind. And no, I. You old man. Obito suddenly kicked open the back door of the living room and threw 5 shuriken at Dota. Dota quickly grabbed a flower vase on a beige metallic table and threw it at the 5 shuriken Obito threw to protect himself. 4 shurikens flew in different directions and the flower vase Dota threw shattered. 1 shuriken was casually caught by Dota's index finger, which went into the hole of the shuriken. Obito's eyes sharpened. One of the 5 shurikens he threw spun slowly on Dota's right index finger. Why are there fleas on our plane, Mizore? Dota asked while looking at Koyuki with a cynical look. Mizore shook her head in confusion. I don't know, Dota-sama. Heh. Dota glanced at Obito with a sly grin on his face. He was intrigued by Obito's eyes that had transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha. Haha. I heard that the remaining Uchiha in Konoha are now suspected by their own village because of the incident of the death of the 5 Kage, and the blood of the Kage who were victims was used as ink to write the name of the killer. Dota tilted his head slightly. You look like a useless Uchiha for your village. Even when Uchiha is no longer considered a citizen of Konoha and you want to prove that you can be useful for Konoha so that your clan's name will be good, Dota threw a shuriken on his right index finger at Obito's head. You still look useless. Shut your mouth. Obito dodged the shuriken easily. What do you know about Uchiha and Konoha? Whoosh. Mizore shot a round object with 4 iron tentacles that hit Obito's stomach so that the tentacles clamped the stomach of the Uchiha from Konoha. Obito, who wanted to release a fire jutsu, immediately felt his strength decrease. His chakra felt blocked in his body and could not be circulated throughout his body. Kyuso. Obito's Sharingan eyes disappeared. The Uchiha fell to his knees on the floor of the plane with a gasp. So the shuriken throw was just a distraction, huh? Obito stood up slowly with the help of his 2 hands that he used as support to the floor. His 2 legs trembled slightly, supporting his body weight that felt heavy because his strength was starting to disappear. What is this? Obito looked at his stomach that had been attached to the strange object. Obito's eyes widened. His heart was hit by Ruga's quick blow and he immediately fell face down on the floor while coughing in pain. That is a tool developed by Yuki no Kuni to seal someone's chakra. After you are hit by that object, Dota stopped for a moment looking at Obito, who still wanted to get up, but his head was immediately kicked by Ruga without mercy. You can't release your jutsu. I can still kill you with my taijutsu. Bang! Obito was thrown back when Ruga kicked his face again fiercely. Obito's body hit the wall of the airship room with blood pouring from his right nostril. Obito looked at Koyuki with a sharp look. Koyuki-heim, never give up. You must have understood when Yandere Uzukage-sama once gave you advice. Obito tried to stand up even though the pain on his face was still there. I will prove to Konoha that the Uchiha is a clan loyal to Konoha, and you can prove to the people of Yuki no Kuni that you are the rightful successor of your father, you are the true leader of this country. Bang! Ruga hit Obito's solar plexus again so that the Uchiha fell to his knees on the floor with a little blood coming out of his mouth. Obito lay face down on the floor and was unconscious. Koyuki's eyes were shaking violently. She looked at the Uchiha with a look of shock and confusion. Why? Why do you all keep pushing me? Why do you care about me and this country? That's what rang in Koyuki's head. It continued to penetrate her heart and continued to shake her feelings. What a useless Uchiha. Dota smiled mockingly. We will head to Yuki no Kuni castle and take that Uchiha to the castle's dungeon. Dota glared at Koyuki. And take this princess too. I'm sure the Konoha ninjas and Sotetsu's loyal troops will rescue their princess, and I'm sure one of those Konoha ninjas carries the real hexagonal crystal. Dota chuckled softly. Yondaime Uzukage will probably come along and you can have fun with him, Ruga. Ruga smiled faintly. He cracked his 10 fingers, impatient to kill the Uzukage who was able to overthrow the power of the 5 great shinobi villages after Yuzu was destroyed. He really couldn't wait to defeat Yondaime Uzukage. The plane landed on the giant roof of Yuki no Kuni Castle in the center of the city. The castle of the land without spring was very large and most of its construction materials were ice crystals and frozen iron because it never felt the warmth of spring. The castle had 3 levels and 1 underground room that served as a prison. In that underground room, Dota imprisoned the captured remnants of Sotetsu's loyal troops. There Dota continued to give physical and psychological torture to Sotetsu's loyal troops so that they would work for him, even though the torture was slowly killing the people loyal to Koyuki's father. The first level of the castle is a large reception room with 80 crystal pillars wrapped in silver crystals surrounding the pillars. There are 30 beautiful chairs and 10 long benches for guests to sit. On the right side of the first level is the servants' room while on the left side of the first level is the kitchen, food warehouse and armory. There are about 300 guards there, about 100 people are Ukagekure ninja and the rest are the troops who betrayed Sotetsu and greedy people who flatter Dota. The second level is the meeting room of the ministers and Dota and their rooms. There is a giant pool where there is a great white shark that is fed the meat of Sotetsu's loyal troops who died in prison. In the middle of the room is a pool with a diameter of 40 square meters with a statue of Dota standing upright in the middle of the pool. There are many valuable decorations there, expensive swords and also oil paintings framed with gold-colored figures. On the right side of the pool there is a large round table surrounded by 17 crystal chairs, where Dota and 16 ministers of his faith are discussing. The guardians there are 50 Yuki ninjas who were directly chosen by Ruga Nadar as the leaders of the Yuki ninjas that Dota hired to guard him. The top level is Dota's own private room with his 3 elite guards. There is a large throne made of a mixture of ice crystals, diamonds, silver, monobdelum and frozen methane that is melted at a temperature of 200 degrees Celsius and then frozen at a temperature of -300 degrees Celsius into a chair full of horrible flashes. There are so many blue glowing pillars there. The roof of the third level is the landing place of Dota's monster plane which is directly connected to the room. In Sotetsu's former private room, there are 5 crystal mirrors that are always used as a place of conversation between Sotetsu and Koyuki in the past. Dota locked the chamber and never used it after he overthrew his brother's rule. Yuki no Kuni Castle has 4 large towers at the 4 corners of its main building. There were 10 Yuki ninjas watching from each tower and equipped with ballistas with large arrows that were fired with a fire furnace to increase their killing power if an intruder entered the castle. Behind the castle was a large field with 5 giant mirrors surrounding the snowy field. The mirrors were slightly curved at the top. In the middle of the field was a rectangular table about 1 meter high, where in the middle of the table made of iron there was a hexagonal hole. Dota estimated that in the hexagonal hole was the hexagonal crystal that Sotetsu gave to his son that would unlock the Yuki no Kuni treasure. That was why Dota was so eyeing the crystal. Koyuki hugged her knees and buried her beautiful face between them when she had been in the dungeon of Yuki no Kuni Castle for 30 minutes. Only half an hour in the dungeon made Koyuki afraid. The sound of screams of pain and howls of crying hit her eardrums, making the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. Dotu was really torturing the troops who were still loyal to her father. Why don't you just stop being loyal to my father? Koyuki raised his head and covered his ears with a very frightened face. Father is dead. Father is dead. Why are you still loyal to someone who is dead? Baka. Koyuki looked at the cell in front of his cell. Obito was chained with his hands hanging from the chains to the ceiling of the prison cell. He looked completely helpless. But the Uchiha was still able to smile at Koyuki even though sweat was flowing down the sides of the spiky-haired Uchiha's face. Obito shook his head. They are still loyal to your father because they know you are still alive, Koyuki-hime. Obito shook his head faster, as if he wanted to get something out of his goggles. They believe that Sotetsu-sama's son will return to his country to avenge Sotetsu-sama and become the rightful ruler of Yuki no Kuni. Why don't you still understand? Koyuki slowly put his hands on the prison floor and looked at Obito with a worried look. The Uchiha shook his head hard enough that something came out through the gap between the glass of the goggles and the frame of the goggles. I will prove that actions accompanied by conviction will produce satisfactory results. Even though I broke the rules in a ninja team by leaving without Chuza-san's approval as the team leader, I will never abandon my friends. Koyuki's eyes widened. He crawled closer to the iron bars of his cell to better see Obito's actions, who wanted to escape from the prison cell. That is my belief. People who break the rules are indeed trash. Obito's eyes sharpened, but people who abandon their friends because of the rules. He is more than trash. A small saw came out of Obito's goggles and fell to the floor. Obito snickered softly because he hid the escape technique tool in his goggles, not tucked between the soles of his ninja shoes. He looked at Koyuki and his black iris eyes widened. There was a gleam of hope again in her eyes. I have to escape from these chains and get out of this prison cell, to prove to her that faith will produce the results it deserves. Obito shook his legs and slowly his body swayed back and forth. Both of his feet swung past the small saw that was lying on the floor. Obito stretched his legs down a little and with both of his feet he managed to clamp the small saw between the tips of his feet. Now the last movement he had to do was to make the small saw in his mouth. Just a little more. Obito bent his body, bent his legs and lowered his head. He tried to reach the small saw that was between his legs. Tension veins appeared on Obito's forehead and he felt his legs starting to ache from having to bend for so long while his body was hanging. Koyuki stared intently at the Uchiha. For some reason, she felt relieved and a sense of gratitude when Obito managed to bite the small saw. Obito managed to move the small saw from the grip of his legs to his mouth. Finally, Obito raised his body and rubbed the small saw against the iron chain that bound his hands using his mouth. 3 swipes, 4 swipes, 5 swipes. It will take a long time. Just give up. Koyuki said in a sharp voice. Obito stopped what he was doing and looked at Koyuki with his characteristic Uchiha black eyes. You will wait forever if you want to see me give up. Obito resumed rubbing the small saw using his mouth against the iron chain. Koyuki lowered her head. Her face was covered by her long hair. For some reason, the hope that had begun to fade in her heart slowly rose. For some reason, she remembered the words of the Yondaime Uzukage to her. I continue your faith and prove that you can bring spring to this country with your faith and actions. Yondaime Uzukage, is this what you mean by belief and action? Koyuki looked at Obito with a sad look. This ninja in front of me, is he someone who applies belief and action correctly? Even when his chakra has been sealed, this ninja in front of me does not give up and continues to believe in his actions. Is this what you mean, Yondaime Uzukage? Yondaime Uzukage watched the troops led by Sandeu who moved quickly to help their injured friends in front of the steam train tunnel. The 3 remaining Dota steam train cars were burned badly due to the explosion of the paper bombs. Naruto walked towards where Koyuki was sitting before being caught by Ninja Yuki. There lay the bag belonging to the artist and princess of the snow country. Naruto took the bag and opened it. His wife's dress that he had marked Fuin Hikari Sunshin was inside the bag. Naruto smiled slightly, remembering that his wife was the one who put the dress in Koyuki's bag as a precaution. So, what should we do? Shion walked over to her husband and looked at Yondaime Uzukage, who looked thoughtful. Naruto then handed the bag to his wife with a calm face. Save your idol artist, of course. Naruto looked at Sandayu, who was coordinating his troops to carry their injured friends. Sandayu looked at Yondaime Uzukage and made a worried face. The old man with round glasses really couldn't hide his high level of anxiety because Koyuki had fallen into Dota's hands. The Yuki ninja we captured is dead, Uzukage-sama. Chuza looked at the pool of blood and internal organs that had gathered 15 steps in front of him. Of course, the explosive fuin on the Yuki ninja's neck was the cause of the deaths of the Yuki ninjas they had captured. Dota really used his men and made them sacrifices if they were captured. Naruto nodded in understanding. We have to find Guy and then think of a way to save Obito, said Asuma, and also Koyuki-hime. People like Dota are very dangerous if they are allowed to rule this country. We need a plan and a base, said Naruto. He turned to the left with the others when Guy's voice rang in their ears. Guy was limping while holding his stomach, which was still in pain from Ruga's attack. The 54 troops of Yuki no Kuni Castle immediately helped Guy and helped him walk towards Naruto and the others. I'm sorry, they managed to escape. Guy exhaled slowly. His right eye closed because of the pain. One of Dota's guards has the ability of Hyutan. Hyutan? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, apart from Haku, there is also a ninja who has mastered the combined element Kekai Genkai of water and air. Which way are they heading? Sandayu asked quickly. Guy shook his head. I don't know, but for the sake of bright youth, they continue to move forward and seem to be heading for the city center. The airplane must be waiting there, Asuma said in response to information from Guy. In other words, Chuza nodded in understanding. He had to focus even though his stomach felt a little hungry due to his energy being drained from releasing the Akimichi clan signature butterfly chakra wings. They're heading to Yuki no Kuni Castle in the city center, Sandayu said in a serious tone. Koyuki-hime and Obito-san must be there. What I'm afraid of is that they're imprisoned in the castle's basement. Yo! This will be a scene of Funheim's rescue and an infestation scene through the castle's barricade full of trap. Director Makino raised the orange speaker held in his left hand. This will be a super epic scene, the director whispered enthusiastically. Naruto stared intently at the director, then smiled faintly. Yondaime Uzukage looked at everyone with his characteristic calm gaze. Director is right. We will enter the infiltration scene to save Kazanaha Koyuki and Uchiha Obito. Naruto looked back at Sandayu. Sandayu-san, is there a base for the troops who are still loyal to Sotetsu-sama in this country? Yes, Sandayu nodded his head. Our base is in a bar on the northern outskirts of downtown Yuki. There we held a meeting to devise a strategy to overthrow the Dota regime. And there is the right place to devise a strategy to infiltrate Yuki no Kuni Castle. Naruto sighed slowly. Yondaime Uzukage should be taking care of his village now, but since I've entered this movie. Naruto looked at his wife with a faint smile. I will make this movie a happy ending. Shion knew Naruto was looking at the bag she was holding. Shion knew Naruto wanted to say something to her about her dress in Koyuki's bag that she was holding. When her eyes met her husband's blue eyes, Shion understood one thing. Yondaime Uzukage had already thought of a plan in his head. The scene of infiltrating the great castle of Yuki no Kuni will be presented and will determine whether the land without spring can bring a beautiful spring without sadness. The capital of Yuki no Kuni is surrounded by 7 snow-capped mountains, with the gap between the mighty Mount Shimiri and Mount Akamori serving as the capital's gateway. Like any capital city of a small country, Yuki no Kuni boasts a middle to upper class economy. Its primary commodities are tourism and mining. As a land always shrouded in snow, Yuki no Kuni attracts people from other countries to come to Yuki to experience it firsthand. Silver and diamond mining are the country's primary commodities, alongside nickel ore found in Yuki's hidden village. Silver mining is centered on the western side of Mount Shimiri, while diamond mining is spread beyond the mountains surrounding the capital. This gives Yuki no Kuni's government an extraordinary reservoir of natural resources to develop their technology. It's no wonder this is one of Doto's reasons for wanting to usurp his brother's power. Glory and gold, it made Doto willing to kill his own brother. But he was not satisfied. The rumor about the hexagonal necklace that Sotetsu entrusted to his son and the existence of a table with a hexagonal hole behind the castle made Doto want to get more wealth and power. Naruto and his wife along with the Konoha ninja and the Princess Gale film crew entered the capital through a different route. The troops and citizens who were still loyal to Sotetsu-sama made a tunnel along the outskirts of the capital, and the end of the tunnel reached the bar's storage warehouse. The bar belonged to one of the citizens who were still loyal to Sotetsu, and the bar became the base for the fighters to overthrow Doto to formulate their plans. The bar was quite large, a two-story building made of planks, and was located near Mount Dakino, a mountain southeast of the capital. The street in front of the bar was quite quiet and there were only a few houses. The average citizen near the bar was loyal to Sotetsu and still hoped for the arrival of Sotetsu-sama's son as the rightful heir to the ruler of Yuki no Kuni. Welcome to Shiro Yuki Bar. I heard from Sandeya that Yondaime Uzukage will help us overthrow the Doto regime. Honestly, I'm very happy to hear that. An elderly man with a bald head and a thin mustache greeted them with a friendly smile. He was at the bar wearing a white shirt, a black bow tie, and neat black trousers. He had his white shirt tucked into his black trousers and was wearing a silver, square-headed belt. He was wiping the rim of his glass with a clean white cloth. I'm Hoshino Ro, just call me Ro-san. I'm the owner of this bar. Nice to meet you. Ro bowed to Naruto, then to the Konoha ninjas, and it's a great gratitude that the Konoha ninjas are still willing to help us even though Sandeya's request is only to guard Koyuki-sama as Fujisake's Yuki. Besides, we have to save our friend Obito. Asuma sat on a chair in front of the long table and took a pack of cigarettes from his vest pocket. Koyuki-sama has also become our friend. Ro couldn't contain his joy. Guy gave a thumbs up and showed the brilliance of his teeth, while Chuza also sat beside Asuma while taking out a pack of potato chips. Ro looked at Shion and bowed politely. He guessed this beautiful woman in front of him was the wife of Yondaime Uzukage, and Shion returned the friendly ojoji by slightly bowing her head expressionlessly. The atmosphere in the bar was so pleasant. Not too crowded and not too quiet. Everyone in the bar were warriors and citizens who were loyal to kazanaha Sotetsu. Several women immediately went upstairs to the bar to treat the injured fighters. Each person talked about the problems of the capital, the gap to overthrow the Doto government, the gap to kill Doto, and the gap to take over the Yuki no Kuni capital. All of these conversations reminded Naruto of something. Like the rebellion, huh? I remember when I was adventuring in Kiri. Yondaime Uzukage muttered while flicking his glass of orange soda without ice. Yondaime Uzukage didn't really like drinking sake or other alcoholic drinks. He thought that alcoholic drinks could make him lose focus and he didn't really like that. So, can you tell me about the situation in the Yuki no Kuni capital and its castle, Ro-san? Asuma asked while flicking his cigarette ash into the ashtray. Chuza and Naruto nodded their heads. While Shion, who sat beside her husband, just stared blankly ahead. Guy and Mr. Makino told about Koyuki in the corner of the room, where both of them were surrounded by citizens loyal to Koyuki's father with curiosity. Ro closed his eyes and put his glass on the table. He folded his arms across his chest with a serious face. Dozens of years ago, when Sotetsu-sama was successfully killed by Doto, the political socio-economic balance in Yuki no Kuni was shaken. Sotetsu-sama's defeat was of course because Doto hired Ukagekure ninjas and lured them with wealth. It can't be blamed. Yukigakyu's life as a remote ninja village in a small country made them accept Dota's offer. Many of Sotetsu-sama's troops were killed, the rest were captured and thrown into the underground prison, and the troops who managed to escape hid their identities to make this bar their main headquarters. Are Krau call Yukigakure ninjas siding Krauk with Dotu? Asked Chuza, of course with his mouth chewing. Ro nodded his head. That's what makes our struggle always fail, even very difficult to reach the castle walls itself. The Yuki capital is always monitored by ninjas and traitorous troops every day. The hidden village of Yuki is about 50 kilometers from the capital. All Yuki ninjas side with Dotu because their three leaders, Ruga Nadar, Kakuyoku Fubuki, and Fuyukama Mizore. All three are loyal guards of Dotu. The influence of these three is a big reason why Yukigakure ninjas join Dotu. What about the other citizens? Asked Naruto again. He drank his orange soda and thought that he was like doing an interview. Those bastards who are hungry for wealth become Dota's followers. Sandeu joined in the conversation. Everyone glanced at him, except Shion. Sandeu sat beside Chuza with a tired face. They don't know that Sotetsu-sama is trying to keep the natural resources of Yuki no Kuni from running out and can be used for the next generation. But Dotu only gives a little of Yuki no Kuni's natural resources to the people and takes as much profit as possible for personal gain. That bastard, Sandeu slammed his right fist on the table, that bastard really must be killed. Greek. Yondaime Uzukage stood up from his chair and gently held his wife's right hand. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. I agree. Tomorrow I plan to do reconnaissance before we formulate an infiltration plan. Naruto looked around as all the citizens and loyal troops of Sotetsu looked at the spiky red-haired Uzumaki. Even though this is actually an internal problem of your country, hearing such a disgusting leader makes my blood boil. Naruto looked at Sandeu with a calming gaze. Believe that spring flowers will grow in this snowy land. What a funny speech. You said it with a standal face, my wife. Naruto lay down on the bed and put his hands behind his head. His blue eyes stared at the ceiling. Shion sat on the edge of the bed and put Koyuki's bag near a cupboard next to the bed. They found a room on the right end of the second floor of the bar. There were 2 beds there. A cupboard between the 2 clean white beds and an orange lamp above the cupboard. In front of the foot of the bed was a long table with a square flower vase. There were 2 paintings in the room. The first was a painting of Sotetsu's face and the second was a painting of Yuki no Kuni Castle. Naruto looked at Sotetsu's face in the painting and sighed softly. What are you going to do tomorrow? Doing what ninjas do. Fu, you are indeed a ninja, Uzukage-sama. Naruto smiled faintly. He tilted his body and looked at his wife's back. The Uzukage stroked her back and made Shion sit up straight in surprise. What are you touching? Your back. What do you mean? Nothing, why dash? Don't touch carelessly. Why, we're husband and wife dash. I am not ready. Dong, ready for what? Ready for what? Naruto raised his right eyebrow and chuckled. Oh yeah, ready for a bed scene? Shion's face was of course red and she stood up and glared at her husband angrily. Still, her bright red face was like a cute doll when angry. Shion jumped onto the bed and lunged at her husband's face with her right foot. Both of them rolled on the bed and fell to the floor, where Naruto was on top and Shion was below. I have you, baby. Naruto murmured in a deep voice like a pretending, romantic man. Shion's face turned red. Was her husband really unable to resist doing that? Ha 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 ha, look at your doll face, queen, where's the arrogant face that always raises its chin when talking? You're like a child who wants to play with a spinning top but is too embarrassed to ask permission from your ka-san. Wahahaha da, you kicked P-kun again Shion-sama. Our future, our child, our child. A few minutes later. Shion and Naruto sat on the bed with tired faces. They were just having meaningless conversations. Naruto glanced at his wife and smiled faintly. Even though it was filled with fighting and hardship, their vacation for two was quite fun and tense at the same time. If you could say, they were on their honeymoon. Truly a unique honeymoon. Naruto. I don't know why I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Why? Naruto folded his arms in front of his chest. It was rare for the arrogant queen to talk about herself. The kyubi inside my body reacted. Naruto's eyes widened. He looked at his wife seriously. You mean the queen? I don't know. But I felt the same reaction in my stomach the night you defeated the 5 Yuki ninjas. I wasn't actually under genjutsu that night. I even released Koyuki's genjutsu that night. Koyuki already told me. Do you know what that means? Naruto didn't answer right away. He wanted to answer, but his cautiousness in his words made him think twice. The kyubi helped you. Was I wrong? Shion nodded, though unsure. The question is, why did he want to mess with my chakra when I was under genjutsu so that I could be released from the Yuki ninja's genjutsu? That's the basis of my confusion. Naruto paused and tapped his left shoulder with the index finger of his right hand as he folded his chest. Of course, the Yondaime Uzukage was thinking about that. The capital of Yuki no Kuni was not like the capital of Hai no Kuni. It's clearly depicted that you'll see houses covered in snow on their roofs, or buildings that aren't too tall. The city streets are white, almost all houses, buildings, and shops are decorated with chimneys. Their purpose is definitely to exhaust smoke from heating stoves. There are no such things as ice cellars. Seeing everyone passing by on the city streets and the sellers themselves, all of them wear thick jackets, beanies and gloves. In every corner of the city is clearly depicted Dota guard troops carrying swords at their waists, wearing sour faces. Don't forget in the corners of the rooftops of residents, Yuki ninjas patrol in silence. They watch with their ninja style, jumping on rooftops then staying for a moment while looking at the corner of the village with their binoculars. So this is it, the capital of Yuki no Kuni. Two merchants looked at the central city of the snow country with enthusiasm. The other wore a thick brown cloth covering his head, a dark brown jacket and gloves of the same color. He wore dark blue pants that looked dull. So that's Yuki no Kuni Castle. Wow, it's magnificent. The merchant pulled his two-wheeled cart with an excited expression. His companion, walking beside him on the right, was a large man with orange hair and a thick black jacket. He carried a green cloth bag with white patterns on his back. The two of them attracted a bit of attention from the guards watching over the city. Look, Tenno-san. A warm tea shop. How about we stop by? Asked the vendor with the cart while pointing to a tea shop on the left side of the road. A man came out of the shop while waving to his friend inside. The large vendor called Tenno-san nodded his head. I agree, Yorizaki-san. Besides, we need a rest after traveling quite a long way from Kirigakure. The two entered the shop and rested there. The shop was quite simple. It had 10 long benches and a long table and a heater that really helped the body temperature to be warmer. There were about a dozen people in the tea shop while discussing their respective problems. Yorizaki ordered 2 hot teas and 8 dango skewers to fill their stomachs. The owner nodded his head. While waiting for their orders, 2 city guards came with a look of inquiry on their faces. They sat at the table next to Yorizaki and Tenno's table. Oi ba, we'll have 2 cups of hot tea. Don't take long, shouted one of the guards with his arrogant face. The arrival of the 2 guards slightly stopped the conversation of the customers there. They stared intently, anxious and a little scared. Several people were seen standing and paying for their orders to the shop owner. Wait a minute, said the shop owner. The 2 guards grinned faintly. One of them arrogantly placed his sword on the table, showing their right of superiority in the city. Oi, why the rush, friend? You even bumped into my foot, A guard stood up and grabbed the collar of a villager who had accidentally bumped into the guard's foot. The villager shook his head with a scared face. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Watch your step, friend. You know, we are given the right by Dota-sama to keep this city peaceful. Those of you who have been given the comfort of Dota-sama's wealth should be grateful to him and also to us. Understand it? The villager nodded with a scared face. His friend who placed the sword on the table made a sign for the guard to let go of the villager. The guard squealed softly and pushed the villager quite hard. Arigato, sir. Don't do that again, or I'll cut you into tiny cubes. The guard grabbed his friend's sword from the table and pulled it from its hilt. He grinned sadistically. The man immediately bowed again in apology and quickly left the shop with ashen faces. Yorizaki and Tenno just stared blankly at the scene. Their orders arrived and they finished them in no time. The two supervisors were watching their actions with sharp gazes. Yeah, those dango were really delicious, don't you agree, Tenno-san? Yorizaki asked Tenno with a cheerful face. The two had already left the tea shop and were continuing their journey. It couldn't really be called a journey because they had already arrived at their destination. It would be more accurate to say they were looking for a suitable location for their business. Tenno nodded and looked around the city with a curious face. Even in the city of Yuki no Kuni, there was a sexual entertainment clearly displaying a photo of a woman wearing only black panties and holding out her breasts without a bra. An old man with a beard suddenly came in front of the woman's photo and unzipped his pants. He seemed to be about to perform nanny. A city watchman caught the old man and threw him to the snowy ground. Several townspeople watched the incident for a moment and returned to walking down the city streets with indifferent faces. Unbeknownst to the two watchmen who had been drinking hot tea in the tea shop had followed them from behind. Meanwhile, 3 watchmen who were talking in front of a clothing store stopped chatting and stared at the 2 vendors with sharp gazes. One of them walked over to his 2 friends who were following the 2 merchants. What's wrong? You seem to be following those 2 merchants. We've been watching them at the tea shop. Those 2 people looked suspicious. I never saw their faces. What do you mean? They're outsiders? I guess so. What we should be suspicious of is what's in that cart. They covered it with a cloth. TSK, how did those 2 get past the city gate guard's inspection? We definitely have to check the contents of that cart. What if it's just merchandise? Stupid, just apologize. We're the watchmen entrusted by Dota-sama. May I cut them into small cubes? The 2 watchmen who were talking to each other looked at the sweat-dropped watchman who had mentioned the small dice, but all 3 had already decided to check the 2 merchants. One of the watchmen signaled to his 2 friends who were standing in front of the clothing store to intercept the 2 merchants. The 2 nodded in understanding and walked over to the 2 merchants. Look, Tenno-san. Yuki no Kuni Castle has 4 tall towers on each side of the main building. I really want to go there. Yorizaki said excitedly. Tenno nodded in agreement. They were suddenly stopped by 2 city guards with haughty expressions. Excuse me, what's going on? We're the guards tasked with overseeing this city that we will check the items you are carrying. But we already had our merchandise checked by the city gate guard. Yorizaki made a disappointed face. We can take this cart because it contains merchandise. Who knows, The 2 merchants looked back. Tenno's eyes sharpened. 3 Yuki no Kuni guards walked towards them with fierce faces. One of them already had his sword hilt in his hand and was ready to draw it if things got out of hand. Tenno looked at Yorizaki and made a gesture to his friend to allow the inspection by the Yuki no Kuni guards. The people who saw the incident only glanced briefly and continued walking on the city streets. Okay, if Tenno-san also allows it. Please check. Yorizaki folded his arms in front of his chest while looking bored. They were led to one corner of the city so that the inspection of goods would not disturb the activities of the other city residents. Yorizaki leaned against the wall of a city love hotel, while Tenno placed the cloth bag he was carrying on the snowy ground and allowed the city guards to inspect all their goods. Let's see what's inside. One of the guards opened the green cloth bag Tenno was carrying. There was nothing suspicious, just a collection of small animal-shaped dolls inside. A guard laughed mockingly at Tenno and Yorizaki's merchandise. Dolls? Ha ha ha. I hope you know the tastes of the people of Yuki country. The guard opened the cloth cover on the cart with a smug face. We like silver and diamonds. The guard's eyes widened. Inside the cart, when the cloth was opened, two human figures sat inside with mocking faces. "Boh!" shouted one of the men inside the cart and made the guard fall backwards in surprise. The person jumped up and ran along the hotel wall to the roof. He had spiky red hair and sky-blue eyes. "Ho ho ho, we're caught," said the other while doing a front somersault. One guard drew his sword but was immediately attacked by the man in the stomach. He was large and had purple lines on both his cheeks. The man ran towards the city street, jumping over a shop and running along the roof. "Catch them!" The supervisor who had followed Tenno and Yorizaki from the tea house spontaneously instructed, "They're ninjas." The supervisor snorted softly. He glanced at his friend who had also followed Yorizaki and Tenno and nodded together. "Let my friend and I handle these two merchants. You three go after them and inform the other supervisors." "Okay, we'll leave the two merchants to you." The three supervisors immediately ran to the city streets and blew the whistle he took out of his clothes pocket. The supervisor who heard the whistle immediately responded and understood that there was quite a big mess that had to be handled. Ninja intruders huh? Red hair. The ninja supervisors gathered in one spot and looked at the two intruding ninjas with happy grins. "Red hair, also the fat one, is that Yandame Uzukage and the Konoha ninja team leader who is escorting Koyuki heim?" As told by Rugataicho. The ninja made a code and the other ninjas scattered in various directions. "Good news if we can gift Yandame Uzukage to Rugataicho, Kikuku." The pursuit of Uzumaki Naruto and Akimichi Chuza was carried out by the city supervisors from the Dota troops and their hired ninjas. While the capital was in an uproar over the incident, Tenno and Yorizaki, two merchants who were caught hiding intruders in their carts, were immediately escorted by the two guards to Yuki no Kuni Castle. "You will be placed in the dungeon, have fun there ha ha ha," said one of the guards with a mocking face. The four of them arrived in front of the Yuki no Kuni Castle gates, which were guarded by 12 Dota troops at the gates and on top of the tower. A guard who was watching the two merchants smiled faintly and then continued his activity of watching towards the capital, where the ninja and the city guards were chasing Naruto Chuza. "Who are they?" asked the head gate guard. A muscular man with sharp eyes and a square face. He glared at the two city guards. "They are the two merchants who hid the two city intruders. The two intruders are now being pursued by the guards and the ninja." The head gate guard raised his eyebrows. He looked at Tenno and Yorizaki with a contemptuous look. The gatekeeper had also learned of the news that two infiltrating ninjas had successfully entered the capital, and a significant indication was that the two infiltrating ninjas were Kazanaha Koyuki's entourage who had entered the snow country. Take these two merchants to the dungeon. I will convey the further decision." The head gatekeeper ordered his men to open the castle gate. The tower guard received the code from the head guard and gave the code to the gatekeeper inside the castle to open the gate from the inside. Yorizaki and Tenno's eyes trembled in amazement. The 30-meter-high iron gate opened with a loud, cry-eat sound. Yorizaki looked around the Yuki no Kuni castle area. If described, this castle had perfect defenses. Yuki no Kuni Castle was surrounded by a giant moat 10 meters wide filled with flowing water and had a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. The castle walls were very high and thick, composed of crystals and frozen iron. Yorizaki's eyes looked around the castle. There's no way to escape from this castle, is there? Sir? Yorizaki muttered with an undaunted face, still maintaining his cheerfulness. Heh. The head guard grinned sadistically, of course. Meanwhile in the city center. Swoosh. A kunai shot fast towards the back of Yandere Uzukage's head. Uzumaki Naruto jumped down from the roof of a residence house, did a bounce jump between the walls of the residence houses, then ran quickly between the small alleys of the capital. Chuza jumped down from a shop and ran beside Yandere Uzukage. The two ran towards the main street of the city and entered a ramen shop. Don't let them escape, said one of the guards. Everyone surrounded the ramen shop with their swords pointed forward. Several citizens of the Yuki no Kuni capital ran away from the area. Meanwhile, Ukagekure ninjas stood on the roofs of shops around the shop with shuriken and kunai raised. What are the surveillance troops doing? Why aren't they coming in? Asked the leader of the capital surveillance ninja who had arrived at the location. He stood on the roof of a shop on the east side of the ramen shop. He twirled a chain with a spiked pendant at the end. When I give the signal, we all immediately attack this shop, said one of the guards with a tense face. Several drops of sweat flowed down his face even though the temperature in the Yuki no Kuni capital was below 10 degrees Celsius. He took a few steps until he stood in front of the ramen shop door. A guard who was behind the shop was already behind the back door and signaled to his friend that he was ready to enter the shop. On the count of 3. The guard gave the signal when another guard behind the shop was ready. 1, 2. Someone jumped up, shouted one of the guards. From inside a chimney billowing black smoke, Yandere Uzukage emerged and threw dozens of shuriken at the ninja waiting for them to exit. Crash! The front door of the shop bounced off and hit the guard standing in front of it. Akimichi Chuza ran past the two startled guards and dodged one by ducking his head. He delivered a right elbow to the guard's back, sending him stumbling forward. Don't let them escape, said the leader of the watch ninja with an angry face. Some of his men fell from the shop roof because they were hit by the shuriken. He looked quickly ahead. Yandere Uzukage and Chuza had already moved away from them and were speeding towards Yuki no Kuni castle. He let out an annoyed sigh. Should I inform Rugataicho? No. This is my responsibility as the leader of the watch ninja of Yuki no Kuni capital. He quickly sped past his men and several watch troops and shouted loudly. Don't let them touch the castle gate, he shouted in an angry tone. Now he no longer underestimated Yandere Uzukage and the Konoha ninja. They had impressive skills. Moreover, the news that Yandere Uzukage managed to defeat 5 great villages after Yuzu village was destroyed, and he defeated the 5 great villages starting from 0. Even the 4th Uzukage has not shown the will to fight. It's very difficult to catch him, let alone if we fight him. The leader of the capital's ninja guard sighed softly. Whatever the outcome, don't let them reach the capital castle. To get to the basement of Yuki no Kuni castle, you have to go through a long, dark hallway lit only by small torches. After that, you arrive at a small hall and go down a spiral staircase 18 times. When you reach the last round, you will be shown rooms full of prison cells and people huddled in them. There are also torture rooms. Starting from the whipping room, cutting off fingers and toes, pulling out nails, genital torture to a special rape room for mental reduction. Tenno looked a little afraid at the very dark basement room lit only by a few torches. Yorizaki was also a little scared to see so many people huddled in the prison cells. Some of them looked up when they heard the footsteps of Tenno Yorizaki and the 2 cell guards who entered the Hell on Earth area. Drang! Someone suddenly slammed his body against the iron bars of the prison cell and pressed his face there. Some saliva fell from his lips, his eyes were round with scary red veins. He looked at Tenno and Yorizaki with a savage look. You are Sotetsu-sama's followers, huh? Let's kill Dotu, let's kill Dotu. Yorizaki shuddered in horror. One of the guards hit the cell with an iron club, making the man retreat backwards with an angry scream. He cursed Dotto and his men. Die! Stop it! Arf! Don't cut, don't skin me! It was truly a terrifying prison. The voices of the people inside the cells screaming were like those of a hard rock singer who was furious with his singing. Hoarse voices, full of anger, pain, and the smell of death. The sound of dripping water in the prison also added to the gloomy list of the Yuki no Kuni castle dungeon. Now, you two will stay here for a while. A guard opened the prison cell and another pushed Yorizaki and Tenno's bodies into the prison roughly. Yorizaki fell forward and his head hit the prison cell wall. Wait, what torture is suitable for you, ha 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 ha. The two guards left Yorizaki and Tenno with evil laughter. Their laughter echoed accompanied by the angry screams of the Yuki no Kuni dungeon's inmates. Heh, it really stinks in here, Yorizaki said while rubbing his nose. I can't believe Koyukiheim can stand a situation like this. Yorizaki's eyes sharpened. He made a grin that was even more sinister than the people who were grinning at him. He grabbed Tenno's shoulders and the two disappeared in a beautiful golden light. In the capital. Bang! The front of a clothing store in the corner of the capital exploded when a kunai wrapped in explosive tags was successfully avoided by Naruto. The two ninjas stood on the roof of the clothing store with superior style. The leader of the capital surveillance ninja let out a low grunt. He threw 5 shuriken at Naruto Chuza and performed a quick hand seal. Suetun, Teppadama. Trang. Naruto blocked the 5 shuriken easily. The 5 shuriken bounced in various directions. Meanwhile, Chuza punched the roof of the shop he was standing on, causing the roof to collapse, and Naruto Chuza entered the clothing store to avoid the attack of the leader of the capital surveillance ninja's water shots. The leader of the capital surveillance ninja let out a grunt again. The inspectors entered the shop without warning and a fight broke out inside the shop. Bang! The right wall of the shop exploded and broke. An inspector was thrown from inside the shop and crashed into the wall of the shop next to the clothing store. Several Yuki ninjas had already surrounded the clothing store. The sound of breaking glass hit their eardrums and an inspector was thrown out of the shop, crashed into the glass display case of the clothing store and lay on the ground in front of the shop decorated with broken glass. Naruto and Chuza, who were inside the shop, simply stared in nonsense at them. You useless troops, attack dash. Let me do it. The capital city's leader ninja's eyes widened. A hand gestured to suppress his scream and the voice saying, "Let me do it," was all too familiar. He looked up more intently, and Ruga Nadar was standing before him with a pleased expression. Yandere Uzukage is there, huh? This is really lucky. Ruga ran into the clothing store, jumped through the broken glass window of the store and clashed kunai with Naruto. Meanwhile, Chuza jumped to the right and threw 2 shuriken at the elite Dota ninja. Ruga glanced quickly to his right. What a nuisance. Ruga jumped backwards to avoid Chuza's shuriken throw. He threw his kunai at Naruto's head and Yandere Uzukage only avoided it by bending his body. Tap. Ruga stood on a clothing store table then performed a hand seal. He grinned happily. Hayatan, Nami no Jutsu. Bro. The ground tremor accompanied by a large snowfall from behind the store burst into and dragged Naruto and Chuza to the front. Ruga jumped back and out of the store while seeing the snow that even broke through the front door of the store. Everyone was amazed by the ninjutsu of the moss green iris man. Sync with your title, Uzukage-sama, ha 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 ha. Now I have become the strongest ninja because I managed to get rid of the Kage who shook the 5 great villages, ha 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 ha. I have become stronger. Ruga laughed happily. His goal was indeed won. Namely to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing that Naruto was able to revive his village after the Yuza destruction incident made Ruga interested in looking for news about the 4th Uzukage. It was truly extraordinary. Naruto managed to restore the name of his clan, Uzumaki, and also his village, Uzushiogakyure, to become a clan and village that deserved to be feared by the 5 great villages. So killing the achieving Uzukage was a prestige in itself for Ruga. I am strong. I am strong. I am strong, 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 ha 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 ha. Ruga lowered his head. He smiled happily and couldn't wait to convey the news of the burial of the Yondaime Uzukage along with the leader of the ninja team from Konoha to Dota-sama. Ruga didn't know, the 2 bodies covered in snow disappeared with a puff of smoke. Ruga forgot why Yondaime Uzukage was able to defeat 5 great villages. Yes, because Yondaime Uzukage is difficult to defeat. Finally the main star has arrived. Yorizaki and Tenno stood on the floor of Shiro Yuki Bar with satisfied faces. Ro-san, the bar owner, was placing 2 bottles of sake on the bartender's table with an enthusiastic smile. Shion-sama sat at one of the customer tables while blowing on the hot chocolate that was still steaming. Her eyes looked at the 2 merchants with a flat, emotionless gaze. Thank you for calling us the main stars, Asuma. Yorizaki looked at the city watchman who called him the main star earlier. The 2 watchmen who followed Yorizaki and Tenno from the tea house until they brought the 2 merchants to Yuki no Kuni Castle laughed softly. Both of them performed hand seals and stopped the transformation jutsu. Boof! The 2 watchmen became Sarutobi Asuma and Mato Gai. Yorizaki and Tenno also performed hand seals and stopped their henge no jutsu or transformation jutsu. Boof! Both of them became the spiky red-haired Yondaime Uzukage and the large-bodied Akimichi Chuza. Sandeu sighed in relief. Finally the reconnaissance mission before the infiltration mission was successful. Yondaime Uzukage's plan was indeed extraordinary. And once again, an epic moment. Flashback. Everyone gathered in front of the bartender's table at Shiro Yuki Bar with serious faces that morning. Today they would conduct reconnaissance first before infiltrating Yuki no Kuni Castle. For the principles of ninja, infiltration is one of the basics of the ninja art itself. Infiltrating without being noticed is the essence of a ninja's job. But before infiltrating, it would be better to conduct a survey, or in ninja language, reconnaissance. Yondaime Uzukage along with other Konoha ninjas obtained information about the Yuki no Kuni capital and its castle from the stories of the Dota overthrow fighters who were former castle guards. Also stories from citizens who were still loyal to Sotetsu about the condition of the Yuki no Kuni capital, but that's not enough. That's why this morning we will conduct reconnaissance and the results of this reconnaissance will be the basis for our plan for infiltration, Naruto smiled mysteriously. Honestly, Shion really liked her husband's mysterious and arrogant smile. Truly the 4th Uzukage she knew. Naruto's arrogance was always surrounded by an aura of high authority. Judging from your expression, it seems you already have a plan, Uzukage-sama? Asuma asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto nodded his head. The goal of this reconnaissance mission is easy. I can enter the castle's underground prison without the guards knowing. Well, that's the main goal of this reconnaissance mission. Besides observing the condition of the castle, the condition of the castle guards, the condition of the city and even the behavior of the citizens of Yuki no Kuni. I will pave the way so that our infiltration mission will be easier. Naruto tilted his head to the right, looking at everyone with an enthusiastic but still controlled emotional gaze. When I successfully enter the castle's underground prison, I will mark the prison floor using my Fuin Hikari Sanshin. When we carry out the infiltration mission, then one by one our people will infiltrate through the underground prison, while freeing Koyuki, Obito, and the people held captive by Dotu in the prison. Amazing, Guy held his chin and stroked it slowly. Then, how can you enter the prison without the castle guards knowing, Uzukage-sama? Are you going to make a fuss? I will ask Chuza-san to accompany me on this reconnaissance mission. Is that okay, Chuza-san? Not at all, Uzukage-sama. Chuza replied while still chewing on his potato chips. Naruto nodded happily. Chuza-san and I will disguise ourselves as merchants. Well, we will bring a cart and a cloth bag as camouflage and to confirm that we are both merchants. We will enter the city through the side path so that we both look like merchants who have just arrived from the capital gate. Here we need your help, Guy. Asuma. Guy and Asuma looked at each other. Being asked for help by Uzumaki Naruto was indeed an honor. You two will hide inside the cart that I brought while waiting for the 2 city guards that we will paralyze. When we succeed in paralyzing the 2 city guards, Asuma and Guy will become the 2 guards. I also ask for your help, Asuma, can create 2 Kage Bunshin, right? Asuma nodded. Naruto was quite happy. Now the final polish of the plan's revelation. After disabling the 2 guards and you both become the 2 guards, Asuma will use 2 Kage Bunshins that function as disguises as me and Chuza for diversion. The 2 Kage Bunshins will hide inside the cart and wait for the right time to come out. We will do a little drama where you two pretend to follow us from a tavern in the capital until you meet the other city guards. Pretend that you two are suspicious of us so that the other guards will check us. When our card is checked and Naruto clone and Chuza clone are found hiding, you must be able to make the guards chase the 2 Kage Bunshins while you two escort me and Chuza to Yuki no Kuni Castle to be taken to the underground prison for breaking the rules in this country. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads. It seemed like Yondaime Uzukage's plan was well thought out and very clear. Flashback end. Naruto looked at everyone with a calm look. The director sat on the chair with an excited face. It was his first time experiencing the atmosphere of the ninja world, a world full of deception and genuine battles. What's your next plan, Uzukage-sama? Director Makino asked, shaking the orange speaker in his left hand with a curious face. Stick to the original plan. Naruto smiled faintly. Tonight we will infiltrate Yuki no Kuni Castle. Listen to my plan and prepare everything necessary before sunset. Naruto looked at his wife who was still blowing her hot chocolate expressionlessly. For the sake of your country, your friends, and my wife's idol, let's overthrow Dota's arrogance from his authoritarian throne. Time for action. Night fell upon the Yuki no Kuni capital. Snow continued to fall on the city that had never felt warmth. The full moon looked blurry due to the dew that had appeared as the night temperature dropped to almost 5 degrees Celsius. At night there was little activity in the country. Besides the weather that could cause hypothermia, the Yuki people also preferred to spend their time at home or in places that served hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Walking on the city streets is a great thing because the air outside is very cold. Illuminated by the dim moonlight, the blue-gray glow of Yuki no Kuni Castle stood out as the most majestic of the buildings in the capital. The lights surrounding the castle emphasized that the defenses of the lord's residence were impenetrable. Troops were always on standby in front of the gates, walls, and 4 watchtowers. They wore thick jackets complete with hoods. Their eyes were sharp, watching for any suspicious movements that might penetrate the formidable defenses. It seemed like no one would be able to penetrate the castle. Perfect defense, unfavorable night temperatures. But nothing is impossible if you try. Beneath the heavily guarded castle, precisely in the dungeon of Yuki no Kuni Castle, there was a Fuin mark imprinted on the dungeon floor. The Fuin was imprinted on the floor outside the prison cell where Tenno, Chuza, and Yorizaki, Uzumaki Naruto, were held. Both had disappeared and left the Fuin Hikari Sunshin Yondaime Uzukage as a gift to Yuki no Kuni Castle, which would soon receive a massive infiltration attack. Inside the castle itself. Are you sure you've killed them, Ruga? Dota rested his chin on his right hand that rested on the edge of his crystal chair, his face staring blankly at Ruga who was kneeling respectfully. I'm sure, Dota-sama, Uzumaki Naruto and Akimichi Chuza, the leaders of the Konoha ninja team died under my snow wave. Dota grinned faintly. He raised his head and clapped his hands, ha ha ha, stand up Ruga, good job, good job. I hope your words are true. Dota's eyes sharpened, but don't forget one thing, what we're facing is someone who is able to defeat the Sandaime Kazakage, as well as the Kagekage of other great villages. He is on a different level. Dota's grin widened, except for me. I could be above the level of the Yondaime Uzukage, Kekiki. Dota's laughter echoed throughout the third level of the castle. Ruga maintained his polite position. Meanwhile, Fubuki and Mizore were sitting on a chair in the right corner of the room while fixing their ninja armor. Both of them glanced slightly at Dotu, who was laughing in the room. You have reached the same level of power as Yondaime Uzukage, Ruga. Ruga lifted his head and smiled lopsidedly, glad to hear it, Dota-sama. Go back to guard and keep an eye on the Ukagekure ninjas who are monitoring the capital. If you encounter Konoha ninjas and rebels, kill them on the spot. Ruga nodded in understanding and walked out of the room while turning slightly towards his two friends. Fubuki only put on a smile while Mizore waved her right hand lazily. Ruga closed the door to Dotu's room with a satisfied face. He thought about Dotu's words again. But don't forget one thing, what we are facing is someone who is able to defeat Sandaime Kazekage, as well as the Kagekage of other big villages. He is on a different level. Except for me. I could be above the level of Yondaime Uzukage, Kekiki. Heh, don't joke, Dota-sama. I will be the strongest ninja in the elemental shinobi world. Ruga walked while clicking his 10 fingers. Koyuki looked at Obito, who continued to relentlessly rub the chains binding his hands using a small saw in his mouth. Obito had done hundreds of swipes, but the saw was only able to make a 3 centimeter deep gap. Obito sharpened his eyes. He would never give up. Never. Koyuki sat back down, curled up in the cold prison. The sound of screams and howls of pain gave him goosebumps again. This dungeon truly made him feel like he was in a mental torture chamber. Koyuki lowered his face slightly until his gaze was on the prison floor. Suddenly, footsteps were heard approaching their cell. Koyuki's eyes widened and he looked at Obito with a look that told him that a guard was approaching their cell. Obito immediately held a small saw between his lips and lowered his head, pretending to faint. He just prayed that the small saw wouldn't be swallowed. Koyuki sat leaning against the back wall of his cell and hid his face between his knees. Hey, Koyuki-hime seems depressed, said one of the prison guards. He and a friend were watching the prisoners. Are you scared by the crazy screams here, Koyuki-hime? Koyuki didn't answer. He just hoped they wouldn't check on Obito. Come on, Shimaru, the princess has lost everything. The other guard looked at Obito with a lazy face, and this Konoha ninja needs to be refreshed. Look, he fainted while his body was hanging. Good idea, the guard named Shimaru cracked his 10 fingers, I'll take him to the nail-pulling torture. Shimaru licked his lips happily. It must be fun to see this Konoha ninja's face in pain as his nails are ripped off his fingers one by one, ha ha ha. Koyuki slightly raised his head and looked at the guard in fear. It seemed like the guards here were also going crazy because of the torture chamber. Koyuki looked at Obito, who was still pretending to be unconscious. As one guard was inserting the key into Obito's cell's keyhole, a scream from the other guard made both of them turn to the source of the sound. 2 prisoners are missing. The 2 guards looked at each other. Both of them immediately ran from Koyuki and Obito's prison cell, heading towards the prison corridor, and their destination was the other prison cell section underground of Yuki no Kuni Castle. Several footsteps were heard running towards the source of the sound. It seemed that the scream had slightly alarmed the guards there. Obito raised his head and stared intently at the guard's key left in the keyhole of his prison cell. A chance or not, this depends on me, thought Obito with an annoyed grimace. He took the small saw from his lips and bit the tool for the escape technique again. Obito's mind was thinking, how to escape from this cell other than rubbing his small saw against the chains. Understood? Everyone nodded. In the main room of Shiro Yuki's bar, dozens of loyal Sotetsu troops gathered along with Yondaime Uzukage and Konoha ninjas. Don't forget Yondaime Uzukage's wife and the Princess Gale film crew. Director Makino even ordered a cameraman to cover the strategy meeting and use it as material for the final Princess Gale film. Everyone was in a tense and passionate atmosphere. Of course, after so long trying to penetrate the formidable defenses of Yuki no Kuni Castle, finally with the arrival of Uzumaki Naruto with Konoha ninjas, they had a great opportunity to overthrow Dota from the illegitimate throne of Yuki no Kuni. This was a sign of revenge from the late Sotetsu-sama who was betrayed by his younger brother. All the loyal troops thought so and they were looking forward to the infiltration mission. We will start at 7 p.m. sharp. Naruto looked at the wall clock on the right side of the room. It was 6:58, 2 minutes until 7 p.m. Shion. Naruto pulled his wife's hand and got out of the crowd. They talked in the rather dark bar hallway. Naruto whispered something to his wife, which made Shion's eyes widen slightly. Why do I have to wear the same dress I wore when I watched Princess Gale in the High no Kuni capital, Naruto? Because I like it. Shion's face turned slightly, sweat dropped with a sharp tsundere look. Can you be more serious? Ha ha ha. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Because I want to see you wear it. Naruto put both of his hands on his waist and slightly brought his face closer to the queen. You're going to stay here with the Princess Gale film crew, right? Well, by wearing that dress, I want you to always remember me. Shion looked at her husband flatly. Stupid. Bang. Naruto immediately fell down. The cruelty of the queen. But the point is, I have to wear that dress, right? Asked Shion with a thin smile. Naruto stood up straight and nodded his head. His wife, although cruel, was really very understanding. Naruto and Shion returned to the main room of the bar. There were 30 seconds left. Shion ran up the stairs to change her clothes. When she was halfway up the stairs, she stopped for a moment and looked at the Yonde Uzukage with a straight face. Good luck. Everyone looked at the queen and nodded in agreement, full of hope. Naruto smiled thinly and nodded too. Thank you, Queen of the Land of Demons. 10 more seconds, said Ro-san while wiping the glass cup using a clean white cloth. Naruto's blue eyes sharpened. The 24-year-old blue-eyed youth hardened his face. Dota was a little surprised to receive a report that 2 prisoners had disappeared from the Yuki no Kuni dungeon. There were 2 possibilities for this incident. The first was that the 2 prisoners had managed to escape. The second was that the 2 prisoners were infiltrators who had been deliberately caught by himself. Dota frowned to think about his next course of action. Mizore, bring Kazanaha Koyuki to this room. You guard the first level of the castle. Fubuki, tell Ruga to return to the castle, while guarding the second level of the castle, and tell Ruga to guard the third level of the castle or this room. Even if the Yuki no Kuni castle was successfully infiltrated, at least they should not be able to reach the upper level. Koyuki-hime and I will wait for the real hexagonal crystal behind the castle. Where the 5 giant mirrors and the table containing the hexagonal holes are there. Dota's eyes sharpened. I have a feeling that we will be playing around for a while in this castle. Do it, Mizore, Fubuki. Hey, Dota-sama. Mizore and Fubuki said solemnly, then ran out of Dota's room. Dota himself chuckled softly while propping his chin with a haughty face. The story moved very quickly. Obito pretended to faint again and held a small saw between his lips to hide the escape tool. 8 guards with their swords ready, led by Mizore, opened Koyuki-hime's prison cell and forcibly pulled the woman out of the cell. Where do you want to take me? Don't complain too much, Koyuki-hime. You will be taken to a special room with your uncle. Don't bring me near that asshole. Mizore held both of Koyuki's cheeks and pressed them hard so that Koyuki's lips formed like fish lips because her cheeks were pressed. Mizore brought her face closer to the princess's face. Watch your mouth, Koyuki-sama. Mizore said in an intimidating tone. The stocky ninja immediately ordered the prison guards to take the queen by force. When he was about to leave the underground prison, Mizore's eyes looked at Obito, who was still pretending to be unconscious in his cell. Mizore moved closer to the cell and pulled out the key that was left in the keyhole of Obito's prison cell. Obito thought in his heart. Don't expect this key to escape you, Konoha ninja. Mizore said while holding up the key with a mocking smile. He walked away from Obito while saying, I will take care of you, after the business with Koyuki Hime is finished. Simultaneously, Naruto along with 10 other people appeared in front of Naruto and Chuza's former prison cell who were disguised as merchants. Thanking the Fuin Hikari Sunshin Yondaime Uzukage that was signed there. Naruto looked around quickly. There were 2 guards standing with their backs to them and turned back when they heard a suspicious sound. Tash! Tash! The 2 guards collapsed instantly when 2 of Asuma's kunai stuck right in the back of their heads. Good move, Asuma. Naruto immediately gave a quick signal using his index finger and middle finger, ordering the 2 loyal Sotetsu troops who accompanied them to hide the 2 guards' bodies in a dark place and asked the others to prepare for the infiltration movement. Before telling further, Yondaime Uzukage brought only 10 people to infiltrate Yuki no Kuni Castle because with his Hikari Sunshin he was only able to bring 10 people besides himself by the way those people held his body. Bringing too many people would have dangerous effects and risks because Hikari Sunshin was a Jikuken ninjutsu like his brother-in-law's Hirashin. Naruto brings Asuma, Chuza, Guy, and 7 other loyal Sotetsu-sama troops specially selected by Sandeu. The other loyal troops will be waiting in the Yuki no Kuni capital. The infiltration team's code to inform them that they will attack the castle from the outside is an explosion. In other words, the infiltration mission is discovered and a battle ensues. We will check all parts of the prison, said Naruto in a half-whisper voice. If you encounter guards, paralyze them without making a fuss. The infiltration team will be divided into 2 groups. The first group led by Chuza-san will go through the western part of the prison, the second group led by me will go through the eastern part of the prison. The middle point is where we first appeared here. Naruto again reminded the other 10 people of their plan. Everyone nodded in understanding. Spread out, said Yondaime Uzukage, and the other 5 people, including Guy, ran with the leader of the 4 Yuzu towards the east of the prison. Meanwhile, Chuza, Asuma and 3 others ran towards the west of the prison. They would check all the contents of the underground prison without being caught at all. That's the ninja way. Remember, after freeing Koyuki Hime and Obito, stick explosive tags on the prison cells holding Sotetsu-sama's loyal troops. When the explosion occurs, I will take Koyuki Hime and several people directly to Shiro Yuki's bar. As for holding off the attack from Doto's troops, I will leave it to Chuza-san to lead our team. Everyone remembered Naruto's words when they were planning it this afternoon. The infiltration plan aimed at freeing Koyuki and Obito. Chuza ran while looking at each cell filled with Sotetsu loyal men. They cowered in fear. Some of them raised their heads when they heard footsteps echoing in the prison. Hey, what t-dash? Tack! Asuma quickly hit the back of a guard's neck with his right-hand karate chop. Meanwhile, a Sotetsu loyal soldier managed to incapacitate another guard. Chuza ran leading his group and turned right when they reached the 3-way intersection. Luckily, Chuza remembered a little about the prison's location because he and Naruto were brought here when they were both disguised as merchants. Where are you, Obito? Asuma muttered with his eyes darting quickly. While running he took a cigarette from his vest pocket and bit the filter with a worried face. Tap! 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 Naruto's group's footsteps stopped at a wall when they saw 3 guards who turned towards them because they heard the sound of footsteps echoing in the underground room. Naruto and the others were hiding in the corner of the wall at the intersection of 3 prison corridors. A guard called out to them. "Ui, are you the guards?" called the guard in a slightly suspicious voice. "Is that you, Obito?" The other 2 guards looked at each other. One of them was even holding the hilt of the sword on his left waist. Prepared for the worst. "Ui, Obito? Orchiharu? Is that you guys?" said the guard who called earlier while walking closer to the 3-way intersection. His right hand was also ready to hold the sword hilt on his left waist. "I won't hesitate if I cut your necks for daring to make a bad joke like this," said the guard with a voice full of pressure. He was getting closer to the 3-way intersection, while his 2 friends were 5 steps behind him. 1. Naruto made a sign with his index finger which was shaken up and down twice. 2. Do it, Guy. Watcha. Guy suddenly jumped from the side of the wall and stood with his hands on his hips in the middle of the three-way intersection with a wide smile. His teeth glittered like diamonds in the light. Hui hu dash. I am a beast from Konoha. Guy gave a thumbs up with high confidence. My name is Mato. Naruto's eyes widened. It's time. Guy. Whoosh, whoosh. Two swords immediately flew from Guy's shoulders and stuck right in the foreheads of the two guards who were behind the front guard. It turned out that behind Guy were hiding two loyal Sotetsu troops who were following Guy's movements. The remaining guard had a surprised face and pressed the button on his right shoulder. Naruto's blue eyes sharpened and he threw two shuriken from behind the wall, which immediately stuck right in the middle of the neck and right shoulder of the guard. The guard collapsed with blood spurting from his neck. But it was too late. Creeing. TCH, Naruto knew that the button on the guard's right shoulder was the button for the danger alarm. He immediately took the explosive paper leaflet from his black jacket. His necklace swayed slowly on his chest. Plan B, Uzukage-sama? Naruto nodded with steam coming out of his mouth. Yes. Meanwhile, Chuza's group was running in a straight hallway and met four guards running from the opposite direction. Chuza's eyes widened. He performed a hand seal and enlarged his right hand with Baika no Jutsu. Darer. His enlarged right hand slammed down from above the two guards. Meanwhile, the other two prison guards jumped backwards with annoyed faces. So the intruders are Konoha ninjas, huh? The two guards quickly drew their swords. However, Asuma dashed past Chuza and drew his two chakra-imbued blades. A gunfight ensued. Chuza glanced to his right and saw a passageway. What made him turn his head was the sound of Obito's voice screaming in confusion. Hey, what's going on here? Obito looked at the area around his cell that was glowing with flashing red light accompanied by a loud electric teet sound. Obito's black onyx eyes looked down in annoyance. Surprised by the strange sound that suddenly appeared in this prison, he dropped the small saw from his mouth. Kyoso. Obito swung his legs back and forth, trying to grab the saw between his legs. The prison lights continued to display a red color that repeatedly turned on and off. Kyoso. You don't have to do it, Obito. Obito's eyes widened. He raised his head and saw Chuza, Asuma, and four loyal Sotetsu troops standing in front of his cell with smiling faces. Obito couldn't hide his grateful expression. Chuza immediately attached an explosive tag to the iron of the prison cell and his group took a few steps back from Obito's prison cell. Dwarf. A hole was formed that was big enough for an adult to pass through in Obito's bars. The Uchiha was immediately helped by Asuma and a loyal Sotetsu troop to escape from the chains that bound both of his hands. Asuma was able to cut the chains using his chakra knife in the gap that Obito made with his small saw. Asuma looked down, towards the small saw lying sweetly on the floor. You want to break these iron chains using a tool to escape from the rope, Obito? Obito's face turned red. He looked forward with a slightly embarrassed face. Let's not talk about it, the important thing is that I have the intention to escape. Intention alone is not enough to escape from there, Chuza joked while looking around the prison section. So you know where Koyuki is? She was taken by one of Dodo's elite ninja to the upper level of the castle. Obito's eyes sharpened. Koyuki must have been taken to Dodo's room, we have to save her. Okay, as Yondaime Uzukage thought, if this situation occurs, Chuza gave a stack of explosive tags to four loyal Sotetsu troops. You will free the prisoners using these explosive tags. The three of us will go up to free Koyuki who was brought there. It is likely that the code for the attack from the front will soon be realized. The four guards nodded their heads. Chuza looked at Asuma and Obito, then nodded his head. Be careful, Konoha ninja, said one of the guards. Thank you for helping with our country's internal problems. Asuma, Chuza, and Obito smiled. Obito clenched his right fist so tightly that a soft, jut sound was heard. His black onyx eyes stared sharply at the grip of his right hand. Of course we will help. Making friends is harder than making enemies, that's what I believe. Obito said firmly, we're going up. Leave the prison section to us, said one of Sotetsu's loyal troops with enthusiasm. Obito, Chuza, and Asuma immediately ran towards the upper stairs of the prison. Of course Chuza remembered the path because of his reconnaissance mission with Naruto when they were disguised as merchants. The three of them ran towards the four-way intersection, which would be the last intersection to the stairs with 18 loops from the bottom to the top. They met Naruto and Guy, who quickly incapacitated 3 prison guards. Guy kicked a guard in the stomach, making him cough and bend his body. Guy easily hit the guard's nape, so he collapsed instantly. Bad news? Asked Chuza with a serious face. The red-haired Uzukage nodded his head. This alarm, our infiltration mission failed quickly. Naruto looked at Chuza, Asuma, and Obito. And you found the Uchiha, what about Koyuki Hime? Chuza explained the situation that Obito had explained. Naruto nodded in understanding. It seemed Chuza and he were thinking the same thing. They were handing the prisoners over to Sotetsu's loyal forces while they went upstairs to rescue the Snow Princess. Naruto looked at Obito's stomach and his right eyebrow raised. He walked over to Obito and crouched down so that his eyes were level with a circular device attached to Obito's vest on his stomach. What is this, Obito? Obito remembered the device that Mizore had fired to seal his chakra. Chuza and Asuma looked at Obito's stomach in surprise. Apparently they also didn't notice it because of the rush caused by the information that Koyuki was taken to the upper level of the castle. Naruto listened attentively to Obito's story about the device. If this is a device used to seal chakra, there must be a Fuin character on it. Naruto performed a hand seal and slammed his left palm against the device. It seems the Ukagekure ninja are out of luck, Asuma muttered as he saw a Fuin mark appear in the center of the device. Guy nodded his head with a smile. Yes, because one of their enemies is the Fuinjutsu maestro, Yondaime Uzukage-sama. Guy said with slightly sparkling eyes because he saw the device immediately shattered when the Fuin mark in the center of the device glowed white. Obito felt his strength returning. Uzukage-sama? Here, thank you. Come on, Naruto gave a thumbs up and grinned, you owe me 5 bowls of Ichiraku's jumbo ramen in Konoha. Iya? Isn't that too much and will empty my wallet? Obito protested in a manner that was not elite as an Uchiha. They laughed a little. Naruto's smile disappeared when explosions were heard behind them. It seemed that the Sotetsu troops had begun their action to free the Dota prisoners in the underground prison. We're starting too, said Yondaime Uzukage while adjusting the collar of his black jacket. His necklace swayed slowly on his chest. The 5 of them ran up the stairs that spiraled 18 times until they reached a small hall before entering a dark hallway on the first level. They were blocked by several castle guards, but Naruto and the others were able to take care of them easily. The 5 of them arrived at the main room on the first level of the castle, namely the reception room with 80 crystal pillars covered in silver crystals encircling the pillars. There were 30 beautiful chairs and 10 long benches for guests to sit. On one of the chairs sat Mizore while wiping her snow skateboard with a white cloth. She raised her head and looked arrogantly at the Konoha ninja and Yondaime Uzukage. Mizore threw the white cloth to the right side, then gently placed her snow skateboard on the floor. Welcome to the first level of Yuki no Kuni Castle, the reception room. Mizore took a dango stick from a table on her left side, ate the dango, then threw the stick towards Naruto, who was standing in the front. Before the dango stick reached the 4th Uzukage's face, Chuza caught the dango stick with his thumb and index finger. Mizore's black eyes widened slightly. She chuckled, then stood up straight. The stocky ninja stepped on the back of the skateboard with his right foot. You will never reach Koyuki Hime. We have made a layer of defense here. Behind Mizore appeared 100 castle guards who had raised their swords and 50 Ukagekure ninjas in every corner of the room. Suddenly the 30 guest chairs were turned over, and from the bottom of the chairs appeared a cannon with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a gleaming silver color. Naruto and the others' eyes automatically stared warily at the cannon. From this cannon will come a device that will seal your chakra, the same device that is in your friend's stomach, Mizore looked at Obito's stomach with a slightly confused face. She then looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who had a calm expression. I see, we forgot that anything related to seals is Yondaime Uzukage-sama's specialty. Mizore's eyes widened. Uzumaki Naruto grinned sadistically. A pocket knife was thrown near Mizore's face. The stocky ninja stepped on the back of his skateboard so that the skateboard flew up and became Mizore's shield from the stab of the fourth Uzukage's pocket knife that was aimed at his face. No! Yondaime Uzukage's pocket knife was stuck right in the middle of the bottom of the skateboard. A drop of sweat appeared from the temple of the stocky Ukagekure ninja. Several guards and Yuki ninja were a little surprised by Naruto's fast attack. You talk too much, muttered Naruto, who suddenly appeared in front of Mizore's skateboard shield while pulling out his pocket knife. Mizore's eyes widened. He just remembered that Yondaime Uzukage had a classy and dangerous Sunshin called Hikari Sunshin. Dog. Naruto kicked Mizore's stomach straight, who was free without defense. Mizore's body was thrown back and hit two guards so that all three of them bounced on the living room floor and hit the wall of the room. Mizore's skateboard lay beside the stocky ninja. Several guards stepped back with slightly trembling hands holding their swords. The Yuki ninjas brandished their kunai and seemed ready for battle. Naruto's blue eyes scanned his surroundings quickly. If we take too long, we won't know what happened to Koyuki. Naruto performed a hand seal and closed his eyes. This will drain my chakra a bit, but this is the only effective way for us to quickly reach the top level of Yuki no Kuni Castle. Naruto opened his eyes and muttered the name of his jutsu softly. Fuinjutsu, Jigaku no Randarensa. Blurr. Hundreds of chains emerged from the castle floor and bound the shocked guards with the Uzumaki chains. Several Yuki ninjas were also caught in the chains that appeared like a flood. Naruto gasped slightly, but his calm face remained unchanged. His blue eyes that were like a cloudless sky stared sharply at Mizore and the 7 Yuki ninjas who managed to escape his Uzumaki chain attack. This is just the beginning. Mizore slammed her snow skateboard to the floor. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly, large rectangular holes appeared on the right and left sides of the reception room's walls. A wave of snow poured into the room through the rectangular holes like a flood. Naruto and the others jumped upwards to avoid the onslaught of the snow waves. Several guards bound by Naruto's chains sank into the thick snow. Time for some snow skateboarding, Mizore said in a slightly angry voice. I doubt you can play it well here, Uzumaki Naruto said while spinning the pocket knife in his right hand. If his thoughts were the same as Chuza's, there was one way for them to reach the upper level quickly. One-on-one. Naruto and Chuza thought at the same time. Suddenly, 30 cannons from overturned guest chairs appeared from the surface of the snow pile. A new round was about to begin. The reception room on the first level of the castle was now covered with snow 10 meters thick from the floor of the room. Several ninjas and castle guards who were bound by Yondaime Uzukage's chains also sank because they couldn't escape. Mizore didn't think about enemies or friends. The most important thing was that he had to kill Uzumaki Naruto along with the Konoha ninjas before they reached the upper level. Naruto jumped back twice until he was level with Chuza. His blue eyes remained wary as he spoke to Chuza. Chuza-san, what do you think of the current situation? He will definitely hinder us, and that will be detrimental to us, of course. Naruto was satisfied with Chuza's answer. The red-haired Uzumaki smiled faintly. Are you thinking the same thing as me? Asked Naruto. If I may guess, 1 versus 1? Yes. While Obito and Guy had curious faces. Obito approached Naruto and asked what the two ninjas were whispering about. Chuza cleared his throat for a moment and slammed his staff on the snow. So you want to know, Obito? Asked Chuza to Obito. A strategy? Obito asked back to the fat man. Chuza nodded his head. I will fight that ninja here, you three go up with Yondaime Uzukage. If there are guards there too, the worst case scenario is a one-on-one fight. Essentially you are sacrificing yourself, right, Chuza-san? Asked Asuma with a thin smoke from the tip of his cigarette. You want to be a pawn? You ask a strange question, Asuma. Chuza looked at Mizore, who was already preparing her attack with the other 7 Yuki ninjas. There was no need for small talk anymore. I'll catch up with you guys after I beat this fat ninja. Chuza ran towards Mizore with a loud shout. A crossroads appeared on Mizore's forehead. He immediately slammed his skateboard into the snow and surfed there. You're fat too. Whoosh. A cannon fired a chakra sealing device towards Chuza's stomach. Chuza spun his staff like a propeller in front of his body and deflected the device to the right side. Naruto and the others ran behind Chuza with serious expressions. Naruto signaled Asuma, Guy, and Obito to prepare something. Don't let them get to the second floor, shouted Mizore, who was already 5 steps ahead of Chuza. 7 Ukagekure ninjas stood in front of the stairs in a line like a wall. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Mizore and Chuza clashed with each other when they met. Naruto and Asuma ran past Mizore's right side while Guy and Obito passed the left side of the stocky Yuki ninja. Veins appeared on Mizore's scara when the attack of his armored right hand was successfully balanced by the blow of Chuza's iron rod. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 cannons fired their chakra sealing devices. Naruto stopped quickly and grabbed Asuma's right hand with both of his hands. He spun Asuma's body twice, then threw the Konoha ninja forward. Obito ran towards Yondaime Uzukage with his Sharingan already lit in his irises. Asuma's eyes sharpened. A chakra sealing device was 10 centimeters from his stomach. His right hand held Yondaime Uzukage's folding knife, which he threw towards Obito. Tash! The chakra sealing device hit Asuma's stomach. The 7 Yuki ninjas grinned faintly. One mouse no longer had chakra. Seat! Suddenly from behind the ninja tool pouch on Asuma's left thigh appeared Yondaime Uzukage's second folding knife, which was now held by the smoking ninja. Asuma smiled lopsidedly. Naruto, who was behind Asuma, had finished moving the hand seals. Sighing. Like a ghost, Yondaime Uzukage appeared near Asuma because Shodaime Uzukage's folding knife that Asuma was holding was marked Fuin Hikari Sanshin. Naruto slammed his left palm on the chakra sealing device so that a Fuin appeared in the middle of the device. Asuma's body fell backwards, which was immediately held by Obito. On the other hand, the other chakra sealing device was already a few centimeters towards Guy's stomach. As quickly planned by Naruto, Guy immediately opened his third gate and avoided the chakra sealing device by tilting his body to the right. Not only avoiding, Guy used the wind pressure from his third gate's Hashiman to deflect the direction of the chakra sealing device's blast. Now, Obito! Naruto shouted, already standing on the snowy surface. Mizore's eyes glanced back slightly. She was shocked when the chakra sealing device shot towards her head. Hiya! Obito said with his Sharingan blazing. He threw the folding knife Asuma had given him towards the 7 Ukagekure ninja. With his Sharingan, Obito's throw would be very accurate. Meanwhile, Guy activated his 5th gate as he sprinted forward. We already knew. You'll definitely appear on that pocket knife, right, Yondaime Uzukage, said the Yuki ninja with wary eyes. Naruto smiled faintly and appeared near Asuma and Obito. Yondaime Uzukage appeared on the Fuin that was on the other pocket knife. The pocket knife that was held by Asuma. It's not just me who appeared. Naruto held Obito and Asuma's shoulders. The 3 of them disappeared in a beautiful golden light. But they too. Yondaime Uzukage along with Obito and Asuma appeared in front of the 7 Yuki ninjas in an elegant light. The chakra sealing device on Asuma's stomach broke. Asuma threw Yondaime Uzukage's pocket knife to its owner and was caught swiftly by Naruto. The core of Naruto and the others' plan was to let Asuma be the bait for the chakra sealing device. With the help of 2 Shodai Uzukage pocket knives that had been given Naruto's Fuin Hikari Sanshin, they planned to approach the 7 Yuki ninjas with a quick tactic. As a result, the undisturbed guy will destroy those 30 cannons with his Hashiman technique. Asuma thought with a triumphant smile. He threw away his short cigarette and hit a Yuki ninja in the stomach with his right fist. Feel this. Guy had already opened the 6th gate and looked at the 30 cannons that simultaneously fired 30 chakra sealing devices. Too late. Guy had entered his rampage mode. Asa Kujaku. Blar. 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 30 cannons along with their sealing devices became scraps destroyed by Mato Guy's morning peacock. Mizore jumped backwards with her skateboard to avoid the chakra sealing device that was flying towards her head. Chuza hit the chakra sealing device with the top of his staff so that the device bounced in a curved direction towards Mizore's head again. The stocky Yuki ninja immediately started the skateboard engine by stepping on the back of the skateboard. Then darted to the right to avoid the chakra sealing device. Chuza looked at his comrades in front and the 4 of them had already run to the stairs. 7 Ukagekure ninjas were already lying there. Chuza smiled faintly. Your plan was successful, Uzukage-sama. Chuza returned his focus to Mizore, who was surfing quickly towards him while moving hand seals. A circular crystal on the chest of Mizore's ninja armor shone. Both of Mizore's armored arms were covered in purplish smoke. Chuza took a defensive stance and a second impact occurred, but now Chuza's body was thrown backwards. Ukagekure ninja armor is a special armor made from silver, copper and crystal native to this country. The combination of the 3 materials makes our chakra intensity higher and greater. Kekiki, it seems that after I kill you, then I will kill your friends up there with Fubuki. Mizore snorted arrogantly. I will send your corpse to Konoha village. Your words are like you can kill me and kill my friends. Chuza stood up slowly. He was 20 steps in front of Mizore. Even Yondaime Uzukage might be able to fight you while sleeping. Don't underestimate me. Mizore darted back towards Chuza with his skateboard. Both of his hands that were already covered in purple smoke were getting thicker. Chuza threw his iron stick towards Mizore but was immediately deflected by the right hand of the stocky Yuki ninja. Chuza's stick was stuck a few meters to the right side of the fight. Chuza moved a hand seal and inflated his stomach like a balloon. Baika no Jutsu. Chuza immediately turned his balloon-like body towards Mizore. Nikuden Sensha. Darhar. The 2 ninjas met at one point. Some snow was thrown upwards due to the force of the 2 collisions. Chuza was thrown back and his body hit the wall of the reception room. His body returned to its original state. Mizore stood still. He grinned triumphantly because the blows from his 2 armored hands made Akimichi Chuza forced. I see. Chuza fell to his knees with a gasp. He performed the hand seals again. Now he would make the Yuki ninja take his words back. Cho Baika no Jutsu. Mizore's eyes widened. The leader of the Akimichi clan had turned into a giant. His hair even slightly touched the ceiling of the room. Chuza took a few steps closer to Mizore, causing vibrations with each step. So this is one of the abilities of the Konoha ninja? Truly amazing. Mizore looked at Chuza, who stopped just a few steps in front of her. I'll crush you, fat. Mizore chuckled, sweat dropped. You're fat too. When they arrived at the 2nd level of Yuki no Kuni Castle, Naruto and his friends were already waiting for Kakuyoku Fubuki. The woman with pink hair and a head covering and green eyes smiled slyly. She stood in front of a giant pool filled with ferocious sharks and an ornamental pool with a Dota statue in the middle of the pool. Asuma glared at the woman and took a few steps forward calmly. Naruto knew what Asuma meant. "Is it okay?" Naruto asked briefly. Asuma nodded his head. He took something from his ninja vest pocket and threw it to Obito. The Uchiha caught it with a confused face. "That's a genuine hexagonal necklace. I exchanged it when we were at sea a while ago." Asuma took a stance. The two chakra swords in his hands were already imbued with chakra. Then, Naruto threw a kunai with its handle wrapped in an explosive tag to the right side of the room. The kunai stuck right into the wall of the second level of the castle. "I will inform the Sandayu troops to attack now, so that the Dota troops are busy at their defense gate." "As per your plan D, Uzukage-sama," Asuma said with a slight smirk. Naruto looked at Obito, who was shocked to see Asuma making himself a stepping stone for them to reach the third level of Yuki no Kuni Castle. Obito put the necklace in his pants pocket and shook his head slowly. "Don't die, Asuma. Idiot." Asuma charged forward towards Fubuki. "I haven't finished my cigarette yet, Obito." Dwar. The kunai that Naruto threw with the handle covered with explosive tags finally exploded, signaling Sandayu and the others to attack Yuki no Kuni Castle from the front. Guy looked at Yondaime Uzukage and both of them nodded. Naruto threw 5 shuriken towards Fubuki, which were immediately deflected easily by the Ukagekure Kunoichi. Naruto smiled faintly and moved his 5 fingers. He had tied the 5 shuriken with thin wires tied to the 5 fingers of his right hand. Jut! The 5 shuriken spun upwards and the wire ropes quickly tied Fubuki's body. Fubuki's eyes widened when Asuma was already 10 steps in front of her. A pair of wings appeared on Fubuki's back armor, making Naruto's wire ropes loose, and the Ukagekure ninja shot up. Fubuki threw 10 kunai towards Asuma. The Konoha ninja with the surname Sarutobi avoided the kunai thrown at him and immediately jumped towards Fubuki. The sound of metal clanging when the kunai held by Fubuki collided with the chakra knife held by Asuma's right hand. Trek, Fubuki's kunai cracked. Fubuki's green irises looked at her weapon and she immediately kicked Asuma's stomach so that the ninja was thrown down. Asuma performed a hand seal that ended with the Tora hand seal, then fired a fire jutsu. Katan, Enden. Asuma's burst of fire shot towards Fubuki, who was immediately fanned by the 2 wings from behind the Kunoichi's armor. Asuma stepped on the ground and performed the hand seal again, then planted both palms on the floor. Futon, Detapa. Bush. The impact of the wind from Asuma's Futon jutsu made the fire that was successfully held back by the flapping of Fubuki's armor wings grow and blow the Kunoichi backwards. Fubuki crashed into several chairs and lay sprawled among the pile of chairs. "Now," said Asuma with a tense face. Naruto and the others ran quickly towards the stairs that led to the third level of Yuki no Kuni Castle, or the last level of the magnificent castle. Fubuki grinned faintly among the pile of chairs. She performed 3 simple hand seals and the wall in the second level of the castle room formed a rectangular hole, just like in the room below. Suddenly, water gushed out in a large discharge and hit the tables, chairs, and interior items there. Naruto and the others jumped up to avoid the onslaught of water. Asuma's eyes looked sharply upwards. He stood above the water that was swaying slowly due to the force of the water. Fubuki flew using her armor wings while covering her mouth with her right hand. "Hee-hee-ha, oops, I've released a predator here," said Fubuki as she looked at the pool where the giant shark had completely submerged. Even the head of the Dota statue was left with only its skull visible from the surface. "Predator, what does that mean?" Asuma thought in confusion. Suddenly he saw a large black shadow approaching Naruto and the others. When he was about to scream, Fubuki had already performed a hand seal and shot ice crystals from both of her palms. "Hayutan, Kesho Satsujin. It." Asuma jumped backwards while shouting to Naruto and the others, "Uzukage-sama, there's dash." By air. A giant shark came out of the water and opened its mouth full of fangs towards Naruto, Guy, and Obito. The three ninjas jumped up to avoid being made dinner by the aquatic carnivore. The water surface shook due to the force of the shark's large body, while also creating large wave points. You won't be able to go anywhere. Fubuki taunted. He turned to Asuma and again fired dozens of ice crystals at the Konoha ninja with the surname Sarutobi. Asuma jumped backwards 8 times to avoid Fubuki's crystals. He now stood on the head of the Dota statue that was sticking out of the water. Buyer. The shark reappeared with its mouth wide open. Naruto jumped to the right while Guy Obito jumped to the left. The shark's tail swung towards Guy Obito. Obito with his Sharingan immediately jumped up quickly, while Guy was hit by the tail and thrown several meters back. Obito threw 2 kunai wrapped in explosive tags on the handles towards the shark's body. Obito's eyes widened. His 2 kunai bounced down with a metallic clanging sound, as if the shark's skin was made of steel. This fish has been fed human flesh mixed with various drugs to increase its strength, speed, and endurance. Kikuku, you won't be able to easily avoid its terrifying mouth's attack. Naruto glanced at Fubuki and smiled faintly. Heh. I think the word attack is more suitable for a terrestrial predator that has 4 limbs like a cheetah. Naruto performed a hand seal and pointed his right hand forward. 2 layers of Fuin-lettered circles appeared where in the middle of the small Fuin circle shone a bright reddish light. The large shark swam quickly towards Naruto until its dorsal fin broke the surface of the water in front of the Uzukage. You made the wrong choice to come near me. Naruto exhaled slowly, making a cloud of steam emerge from his mouth. Fuinjutsu, Jasucha Bishoda. Dwarf. From the Yondaime Uzukage's Fuin circle came a large explosion that scattered the water around it. The shark was thrown back, creating a large wave as its body fell to the surface of the water. A slight tremor occurred in the second floor of the castle, making several paintings on the walls of the room that were half submerged by water fall down. Now, shouted Naruto to Obito and Guy. Obito, who was helping Guy up, immediately stood up and jumped several times towards the stairs in the room. Fubuki flew quickly towards Naruto, Guy, and Obito, but Asuma immediately ran after her and threw the kunoichi continuously with his kunai. Tisk, just annoying, said Fubuki annoyed. She stopped chasing Naruto and the others and fired dozens of crystals at Asuma. That's my job. Asuma jumped back, then did a backflip 3 times while throwing his right chakra knife at Fubuki's head. Fubuki's eyes widened slightly. Oh my. Fubuki tilted her head to the right. He smiled mockingly. Heh, it's easy to avoid your weak throw dash. That knife is a chakra knife, a special knife that can take the user's chakra and become a medium for releasing the user's jutsu. Asuma had finished moving the hand seals. Futon. Fubuki's eyes widened in surprise when she felt the strong wind pressure coming out of the chakra knife. Detapa. Blar. A blast of wind came out from the chakra knife that Asuma threw, and the wind threw Fubuki's body to the wall of the room, making the Yukigekure kunoichi fall to the surface of the water. Naruto, Guy, and Obito had already climbed half the stairs. Yondaime Uzukage looked at Asuma for a few seconds, then nodded his head. Asuma understood and gave a thumbs up. Follow us. Naruto said briefly, but with a lot of meaning. He followed Obito and Guy, who had already climbed the stairs to get to the 3rd floor of Yuki no Kuni Castle. Konoha. Fubuki got up slowly with her wet ninja armor. The kunoichi's face looked hard with anger. I'll make you our shark's meal. Buyer. The shark appeared in front of Fubuki and swam quickly to attack Asuma. Asuma looked calmly at the shark while his right hand caught the chakra knife that he had thrown. Ha. I hope what you said is true. Fubuki's eyebrows sharpened. She did not accept being underestimated by this Konoha shrew. The Konoha ninja in front of him really made his emotions flare up like a fire doused with gasoline. You must regret saying that. Fubuki ran behind the giant shark with a grinning face and a slight trace of annoyance. I never regret it, Asuma said firmly. The chakra blade in his right hand was immediately filled with chakra, indicating that the man with the surname Sarutobi was ready for the next impact. If I may guess, Obito looked at Ruga with an unpleasant look. You are the guardian of the final level of this castle, right? Ruga sat on the chair that Dota usually sat on with a condescending face. He looked at Obito, Guy, then Yondaime Uzukage who had just come from the stairs. Ruga's eyes sharpened. It was true what Dota-sama said, Uzumaki Naruto was not easy to defeat. Defeating the leader of the four Yuzu was a great achievement. Your guess is right. Ruga got off his chair and walked a few steps forward. He put his palms together in a conventional manner. Can we sit here for a while sipping some delicious hot chocolate? Ruga pointed to a small table with 4 chairs in the corner of the room using his eyes. Obito and Guy followed Ruga's gaze, but Yondaime Uzukage immediately threw his right pocket knife towards Ruga's head. Grep. Ruga caught the handle of the pocket knife before it reached his face. Traang. Yondaime Uzukage's left pocket knife slash was blocked by the kunai held by Ruga's left hand. Ruga grinned happily. Your attacks are just that, Uzukage-sama. Even a fool knows that there is Fuin Hikari Sunshin in the handle of this pocket knife of yours. Your attack was already seen through from the start. Indeed, Naruto raised his right eyebrow casually. It's just that I like to see my enemy's face so happy at the beginning. Suddenly Ruga's hair stood on end. What a terrifying killing intense. And make their faces suffer at the end. Thud thud thud. Ruga's breath hitched. 5 chains appeared binding his body quickly and made the kunai in his left hand slip from his grip. As the kunai clattered on the floor, Yondaime Uzukage took his right folding knife which also slipped from Ruga's grip and slashed his left folding knife downwards at Ruga's face. The face split in a very fine diagonal line, but no blood was drawn. It must be that jutsu. Naruto jumped backwards as the crystal floor broke and 2 snow lions appeared that wanted to slash Yondaime Uzukage's legs. Ruga's body turned into pieces of wood that split diagonally at the top. Kawarimi no Jutsu. Guy and Obito's eyes trembled in shock. A little scared too, as Obito looked at Naruto's back, he remembered Itachi's words about Uzumaki Naruto. Yondaime Uzukage-sama has succeeded in proving to Konoha and the other great ninja villages the meaning of a planned victory. The 4th Uzukage has the power of his mind, Itachi-san? Itachi shook his head. He looked at his little brother Sasuke who was sleeping soundly in the crib with a look full of affection. If you think Uzumaki Naruto, the 4th Uzukage is the strongest Kage, that's wrong. Although feared for his strength, he is famous for his well-thought-out plans and cunning. And? Itachi sighed softly. Sometimes I see horror in Uzumaki Naruto-sama's figure. Obito's eyes blinked twice. Just as Itachi said, he himself, perhaps Guy and their enemies felt the sudden change in aura. Obito shook his head. It was not the time to think about anything else, he had to focus on saving Koyuki from Dota's clutches. It's truly thrilling, Uzukage-sama, said Ruga who emerged from the cracked floor with his 2 snow lions. He sat cross-legged on the body of one of his lions. He folded his arms in front of his chest and still showed an arrogant smile. Naruto smiled faintly. You are truly unpredictable. Ruga moved a hand seal and the lion that Ruga was not sitting on split into 2 new snow lions. Now there are 4 snow lions ready to block Naruto, Obito and Guy's steps. Because you are strong, then I and my 2 lions will fight you, said Ruga while pointing at the 4th Uzukage, his right index finger then pointed at Obito and Guy. For you 2, fight my 2 lions one-on-one. Heihei, very fair, isn't it? Guy took a step forward and immediately used his Hashiman. Ruga's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. It was the thick-browed Konoha ninja he had defeated when they fought on the steam train. Heh, so you're still alive huh? What do you want to do? I will defeat you along with your 4 little lions. Obito, Uzukage-sama. I will be your stepping stone to the roof of the castle. Most likely Koyuki-sama is there with Dotu. Jigai, but you dash. Naruto made a sign for Obito to stop his protest. The Uzukage glared at the Uchiha. Obito's Sharingan trembled slightly. Trust your friend, Naruto said in a calm tone. Our main focus is to save you and Koyuki-hime. You have been saved. Now our final goal is to save Koyuki-hime from Dota's hands. But Yondaime Uzukage-sama, can't we defeat that Yuki ninja together? Naruto shook his head. He smiled faintly. People who care about their friends are indeed good. Naruto's blue irises looked like sapphires full of light to Obito now, but people who believe in their friends are something more than the word good itself. Obito's eyes trembled slightly. He lowered his head and thought again. He remembered Asuma's message telling him to give the hexagonal crystal to Koyuki. Asuma, Guy, and Chuza had entrusted Koyuki's safety to him. He must not throw away that opportunity and trust into a heart-to-heart gift in vain. Obito remembered Itachi's words again. Horror? So you think Uzumaki Naruto is evil, Itachi-san? Itachi shook his head. He who was now sitting in a wheelchair tapped his right index finger on the edge of the wheelchair. The character of Yondaime Uzukage is very abstract, very vague. When Obito wanted to ask, Itachi immediately answered him. Why is that? Yes. Itachi closed his eyes and smiled thinly, because sometimes I also see warmth in Uzumaki Naruto-sama's figure. Thud. Obito's eyes opened wide when he heard Naruto's shout inviting him to come forward. Guy was ready to cover them so they could reach the roof of Yuki no Kuni Castle. Ruga signaled 2 of his snow lions to charge forward, while one of his snow lions ran towards the stairs to the roof, preventing Naruto and Obito from reaching it. Hiya, the 5th gate, Ki. The surrounding air pressure changed. Is this a technique that releases power beyond the normal limit? Ruga looked at Naruto and Obito, who were now a few steps in front of his snow lion. Ruga's eyes sharpened. Naruto's hand movements were so fast. He could make a complicated and quite long hand seal in just 4 seconds. Fuinjutsu, Jasucha T-shirt. Sriing. A snow lion that was 3 steps in front of Naruto stopped moving. Yondaime Uzukage spun around and kicked the snow lion's head until it shattered into a pile of meaningless snow. Obito jumped over the claws of the other snow lion's front legs by jumping forward in a right somersault and threw a kunai at the snow lion's back. Tap. As Obito's feet touched the floor, he pulled the kunai on the snow lion's back using the wire tied to the kunai's handle and his right hand. The snow lion's body shattered into a pile of snow. Ruga performed a hand seal and the snow that had been the snow lion turned back into a snow lion that immediately split into 12 lions. Naruto and Obito squealed softly. Sorry I'm late. Guy suddenly appeared behind Yondaime Uzukage, then hit a snow lion that jumped to pounce on the 4th Uzukage from the front. The snow lion was destroyed instantly. Guy darted quickly forward, backward, sideways, right and left to finish off the 12 snow lions in an instant. Ruga showed a surprised expression. Oh, you look stronger than before. Ruga jumped from the back of his snow lion and moved a hand seal. The piles of snow from the snow lion that Guy destroyed turned into 30 fairly large snakes. Naruto quickly looked around. The advantage of this Yukigekure ninja jutsu is that it can increase its snow beast army from the snow from the previous snow beasts that have been destroyed. Like a clone technique that utilizes leftovers. Very beneficial for the user and detrimental to the opponent. Hiya, I will destroy everything dash. Don't act yet Guy. Naruto stretched his right hand in front of Guy, signaling Guy to restrain himself. If you destroy those snakes, they will continue to multiply like worms. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Ruga chuckled softly and performed another hand seal. Suddenly, 4 snow snakes slithered toward one spot, merging together to form a figure of Ruga made of snow. Yuki Bunshin? Yondaime Uzukage muttered, remaining wary. The four snakes reunited and formed another Ruga. Now there were 3 Rugas facing Naruto, Guy, and Obito on the 3rd level of the castle. Bang! A giant explosion shook the room gently. Naruto glanced at the wall of the 3rd floor of the castle with a thoughtful look. It seems like Sandayu and his troops have attacked the castle gates. The civil war in Yuki no Kuni has begun. Naruto closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. Actually I'm a bit reluctant to use this jutsu, but the situation really forces me to use it. Naruto sighed softly inside his mindscape while looking at the darkness of the mindscape with a calm face. So, which number Sumikyo should I hire? Thought Yondaime Uzukage with a thin smile without the slightest nervousness. Shion, Ohayu Minasan, welcome to the Uzukage Hiden, the most boring fanfic ever. Naruto jumps like a monkey and covers his wife's mouth. Don't say that, my wife, we are both stars in this boring fanfic. Naruto fell down. Hit by the author. Shion looked flatly at her husband who was lying on the floor with a smoking head. Shion, Yush, we will read the results of the reader's reviews about what number Sumikyo will Naruto use in this chapter. Voice slightly lower, I know you just want a lot of reviews, author-san. Author, can you not say it with an expressionless face like that, Shion-sama? Shion, he doesn't care. Okay, the results are still with a flat voice. 6 votes, even though I didn't expect this to be mentioned, because this Sumikyo can make Naruto become psycho dark. Hey 12 votes. Gu, 1 vote. Hika, 1 vote. Gariko, 1 vote. Asano, 1 vote. Bato, 1 vote. Lord Amoeba is not counted because it is not nominated. Shion, flat, congratulations to Hayade on his victory. Sumikyo number 7, the cheetah Hayade will be Naruto's partner in this chapter. Happy reading. Naruto stood with a sad face. I only get the part of jumping like a monkey and getting hit in this session? So, which number Sumikyo should I hire? Thought Yondaime Uzukage with a thin smile without the slightest nervousness. The cheetah appeared in front of Naruto with a smile full of friendship. Naruto sighed and looked up. In the real world, the Uzukage opened his blue eyes and smiled thinly. Ruga put on a wary face when he saw the change in expression of the spiky red-maned Uzumaki. Guy, are you ready to face that Yuki ninja alone? Asked Naruto to Guy. Guy nodded his head. He was ready to open his 6th Hashimon gate. The night in the Yuki no Kuni capital looked like any other. Cold, misty, and illuminated by a hazy moon. However, things were a little different when Sotetsu's loyal troops spread out across the capital, sitting in warm drink stalls, in alcoholic beverage shops, or relaxing in front of love hotels. Everyone was waiting for the signal from inside the castle. An explosion, signaling the start of a full-scale attack. Sandayu wore a round hat and a thick, dark brown jacket with slightly faded fur. He exhaled slowly, and steam billowed from his mouth. He leaned in front of Yuki's clothing store, lowering the brim of his hat. His eyes constantly watched Yuki no Kuni Castle, which glowed the brightest among the capital's buildings. He waited for a signal from inside the castle, waiting for the signal to attack when the infiltration mission failed or, in other words, the infiltration team was discovered. Want a cigarette, Sandayu-san? Offered a warrior, handing Sandayu a small cigarette. The bespectacled old man shook his head. He wasn't a smoker. No, thank you. Sandayu politely declined. The warrior nodded and held the cigarette he had offered him between his lips. He lit a lighter and lit the tip of the cigarette. There's no sign of the infiltration team yet, huh? The warrior exhaled with an impatient expression. I really hope Dota falls right now. All the hopes of the people who are still loyal to Sotetsu-sama are about Dota's overthrow. Dota falls and Koyuki rises to become our leader. Everyone hopes for that. Sandayu pressed the waist of his jacket. Under the parka-style jacket was a sword strapped to Sandayu's waist. When the Konoha ninja and Yondaime Uzukage-sama arrived, everyone hoped the castle could be breached. I'm grateful for their arrival, the warrior said with a sincere smile. His eyes looked warily ahead. The capital's guards were seen walking on the main streets of the capital with wary eyes. They glanced right and left, as if looking for suspicious figures. The warrior took a drag on his cigarette. Our opponents aren't just the traitorous forces, but the Uzukage ninjas. They are the most dangerous, Sandayu said, looking up. Although invisible, the Yuki ninjas were the ones who truly deserved to be called the capital's watchdogs. They hid in the corners of the buildings, watching the Yuki no Kuni capital from above. Invisible eagles. You know, when I was still in uniform as a castle guard, the warrior puffed on his cigarette. His face looked thoughtful, like he was remembering the past. I always saw Koyuki-hime's cheerful face when her father was still alive. The warrior paused for a moment. His right foot moved back and forth on the snowy ground. When I looked at Koyuki-hime's face in the Princess Gale movie, the look in her eyes changed. It wasn't like when she was little, there was no warmth there. Sandayu nodded sadly. He, who often interacted with Sotetsu's daughter, had often seen Koyuki's depressed face. Her bad past when she saw her father disappear with the flames of the fall made Koyuki's views change. Sandayu understood. He continued to encourage Koyuki so that the little princess grew into a top actress in Hai no Kuni. When he received the offer to play Funheim in the Princess Gale movie, Sandayu was given hope. I will raise Princess Koyuki's spirit through this film art. That was what Sandayu thought. Even though Koyuki looked very talented in playing the character he played, the look in his eyes remained unchanged. Emptiness and full of despair. Bwara. Sandayu let out a soft sigh. He should have prevented the rebellion carried out by Dota several years ago, because he was the commander of the 54 guards of Sotetsu-sama's castle. His carelessness had cost Sotetsu-sama his life. Sandayu-san. This was his fault. Sandayu-san. Sandayu-san. Sandayu gasped in surprise. He looked at the warrior with a confused look. The warrior pointed towards the burning Yuki no Kuni castle on its second level. That was the signal. Attack. Sandayu waved his parka jacket a little nervously. He had to focus. Attack. Begin. Simultaneously, all the warriors sitting in the taverns or relaxing in the corners of the city immediately moved separately towards one location, namely the gate of Yuki no Kuni castle. Several of the capital's guards looked confused as the best defended castle could catch fire. Moreover, the fire had broken out on its second level. Several ninjas were seen jumping between the capital's buildings and peering into the castle. It seems to have been hit by a paper bomb, said one of the Yuki ninjas, peering into the flames. On the second level. How could that be? He muttered in a confused tone. What's going on? Asked one of the guards in the right corner tower of the castle. He looked at the second level of the castle, the right side, which was burning heavily as if something had exploded. One of his friends looked in that direction. The flames on the walls of the second level of the castle were so big. That means someone managed to infiltrate this castle, said the guard who was looking at the flames. The warrior who had asked earlier let out a soft gasp and looked down. All the guards in front of the gate looked confused. Some of the guards will go up there, check what really happened, said the gate guard leader with a worried face. I'll try to contact Rugataicho, you all keep your eyes peeled. Hi. Several guards spread out around the gate with their weapons and spears already pointed in front of them, ready to fight. The castle guard leader ran to the control room while indicating several guards to move towards the special fire control room. The situation in front of the Yuki no Kuni castle gate looked rather chaotic. It was quite surprising for the guards there. Their castle, which had always been insurmountable by Sotetsu's loyal warriors, was now being blown up from within, and shockingly, the explosion occurred on the second floor of the castle. The castle guard leader spoke to the Yuki no Kuni castle communications operator in the special communications room, located in the eastern corner of the castle. As he held the small microphone on the operator's desk, a guard ran into the room and saluted, then reported something. Reporting Taicho. There's news from the guards inside that the 2 prisoners who were put in the dungeon are likely intruders. Some guards are also having trouble because all the prisoners managed to escape from prison. What did you say? The castle gate master stood up straight and stared in shock at the reporter. He shook his head in annoyance and pressed the red talk button. Simultaneously, human screams reached his ears and the gate guard leader immediately ran to see through the communication room's glass. What was happening? 2 gate guards fell from the right corner tower as their bodies were showered with arrows. The sound of human screams merging into one signaled that the Dota rebels would attack the magnificent castle tonight. You don't know the time to attack. Cursed the gatekeeper leader as he punched the wall of the communication room with a furious expression on his face. Turning to the Yuki no Kuni gate. That night, the gates were filled with flames and volleys of arrows. Led by Asama Sandeu, Sotetsu's loyal warriors charged toward the gates with their swords drawn. The archers standing at the back of the line continued to support the warriors attacking at the front. As a result, the guards on the gates and towers fell one by one, arrows lodged in their bodies. Close the gates, shouted one of the castle gate guards, waving his hand. A Molotov cocktail flew to his left and exploded there. The guard let out an annoyed gasp. He looked around and saw several rebel fighters carrying 4 artificial bridges. Don't forget that Yuki no Kuni castle was surrounded by a 10-meter wide moat. Keep throwing Molotov cocktails, shouted Sandeu enthusiastically. Don't let them pull down the bridge and castle gate. The fighters tasked with throwing Molotov cocktails continued to hurl the bombs, made from bottles filled with gasoline, alcohol, and liquid hydrogen, at the castle troops who were turning the levers that closed the gates and raised the bridge. The Molotov cocktail fighters were divided into 2 groups. The first group, at the front, was tasked with lighting the fuses and throwing them at the targets. The second group, behind the first, was tasked with putting gasoline into the bottles that already contained alcohol and liquid hydrogen, then plugging them with fuses. The cooperation between the fighters attacking the castle with Molotov cocktails was carried out in unison. Their bomb attacks were enough to hinder the castle guards from immediately closing their gates. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fighters carrying swords were clashing with the guards carrying swords and spears. Fortunately, the fighters were supported by a troop of archers in the rear line. Slowly but surely, the fighters pushed their way in closer to the bridge that had not yet fully raised. Report the situation, said the gate guard leader, rubbing his face. A guard nodded his head and exited the communications operator's room with a tense face. The gate guard leader had slightly forgotten his purpose in coming to the room, to contact Ruga. Suddenly a short sinus sound was heard and the communication operator called the guard leader that someone was contacting them. Oh. I forgot that my purpose here was to contact Ruga Taicho. Is it from him? No, sir. This is from the leader of the capital's guard ninja, said the operator as he handed a mini earpiece to the castle guard leader. Ha! Nuda here. What is it, capital's guard ninja leader, Saga-kun? Saga, the leader of the capital's ninja watchdog, grinned faintly. Your gatekeepers look troubled, Nuda-san? Don't joke around. We were attacked suddenly and the situation inside the castle is still unclear. If you're calling me just to ask about that, do it after I take care of those bastards in front. I'll help you. Saga chuckled softly. Besides, it seems like this is the biggest attack the loyal warriors of Sotetsu have planned. Nuda paused for a moment. His head was thinking about something. What do you mean? Ha! Saga grinned happily and looked at Yuki no Kuni Castle, which was filled with fire at the gate and on the second floor of the castle. All the warriors must have come out of hiding tonight. Well, this is our chance to wipe them out completely. Nuda nodded, although Saga's voice sounded confident, but Nuda couldn't hide his tension. I agree. Nuda-san. What's wrong? Saga took a deep breath. Focus on the gate. Leave the matters inside the castle to Rugataicho. Fubuki-san and Mizore-san are also there. The three of them are enough to deal with the intruders who managed to enter the castle. Your job is to finish off the visible intruders who are in front of the gate. Just a suggestion from me. Nuda chuckled softly. It seemed that the leader of the capital surveillance ninja had a point. I also agree with what you said here. For artificial bridges made by the fighters were successfully thrown towards the moat and became an entrance for the fighters to the Yuki no Kuni castle gate, which was still half open. Several castle guards who were in front of the gate immediately drew their swords and fought directly there. Where did they hide such a large artificial bridge? Asked one of the guards as he ran forward, drawing his sword and slashing several fighters who were trying to enter the half-open castle gate. Several fighters stood on the bridge that was half pulled into the castle, in a tilted condition, and ran towards the guard. You are preparing for tonight, HAH? Arrow troops, continue to support the frontline troops, shouted Sandeu while raising his sword. Sandeu's eyes widened. Above the gate and on the four towers of the castle stood the Dodo archers. In the tower itself, ballista, a dangerous giant archer's tool, has been prepared. The embers were lit as a sign that the archers and ballista holders would burn the tips of their arrows into the embers to increase the killing power of their long-range attacks. Ladder men, immediately make a path on the castle wall. Sandeu ordered in a hoarse voice. 10 warriors holding ladders ran across the warrior-made bridge and placed their ladders on the outer wall of the castle. 2 ladder bearers died when arrows burned with embers pierced their chests. That's Ryuso Nuda, the leader of the gate guards. Sandeu's eyes sharpened to see a figure of a stern-faced and muscular man standing in the middle of the gate with a calm expression. He raised his right hand with all 5 fingers spread. The archers and ballista wielders readied their shots. Sandeu thought with sweat dripping from his forehead. Seat. When Nuda lowered his right hand, the archers and ballista wielders shot their arrows that had been burned with embers towards the targets. As a result, many warriors were hit by the arrows and lay sprawled in front of the gate. Archermen, Sandeu looked back, giving the order to the support, shoot the top of the gate and men dash. Sandeu's eyes widened in shock. Several archers ran forward with terrified faces. The rest lay lifeless, having been killed by the capital's ninja guards from behind. Sandeu had actually anticipated a rear attack on the archers. However, the archers' guards also lay there when the capital's ninja guards intervened. Yo, Sandeu-san, still fighting with Sotetsu's will in your heart? Saga stood at the front and cracked his sore neck. He casually dropped an archer's body to the ground. Sandeu clenched his jaws tightly in anger. Aramon Saga, one of Doto's sycophants, Sandeu opened his parka jacket, revealing his red battle armor. His right hand drew his sword from its sheath and pointed it at Saga. I'll kill you here. Oh, aren't you worried about your troops being cornered there? Saga asked in a voice that feigned pity. Sandeu smiled faintly. I have appointed my trusted person to lead this army when I am in a situation where I cannot lead the army, for example like this. Your trusted person, and all your troops will die tonight. Saga said with a horrified voice. Sandeu glared at the leader of the capital's guard ninja. There was no fear in Sandeu's eyes. Koyuki Heim, Sandeu remembered the sincere smile when Koyuki was talking to her father, when his father was still alive. We Yuki citizens only want your smile like before to return. Moving from the situation of the Yuki no Kuni gate filled with fiery battle, in the capital itself the citizens of Yuki entered their homes with fearful faces. The capital's guards roamed the streets of the capital while ensuring that no civilians were out, while they also checked for Dota rebels roaming the capital while all the fighters were concentrated in front of the castle gate. Darting from the capital situation to the castle itself, to the third floor of the castle where Yandere Uzukage, Mato Guy and Uchiha Obito were faced with a slightly difficult situation facing 3 Ruga Nadar. 1 real, 2 fake, along with their snow beasts that could divide themselves like bacteria and added to the difficulty for the 3 ninjas to climb to the castle roof. Naruto had been involved in a situation like this. He remembered the rebellion led by Mei Terumi. Yandere Uzukage lowered his body slightly and widened his stance. Obito glanced at Naruto and was a little curious about the Uzukage stance. It seems like Uzukage-sama is preparing a quick attack. Obito felt a certain level of power within the Uzukage. Is he going to attack this Yuki ninja from the front? Or behind? Or his light Sunshin technique again? Obito, you're Uchiha, right? Obito's sweat dropped a little. What kind of question is that, Uzukage-sama? Do you think these red irises with 3 tomo in my eyes are an irritant? I thought so, Naruto joked, making Obito fall down. The Uchiha stroked the back of his head and looked at Naruto with a slightly annoyed look. This Uzukage can annoy me too. Use your Katan Jutsu. Naruto squeezed his 10 fingers, as if indicating that there would be a powerful attack from the Uzukage. After that, leave it to me, then when we make it to the stairs to the roof. I leave the ninja's affairs to you, Guy. If I manage to kill him in this one attack, the 3 of us will go straight to the roof. But if it fails... Yes. Guy, who had opened his 6th gate, pressed his chest using his right thumb. Leave it to me. Ruga scoffed, not liking the sight of the 3 ninjas in front of him whispering incoherently. Ooey, what are you guys whispering about, huh? Ruga asked in a slightly annoyed tone. Naruto took a step forward and smiled faintly. Excuse me. Naruto glanced quickly at Obito, who was moving the hand seals for the Uchiha signature Katan Jutsu. That's a secret, said the Uzukage with slightly widened eyes. Obito immediately spat out a giant fireball towards the 3 Ruga and his snow snakes. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu, an A-class fireball jutsu typical of the Uchiha clan. TCH, that fire melted my snow snakes. Ruga and 2 fake Rugas jumped to the side to avoid Obito's fireball. Some of his snow snakes also melted due to being hit by the fireball. Naruto ran quickly towards the real Ruga's body. Both of his hands were clenched very tightly. When Ruga stepped on the floor and Obito's fireball hit the Dota crystal chair, Yandere Uzukage was already on his right side and hit his right cheek using his right fist. The head shattered into snow. Fake. Naruto lowered his head when another Ruga threw 2 shuriken at him, then another Ruga jumped at him while shooting black-handled machetes at Yandere Uzukage's head. Naruto rolled to the right and the machetes in Ruga's right hand only hit the floor and made a 10 cm deep crack. Naruto immediately stood up and kicked Ruga, who shot the machetes very quickly before Ruga pulled the machetes out of the floor crack he made. When Ruga, who was kicked by Naruto, was thrown back, several snow snakes jumped towards Yandere Uzukage with their fangs bared. Naruto, very fast, swung using his 2 folding knives and destroyed all the heads of the snow snakes that wanted to bite his back. Obito's Sharingan eyes flashed repeatedly. The speed of Yandere Uzukage's movements would not be seen if he did not use the Sharingan. Guy was slightly stunned. Naruto's movements even matched his own when opening the 7th gate, maybe even matched the speed when a Hashiman user opened the 8th gate. Ruga showed a slightly frustrated face. He shouted Naruto's title, Yondam Dukak. When Ruga wanted to advance to punch Naruto's right cheek, Naruto's left hand hit Ruga's right cheek first. The Yuki ninja was thrown back and his body was dragged on the floor several meters from his initial position. Naruto ran quickly towards Ruga's body. Before the Yuki ninja lifted his head, Naruto had already stabbed his left chest, right in the heart, using his right folding knife. Ruga's eyes were completely round. Slowly Ruga's shocked face cracked and became a pile of snow. Yandere Uzukage glanced back, at Ruga who was standing with a gasp. His blue eyes glanced towards the stairs, where Ruga's snow lion remained on standby. Can we go? Naruto asked casually. Ruga took a step forward and seemed to want to say something. Protest maybe? But Guy immediately appeared in front of Ruga with a body flowing with the aura of the 6th Hashimoto Gate. Let's finish our fight on the train, right here and now. Guy put on his taijutsu stance. Wachowo, said Guy with a slight shake of his head so that his hair moved slowly. No, TSK, Ruga couldn't accept his defeat to Naruto. He thought himself great. He thought himself stronger than Yandere Uzukage. He always wanted to finish off the 4th Uzukage to prove to the world that Ruga Nadar was the strongest ninja in the elemental shinobi world. However, Ruga looked at Naruto with a look full of envy. Ruga's eyes trembled slightly in surprise because Yandere Uzukage stood watching him. Yandere Uzukage seemed to know what was in his mind and heart. The 4th Uzukage seemed to know Ruga's desire to be stronger. Heh. Naruto turned away from Ruga and spoke a few words before he ran towards the stairs to the castle roof. If you manage to defeat my thick-browed friend. Obito stood beside Uzukage and glanced at Ruga for a moment. Obito could also see the shocked expression of the Yuki ninja. Then I will definitely fight you. I will be more serious. Naruto paused for a moment, as if considering his next words. And you are very good for a ninja from a small village. I am quite flattered by your ninjutsu skills. Ruga gasped in surprise. For some reason there was a feeling of passion in his heart when praised by the Uzukage. Uzumaki Naruto was his enemy. Uzumaki Naruto was the figure he had to kill, but for some reason Ruga was very proud when he was praised by his enemy. You are right. Face me to finish our fight from last time. A fight between men, Wacha, said Guy enthusiastically. Ruga looked at Guy with a sharp gaze. Kekeki. Yandere Uzukage. Naruto ran towards Ruga's snow lion who was waiting in front of the stairs to the roof. Obito glanced for a moment at Ruga who was grinning sadistically. Be careful Guy. Thought Obito, who then ran towards the stairs to the roof guarded by the snow lion. I will finish this friend of yours. Ruga shouted with a hint of anger. Naruto did a front flip as the snow lion Ruga leaped forward to pounce on him. The Uzukage threw an explosive kunai at the snow lion's tail, but the lion managed to dodge it by tilting its body to the right. Tap! Obito caught the explosive kunai right in front of the lion's head. The Uchiha immediately pulled the explosive tag from the kunai and stuck it to the snow predator's head. When Guy darted towards Ruga to hit him with his right hand, an explosion occurred in the room with snow splashing in all directions. Naruto and Obito ran towards the top of the stairs and arrived at the roof of Yuki no Kuni Castle. The cold air immediately penetrated their bones. Naruto looked around and a huge fire broke out at the castle gate. It seems that Sotetsu-sama's loyal warriors have begun their massive attack. Obito said with a shivering voice. Naruto could see some of the warriors' troops seem to be retreating back. Were they being pushed back? Naruto looked to the right and saw a cylindrical iron about 50 centimeters long attached to a pulley on a large rope. Naruto and Obito walked towards the iron. This rope leads. Obito looked at the end of the rope behind the castle. The height of the rope continued to decrease until it reached behind the castle where there were 5 giant curved mirrors at the top. There was a black table there. Obito narrowed his eyes. This rope leads to the back of the castle. Obito sighed in annoyance. Dotu is waiting for us there, Uzukage-sama. Naruto could see it clearly. Behind the table with the hexagonal hole, stood Dotu who pointed a kunai at Koyuki's neck while grinning triumphantly. Both of them knew what the kunai meant. Give me the real hexagonal crystal or the princess of the snow country dies. How is this Uzukage-sama? That bastard made us in 2 difficult choices. Naruto looked at the gate that showed the battle between Dotu's troops against Sotetsu's loyal troops. Suddenly there was a big explosion there and several ice mirrors appeared among the flames. In addition, several bubbles and a blackish-blue chakra aura appeared. "Humph, finally they came," said Naruto with a thin smile. Obito was a little confused by the Uzukage smile, but he asked the same question again. How would they act when Dota gave them two choices? This crystal or Koyuki's life? Obito took the hexagonal crystal from his pants pocket and held it up with a worried face. What should I do? This is the trust of my friends, but Koyuki's safety is also the trust of my friends. Come on Obito. Naruto pushed Obito to quickly hold the right side of the iron. We have to go there dash. What about the choice, Uzukage-sama? Didn't you hear my question? Naruto held both of the Uchiha's shoulders. His blue eyes sharpened. Give me the hexagonal crystal. What? What are you thinking? This is what Dota is after and you want to give it away for free? You're an Uchiha, right? Obito looked annoyed at Naruto. That question again? Naruto sighed and jumped while holding the left side of the iron. The iron slowly sank down under its weight, and the pulley that was responsible for moving the iron rope began to rotate slowly. Trust me, Uchiha Obito. Obito shook his head and jumped onto the right side of the iron. The two of them quickly descended towards the castle's backyard where the Yuki no Kuni treasure was located. A treasure that could only be opened with a genuine hexagonal crystal. So Tetsu's loyal warriors were slowly being pushed back by the gatekeepers. Many warriors died, unable to withstand the onslaught from the front, the castle itself, and from behind, the ninja guarding the capital. The man whom Sandayu had entrusted to replace him in leading his comrades floated lifelessly in the moat of Yuki no Kuni Castle. From both sides, lifeless bodies were seen scattered around the dim moon in the capital. The grayscale atmosphere was decorated with the orange color of the flames. Beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Oh heck! Sandayu collapsed to the ground after vomiting blood from his throat. 5 kunai were stuck in his right shoulder, right arm, stomach, right thigh and left calf. He also received bruises on each side of his face. Saga defeated Sandayu in a one-on-one duel. Even the sword Sandayu used to fight was broken. A flash of orange fire could be seen from the metal of the sword. I am indeed pathetic. Sandayu raised his head and saw Saga walking towards him with a mocking smile. He was standing right above Sandayu's head, who was lying on his right side on the snowy ground. The snow around Sandayu turned red due to the blood flowing from the old man's wounds. The right upper lens of Sandayu's glasses looked cracked, but Sandayu's gaze at Saga never wavered. Even so, even though I have become a pathetic warrior, for now Sandayu tried to get up, but Saga cruelly stepped on Sandayu's head until the old man's face sank into the snow. I will kill you like this, ha 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 ha. Inhale the scent of snow in this country, Sandayu. Inhale the snow of Sotetsu that you are so proud of, ha 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 ha. Saga stepped harder on Sandayu's head until the sound of his glasses lenses cracking could be heard. Die, die. Die ka dash. A sword pierced Saga's neck mercilessly. The leader of the capital's ninja guards collapsed, following his subordinates who had already collapsed. Bang! 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 Who are they? What is that? The bubble is heading towards the tower. The bubble could explode. Run! Run! Blarer! Sandayu slowly lifted his head and looked in shock at the ninjas guarding the capital, who were already lying in front of him, dead or unconscious. His eyes widened when he saw Saga lying lifeless with his eyes bulging lifelessly with blood pouring from his neck. When the sound of a building collapsing was heard, Sandayu looked back and saw the two front towers collapsed, followed by the castle gate that was half destroyed. Sandayu was slightly stunned to see the incident. On the first level, Chuza collapsed slowly after his chin was quickly uppercut by Mizor's right hand. Chuza tried to get up, but his head felt very dizzy. He looked at the chakra sealing device installed on his stomach. He was hit, He was hit by the chakra sealing device that Mizore managed to shoot from his left hand. It turned out that Mizore's left arm armor had a feature to become a cannon for the chakra sealing device. Sayonara. Mizore performed a hand seal and both of his arms were covered in a very thick purple aura. Last attack from Mizore. Fatty. Mizore shouted happily and shot both of her armored hands at Chuza's stomach. Chuza's eyes widened. Was this the end of him? 2. Mizore was thrown back and hit the wall of the first floor of the castle until her body was stuck there. Mizore was very shocked. Who made her bounce like this? Did Chuza do it? No way, that. Fatty has been hit by my chakra sealing device. On the second floor. Bang! Asuma scattered water in the room and made a hole there. The water level slowly decreased because it flowed into the hole in the second floor wall that was formed by Asuma's explosive tag combined with his Katan Jutsu. If there was no water, then the shark that was bothering him would die and Fubuki would be his last problem. Asuma, who was already out of breath, looked at Fubuki, who was still flying above him, with a triumphant smile. You're not worried that your fish partner will die when the water volume in this room decreases? One thing I haven't told you. Fubuki covered her mouth and shook her head sadly. She glared at Asuma and pointed at the Konoha ninja with the Sarutobi surname while laughing evilly. This shark will be more aggressive when there is lack of oxygen in the water. In other words, if you decrease the volume of the water, then the oxygen for the shark will be less. Fubuki laughed so hard that her chest that was imprinted on her armor shook. Ha 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 ha. Asuma's eyes widened in shock. The giant shark suddenly appeared behind him with its mouth wide open. Asuma closed his eyes. Was he going to be the shark's dinner? You die, you Konoha ninja who dash. Bam. 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 5 bubbles that suddenly appeared on the right side of the shark exploded and made the shark roll in the water that was decreasing in volume. The shark then hit the right wall of the room. The wall cracked and the shark thrashed around uncontrollably. Fubuki looked in surprise at the origin of the bubbles. Her right eyebrow raised in surprise. On the 3rd level. Asa Kujaku. Guy's morning peacock punch destroyed 50 snow lions and 30 snow snakes that Ruga had created with his Hayutan ninjutsu. Ruga chuckled softly, then performed a hand seal. The pile of snow from his snow animals returned to form lions and snakes, now more than before. Guy, who was quite exhausted from using Asa Kujaku 3 times, thought about his next move. I have to attack the controller of this jutsu, in other words. Guy looked at Ruga, who was hiding behind his artificial snow animals. I have to paralyze that Yuki ninja. Guy took a deep breath and ran quickly towards Ruga's group of lions and snow snakes. He stepped on the lions' heads to become footholds, lunged at 3 snakes and punched blindly at the snow lions and snakes that blocked his way. When he saw Ruga, who was grinning faintly among his artificial snow animals, Guy immediately activated his 7th gate. A bluish aura appeared around Guy's body. He knew the risk of using Kumon, but he had to do it to defeat this Yuki ninja in one attack. WAO. Ruga couldn't help but be interested in seeing the air around Guy being blown in various directions, accompanied by the appearance of the blue light. Dozens of snow lions and snakes jumped towards Guy, wanting to pounce on the Konoha ninja at once. Guy made a horse stance by putting his 2 palms together, which were found in one line. Target locked. Guy's palms were aimed straight at Ruga, who was unprotected by the snow beasts as they leaped towards Guy to pounce on the thick-browed man. Guy exhaled slowly and fired the power of his 7th gate with a shout of youthful enthusiasm. Hirudareya. Ruga's eyes widened. 2 seconds later there was a huge explosion that broke the ceiling of the 3rd floor. Until it broke through to the roof. The explosion broke the right handrail of Dodo's crystal chair. As the explosion turned white and finally slowly disappeared. All that was left now was a black floor. the right wall of the room was broken and revealed the outside, the right handrail of Dota's chair was broken and the roof was holed and showed the blurry moon in Yuki no Kuni. Guy looked at the starless sky and immediately collapsed to the floor because he couldn't move. His head lifted slowly and he didn't look at Ruga's body. All that was on the floor was a black explosion mark and some snow that melted into a puddle. Track. The floor that was 3 meters in front of Guy's head cracked and broke, then came out the figure of Ruga who had apparently been hiding there before Guy fired his Hiradora. Ruga came out of the hole in the floor and walked towards Guy with a wide grin. As I thought, you really are a taijutsu expert. The technique just now wasn't ninjutsu, but air friction generated by your 2 palms and formed a terrifying powerful attack. But friend, Ruga stood 3 steps in front of Guy's head, you should think a little before using a technique that immediately paralyzes your body. Ruga said while tapping his right temple using his right index finger. Guy let out a soft snort. It was clear that Ruga Nadar was mocking him. I will kill you quickly, so you won't feel the pain. Ruga moved a hand seal and a clump of snow from Ruga's animal floated towards Ruga's right hand and became a 1-meter-long spear. Ruga held the spear and chuckled softly. Hayatan, Ketsuiki Yari. Kekiki, I am the strongest ninja in Yuki no Kuni. A drop of sweat rolled down Guy's temple. His thick eyebrows sharpened to form a firm face that didn't flinch in the slightest, but of course Guy was still thinking, is this the end of my life? I, Ruga, will kill Yondaime Uzukage dash. Trang. Ruga's eyes widened. As his snow spear was inches away from piercing Guy's skull, a sword tip held the spear's tip horizontally. Ruga's irises trembled slightly. He could feel a murderous aura surrounding him. Is that what you call Hayatan? Ruga's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Asked Mizore who was sitting on her right knee with a gasp. The figure standing in front of Chuza stroked her lower reddish lips seductively. Long blonde hair tied tightly with a bandage, dark iris eyes, and breasts that were printed seductively in the tight clothes of the Kyomogakure Jounin. The figure smiled sweetly even though her body was filled with a blackish blue aura. Flowers that wither from anger. And become stems of dew that laugh in the darkness, said the figure who blocked Ruga's ice spear using a sword with a cold voice. She took off the mask she was wearing, revealing a charmingly beautiful face. There was a Kirigakure symbol on the headgear she was wearing. We have been summoned by the Uzukage from across this land, to help Yuki no Kuni get the spring they have never gotten. Said the figure standing in front of Chuza while placing his right hand on his waist. Meanwhile, the figure who blocked Ruga's ice spear made a one-handed seal with a calm movement. We are the bodyguards of the strongest Uzukage in the history of Uzushiogakure. Mizore and Ruga's eyes widened in shock. Ni Yujito, the cat who came from the hell of Kyomogakure. Yujito said in front of Mizore with a voice that was emphasized full of intimidation. Yuki Haku, I will show you the true Hayatan user, said Haku still holding on to his one-hand seal. Suddenly around Ruga formed 21 ice mirrors that covered the surroundings and formed a dome-like position. Meanwhile Naruto who had arrived behind Yuki no Kuni castle grinned slightly when he saw Dota threatening him and Obito using a kunai pointed at Koyuki's neck. Koyuki's face looked very scared. Naruto walked calmly a few steps and spread his hands like a diplomatic style. Dotu, sorry, it seems your regime will fall tonight. Angry veins appeared on Dotu's scara. We will show you why we deserve to guard Yondaime Uzukage, shouted Haku and Yujito full of drama. Of course that made Ruga and Mizore's heart beat a little faster. Meanwhile on the second level of the castle. I forgot the dramatic dialogue we agreed on earlier. What is it? Utakata looked up at the ceiling while sucking on the end of his bubble tube with a jaw-dropped face. Cherry blossoms blooming on I know that, tree trunks, pants flying on the clothesline, what else is that? Utakata blew a bubble from his pipe. I forgot. Utakata said with a slightly tired face. Fubuki sighed softly looking at Utakata. Now the water in the room was completely gone and the giant shark was no longer moving on the wall of the second-level room. "Who are you?" asked Fubuki in a half-shouting voice. Utakata answered simply, "Yondaime Uzukage's bodyguard." Fubuki's eyes widened in surprise, as did Asuma's. Haku and Yujito must be pretending to introduce themselves with exaggerated sentences. Utakata sighed slowly, "Sorry, we have received a message from Naruto-san to come here and help Yuki no Kuni get the spring they never got." Utakata smiled thinly, making Fubuki even more annoyed seeing the man wearing a thick blue jacket and brownish hair. "I will show you why I can be one of Yondaime Uzukage-sama's bodyguards," Utakata said with a voice full of confidence. Utakata, Yujito, and Haku, both of them took a fighting stance. Uzukage's bodyguard trio, step forward. "Hayutan no Haku from Kirigakure, huh?" Guy asked, slightly confirming the beautiful figure who saved him from Ruga's ice spear. Yuki Haku smiled and nodded slowly. "Uzukage-sama has sent a message to us to help with the Yuki no Kuni problem which has reached a stage of conflict like in Kiri." Haku turned his gaze towards Ruga. "Thank goodness we made it in time." "This aura," Ruga clenched his jaws tightly, "the aura of an assassin ninja. I can feel the gripping coldness around him." Ruga looked around when a sound like water freezing into ice was heard. When he looked up, 21 ice mirrors appeared around him forming a dome formation. Haku, who had already moved his one-hand seal, smiled faintly. He glanced at Guy. "Get out of here, Guy-san. This will be a dangerous attack." "Sorry, Haku. If I could move then I would help you beat that person, but after opening the 7th gate of Hashiman, and my body." Haku understood what Guy meant. He immediately turned his sword so that the blade faced the sharp tip of Ruga's ice spear and split it in two. Ruga jumped backwards. He had to get out of these ice mirrors. "It won't work." Haku jumped backwards to enter an ice mirror behind him. When Ruga wanted to run out between the gaps in the ice mirrors, Haku appeared in the mirror in front of Ruga and threw 5 senbon at the Ukagekure ninja. Ruga jumped to the right to avoid it. He was quite surprised by Haku's appearance in the ice mirror. "How could that be?" Ruga muttered in a trembling voice. "Welcome to my mirror world, Hayutan, Makio Hayusho." Haku disappeared from the ice mirror in front of Ruga and jumped out of the ice mirror near Guy. He carried Guy on his shoulder and carried the Konoha ninja out of his ice mirror formation. Ruga let out a low gasp when Haku quickly appeared in a mirror on his right side. "You think I'll lose to a pathetic technique like this?" Ruga performed a hand seal and the pile of snow from his snow beast gathered to form a large bull. The bull's 2 horns curved forward. Haku just stared at Ruga blankly, not belittling but not praising either. "Your Hayutan is so ridiculous," Haku muttered, who slowly covered her beautiful face with her assassin mask. Ruga's snow bull ran towards Haku's ice mirror and intended to destroy the ice mirror formation with its horns. When half of Haku's face was covered by his assassin mask, Haku's eyes sharpened. "I'll show you a true Hayutan Kekai Genkai user." Ruga looked back when from the ice mirror facing his bull appeared a large ice spear that glistened in the light of the room. When Ruga's bull was a few steps away from goring Haku's ice mirror formation, the large ice spear pierced the bull's body and turned it into a pile of useless snow. Ruga swallowed his saliva. Now. Haku didn't want to linger any longer. Suddenly in the 21 ice mirrors appeared the image of Haku. All of whom were holding 5 senbon in their right hands. Ruga's eyes widened in shock. Ruga couldn't accept it. He hadn't even realized his wish to fight Yondaime Uzukage. He lost before he could even meet Uzumaki Naruto in fists. "I don't accept all of this," Ruga said in a half-annoyed voice. "Those are your last words?" Haku's eyes sharpened behind his mask, "Sayonara." And thousands of senbon rained down on Ruga's body without mercy. Blosh blosh blosh. The sound of chakra sealing devices shooting out of Mizore's left arm armor continued to be heard as the stocky Yuki ninja fired his chakra sealing device at Yujito. With her speed and agility, Yujito ran around the first floor of the castle to avoid Mizore's shots. Yujito glanced at Mizore and turned her body to face the front. Mizore was pressing several buttons on her left armor. It seems the shooter on her left arm needs to be recharged and can only fire 5 devices. Yujito looked at a chakra sealing device lying on the snow surface. This is my chance for a counterattack. Yujito sped towards Mizore with her Nico speed. Mizore growled in annoyance. Sweat poured down her face. She pressed the reload buttons roughly. The procedure for recharging the chakra sealing device in this armor is so complicated. Mizore looked ahead. She pressed the last button and stepped on the back of her skateboard. I have 5 last shots, because if my attacks miss all of them. Mizore's eyes sharpened. I will lose. Mizore sped towards Yujito using her skateboard on the snow surface. Chuza looked at the 2 shinobi. He was quite tense because both of them decided to shorten the fighting distance. I will make you regret daring to challenge me. Mizore pointed her armored left arm forward, more precisely towards Yujito. A cannon appeared on the back of Mizore's armored left arm. Yujito looked more alert. Blosh. The first shot. Yujito did a zigzag movement to avoid the shot and ran back to her starting position. Mizore's eyes widened in surprise. Blosh. The second shot. Yujito immediately lowered his head and the chakra sealing device missed its target. Mizore thought. She was annoyed and angry. Blosh. The third shot, as Yujito ran while dodging her body to the right, Mizore immediately fired a 4th shot. Double shot, which was done in succession. Tash. The 4th chakra sealing device bounced to Yujito's right when her right hand covered in Nibi's black patterned blue chakra bounced the device. Mizore's eyes widened. Yujito was 10 steps away from him. It. Mizore fired the last chakra sealing device towards Yujito's stomach. The Yuki ninja immediately performed a hand seal so that both of his arm armors were coated with a thick purplish aura. His skateboard veered slightly to the right. Swoosh, the chakra sealing device only passed Yujito's right cheek. The Kumo ninja glanced quickly at the chakra sealing device. In slow motion, Yujito's dark irises were seen observing the sealing device. Grep. Using the blue-colored Nibi chakra with black markings, Yujito caught the chakra sealing device that passed through her right cheek and threw it towards Mizore. Of course Mizore did not expect the chakra sealing device she shot to turn back and shoot towards her. The speed of Yujito's throw at the chakra sealing device could not be avoided by Mizore. The stocky ninja was hit by the chakra sealing device in his stomach so that the purple aura on both arm armor disappeared. Mizore fell from her skateboard and rolled on the surface of the snow. Any last words? Asked Yujito while bending her body and raising her right hand, which was covered in a large amount of blue-colored chakra with black markings. Kokanayaro. Mizore said with a trembling body. Yujito sighed slowly. Those were terrible last words. Yujito swung her right hand coated with Matatabi chakra at Mizore mercilessly. Nico claw. Dwara. White smoke and scattering snow witnessed the decisive victory of the Nibi Jinchuriki. Utakata looked at Asuma, who looked exhausted in his fight against Fubuki on the second level of this castle. Utakata remembered his tamago in Kiri. And he missed eating Hataru's cooking to fulfill the request of Yondaime Uzukage. Who would want to refuse a request for help from the strongest Uzukage in the history of Uzushio-gakure? Utakata would of course answer, no. I prefer to feel the coolness of Kiri than the coldness of Yuki no Kuni. But he was forced by Haku and Yujito because they dedicated themselves as the Yondaime Uzukage's guard trio. What kind of ridiculous nicket is that? Okay, enough for my heart's content. Time to fulfill Naruto-san's order, and I will eat Hataru's cooking as soon as possible if you quickly solve the problem here. Good Utakata, you finally understand the situation a little. The young man with sharp eyes and brown hair that covered his left face immediately blew his bubble and did a hand seal. Fubuki, who was flying above his head, only frowned. Suetun, Miserapa. Utakata held the bubble pipe in his right hand and sprayed a strong stream of water from his mouth, hitting the bubbles he had flown. The bubbles burst. Utakata's water jet shot towards Fubuki, making the kunoichi fly left and right to avoid Utakata's water attack. Don't joke. A lowly attack like that will never be able to touch me. Fubuki dashed down towards Utakata while doing a hand seal. Utakata smiled. His bubble that burst earlier contained acid gas from Saiken, which he combined with his bubble-blowing technique. Fubuki's eyes widened and she coughed from inhaling the poisonous gas. Her flight veered to the right and Utakata immediately met it with alacrity. The Rokubi Jinchuriki immediately jumped on top of Fubuki. Bang! Utakata's right heel slammed into Fubuki's left ribs. Fubuki's eyes widened in pain. She spun around and grabbed Utakata's right leg as they hurtled downwards. Still can do it. Utakata hit Fubuki's face with his left heel. Fubuki's grip on Utakata's right leg was released. Utakata immediately hit Fubuki's stomach 5 times with his right heel and left heel alternately. Fubuki's body fell to the wet floor of the second floor of the castle, causing cracks there. As Utakata spun forward to launch a final attack with his right heel kick, Fubuki crossed her arms in front of her face to block the dangerous heel kick. Dwar! As Fubuki thought, Utakata's right heel targeted her stomach, but Fubuki's crossed arms managed to block the heel attack. Utakata jumped backward and performed a hand seal, then blew his bubble pipe. As Fubuki wanted to get up from her pathetic position, a large bubble surrounded her entire body and trapped her, so that Fubuki's body floated up because of the bubble. When I snap my fingers, the bubble containing the explosive liquid will explode. Cold sweat ran down Fubuki's cheeks hearing Utakata's explanation. Including the people inside. Utakata closed his eyes and snapped his right fingers calmly. Fubuki screamed inside Utakata's bubble, but her screams were unheard. Blar. That was all that was heard on the second level of the castle, accompanied by iron armor falling to the floor covered in blood and making the sound of metal clanking. The defeat of the castle guards was caused by 2 things. The first was the collapse of the 2 front towers and the destruction of the front gate. The second was an attack from within carried out by the prisoners of the underground prison. The prisoners killed the Dota troops sadistically. Some of them took some of the castle guards to be tortured in the torture room of Yuki no Kuni prison. Help! Help me! Don't do that, Tomi! A guard was dragged into the castle by the prisoners, who laughed maniacally. The guards reaped what they sowed, and Yuki no Kuni castle finally fell into the hands of the loyal warriors of Kazanaha Sotetsu. Sandayu sat before the destroyed castle gates, the flames of battle glimmering in the gloomy night. Sandayu gazed at Nuda, who was tied up in front of the gates alongside the remaining guards. Sandayu closed his eyes. A small tug of war prompted him to search for Koyuki, but he remembered that the Konoha ninjas and the Yondaime Uzukage were inside the castle. I entrust Koyuki-sama to you all. Sandayu thought. The citizens of the capital stared in disbelief at the majestic Yuki no Kuni castle. The castle, once said to be impregnable by even an ant, had burned to the ground, collapsed, and become a ridiculous ruin. The citizens supporting Dota knew that Dota's regime had fallen apart. Their gazes gazed upon the castle as if gazing upon a completely empty and depressing void. The sound of several swords falling to the snowy ground was heard there, signaling that the capital's guards had given up on what had happened. Some of them fell to their knees, unable to accept this extraordinary event, but evidence already showed that the fighters had succeeded in defeating them. Drar, several stones from the castle's front right tower fell down. A sight that confirmed to Dota's supporters that Yuki no Kuni castle had fallen. Forgetting for a moment the thoughts of Dota's despairing supporters, behind the majestic castle stood 4 humans in a tense situation. Dota pointed his kunai at Koyuki's frightened neck. Obito growled angrily but hesitated to act, while Yondaime Uzukage only showed his mysterious smile, whether mocking or genuinely smiling. In the middle of the four stood a table with a hexagonal hole, the table that was the key to opening the treasure of the Snow Country. Something Dota had wanted for a long time since he overthrew his brother's government. "See, can we talk nicely?" asked Obito in a slightly nervous voice. The kunai was getting closer to Koyuki's white neck. The sharp part slowly pressed against the princess's skin. "Don't talk like that." Naruto's sweat dropped a little at Obito's words. "Give her the necklace. Koyuki-Hime's life is more important than that treasure." Naruto glanced back, towards the castle that was burning fiercely. The fire was not only on the second floor anymore, but on the first and third floors. The biggest flames were seen in front of the castle. "Besides, the castle she was proud of has been destroyed," said the Uzukage in a slightly cold tone. "Heh, just talk whatever you want, bastard Uzukage. When I get the Yuki no Kuni treasure, I'll make your village like that castle dash. Don't ever talk about my village's problems." Naruto looked at Dota with his eyes widened in horror. Koyuki even got goosebumps seeing the expression on the Uzukage's face, like a ghost who wanted to behead his victim. "Maybe you'll know how painful it is when I stab you repeatedly with my weapon. You're so sensitive when talking about Yuzu's problems, huh, Uzukage-sama?" Kekeki. A drop of sweat fell from Dota's chin. He cursed in his heart. How could the Yondaime Uzukage scare him? "So what about our deal?" Dota pressed his kunai even harder into Koyuki's skin. He had to focus on his main goal, which was to get the real hexagonal crystal. Naruto glanced at Obito and gave him a sharp but trusting look. Obito looked into the Uzukage's blue eyes. Naruto's blue sapphire reminded Obito of a clear, cloudless sky. "Alright." Obito looked at Dota and took out the hexagonal crystal necklace from his pants pocket. Obito decided to believe Naruto's words. "This is the real necklace. But during the exchange, when I throw this necklace, you have to push Koyuki-sama towards us. If you don't agree, I won't hand this item over to you. Kid, your trading skills are quite good." Dota looked sharply at the necklace in Obito's hand. "But I need to make sure it's the real one. If not, dash. Just do it." Naruto cut Dota off with a cold voice. Dota glared at the Uzukage. "Don't expect you can intimidate me, Uzumaki Naruto, even though you are rumored to have defeated the 5 Kage from the 5 great villages, but I am not them. I am stronger than them." Naruto nodded his head. Dota still spoke with a slightly angry trembling voice. "Besides, Koyuki's life is in my hands. If you do anything stupid, I will immediately cut off this neck right now." "Why you are threatening us?" Obito sharpened his gaze. His Sharingan looked like a blood spot on his eyelid. Naruto sighed and turned to Obito with a slightly pitiful face. "Just throw the necklace to him, Obito. But Uzukage-sama dash. Trust me." Again the Uzukage said that. Obito closed his eyes and considered it. Suddenly Naruto spoke again and made Obito think twice. "I have become a cheetah." "Cheetah? What does that mean?" Obito opened his eyes and looked at Naruto, who was smiling at him. Suddenly Obito realized something, and Naruto also knew that the Uchiha finally realized the Uzukage's will, or more precisely the Uzukage's tactics. "Okay." Obito looked at the necklace for a moment, then threw it to Dota. The Yuki no Kuni leader caught it with his free left hand, and a second later Naruto appeared in front of him holding his right hand that was pointing a kunai at Koyuki's neck. Koyuki's eyes widened in shock. Naruto appeared so quickly in front of her. "You, what?" Dota looked at the necklace held in his left hand. There was a Fuin mark there. Dota's breath hitched as Naruto pulled his right hand away from Koyuki's neck and told the princess to run. "Hurry, Koyuki." Koyuki ran away from Dota, fell, then got up and was immediately greeted by Obito. Dota growled angrily and pulled Naruto towards him and then stabbed the Uzukage in the stomach with his left hand. Naruto's eyes widened and he immediately fell to his knees. As Dota's right knee was aimed at his face, Naruto tilted his head so that the knee only hit the wind. Dota immediately threw the Uzukage up, then performed a hand seal. "Yami Ryu," said Dota, and a black shadow shaped like a dragon with red eyes shot up to hit the Uzukage's body. Naruto threw the folding knife in his right hand beside Dota and appeared with a flash of light there. Thump! Dota hit the Uzukage's face with his left hand. It seemed Dota had anticipated the Uzukage's movements. Naruto was thrown several times back and his back hit one of the 5 curved mirrors there. Dota chuckled softly and pulled the folding knife from the ground. Seeing Naruto appeared in front of Dota with a thin grin and blood flowing from the corner of his lips. The 4th Uzukage appeared there because of the fuin on the folding knife. The Uzukage hit Dota's chin so that the Yuki no Kuni leader took 2 steps back and his grip on the Uzukage's folding knife weakened. "That is a gift from Shodame Uzukage-sama." Naruto snatched the knife from Dota's hand and kicked the Yuki leader's chin with his right foot. Dota was thrown back and his body hit the hexagonal hole table and rolled near the table. The Uzukage spun the Shodame Uzukage's folding knife in his right hand while his left hand wiped the blood that was on the corner of his lips. "You are not suitable to hold it, friend," Naruto said in a calm voice. Obito looked at the 2 ninjas. Whether it was Dota or Yandame Uzukage, they maintained their fighting gaze. Only Yandame Uzukage looked calmer even though his breath was also panting. He. "I believe that Ruga is equal to you." Dota slowly retreated closer to the hexagonal hole table and staggered slightly. Of course, his head was a little dizzy from the uppercut and kick to the Uzukage's chin. Dota's right hand held the corner of the black table to support his weight. He still managed to laugh even though his condition looked worse than the Uzukage's. I'm not serious yet, Uzumaki Naruto." "Me too," Naruto replied quickly. Dota's jaws were clenched tightly and his eyes were looking at Naruto like a lump of meat he wanted to grill. If necessary, chop. But Dota was more concerned with his main goal. I will get that treasure." Dota raised the hexagonal necklace in his left hand with a happy face. His eyes widened. He was shocked, but not because of the Hikari Sunshin Fuin there, but because the necklace was fake. "What is the mean of this?" Dota looked angrily at Obito. "You gave me a fake necklace. How much did you exchange it for the real one?" Obito was of course confused. "He got the necklace from Asuma. If you want it simple, just ask Asuma," but Obito thought further. It was possible that Asuma had prepared it and gave Obito the fake necklace as a backup plan if Dota used koyuki as an antidote for the hexagonal crystal necklace. "You gave me an imitation souvenir necklace that is widely sold in Yuki no Kuni Wharf Market." Danzo threw the fake necklace to the snowy ground and stomped on it with anger. Anger that reached his head. Obito and Koyuki immediately looked at Naruto, who laughed in a stifled tone. Truly the kind of laughter of an evil person who had been holding back his laughter all this time. He. Naruto held his forehead so that part of his face was covered by his right palm. He. Naruto lowered his right hand and glared at Dota. The Yuki leader looked at the Uzukage with an annoyed look. "You." Dota took a step forward and stared at Naruto with ferocity. "You exchanged it, Uzumaki Naruto?" "Yes." Naruto tilted his head. "It was indeed a souvenir I bought at the dock market with Chuza-san when we first arrived in this country. Still remember?" Flashback in Chapter 3. For the size of a country's pier, it really looks deserted. Naruto, who was walking around the pier market with Chuza, looked around with a probing gaze. Even to help tie the ship to the pier's pole there are only 2 people from the pier. "Look at the market here." Naruto looked at only 3 shops that were open. It really can't be called a market. "Do you think a market should be busy, Uzukage-sama?" "Sorry for my question if it offended you." Naruto laughed softly. They stopped at one of the shops that wasn't closed, a typical Yuki no Kuni souvenir shop. The market is called a market because it's busy. There are still many places to sell that aren't called markets. Chuza-san, markets also have characteristics identical to their economical style. Naruto chose a hexagonal imitation crystal necklace. Markets are also synonymous with noise. Just try listening to someone's words in a room. Ahem, when he said, "Why is this room noisy like a market?" what was in your mind? Is that place called the market that noisy? Chuza chose a white donut-shaped keychain. Naruto suggested that the Akimichi clan leader choose the same necklace as him, but Chuza refused and still wanted to buy the white donut keychain. Flashback end. The hallmark of Uzumaki Naruto. If only Shion knew her husband's cunning, then she would definitely attack the spiky red head now. But of course, one of the factors why Uzumaki Naruto was feared by the 5 Kage when he was appointed Yondaime Uzukage at a young age was his tactics. As an Uzumaki prodigy, Naruto certainly mastered the typical Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, but one of the factors that made him called the best Uzukage in Uzu's history was his planned preparation. Dota needed to record that in his life history. Yes, if he could still record it after fighting Yondaime Uzukage. When did you change it, Naruto? Asked Koyuki, no less surprised. After knowing that his necklace was exchanged, by Asuma, of course the exchange happened twice was something surprising. Naruto looked at Dota and lifted the original necklace with a hexagonal crystal from under his black jacket. Dota stared intently at the necklace raised by Naruto's right hand. That's the real one. Dota thought. During the train attack Dota, when a kunai shot towards Asuma and I deflected it, Naruto sighed slowly. Asuma was quite careless in keeping this important item. As a ninja, I was also taught how to steal without being caught, well even though it was forbidden as in Uzukage. You are indeed annoying. Obito commented. Honestly. Flashback Chapter 4. Asuma raised his chakra sword strongly so that the pressure of the Yuki ninja's kunai was reduced. Asuma did a roundhouse kick towards the Yuki ninja's right cheek, then launched a right kick upwards, towards the Yuki ninja's chin until he was thrown upwards. The Yuki ninja lay on the snowy ground with pupilless eyes and a wide open mouth. Asuma was slightly out of breath. 2 kunai shot towards him without warning. Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Trang. The 2 kunai were stuck around Asuma. He stared at the figure standing before him with a calm, emotionless face. Uzukage-sama. Flashback end. Dota lowered his head. There was no other way. He raised his head and performed a hand seal. His oversized clothes ripped apart as the armor he wore compressed all the chakra in his body into a full power chakra intensity. The spherical crystal in the center of Dota's chest glowed brightly reddish and a black aura appeared around Dota. Naruto could see the veins around Dota's neck and face bulging from the high chakra pressure. The Uzukage put Koyuki's original necklace into his jacket pocket and took a stance. He knew Dota would have terrifying attack speed and great strength. The ninja armor he wore was no ordinary armor. The predominantly black and dark blue armor looked different from the armor of the 3 loyal ninja from Ukagekure. Hey aide, please. Naruto said in his mindscape. We don't need Gariko? Hey aide asked, slightly suggesting as well. You mean combining strength and speed? Hey aide nodded. Naruto looked at Dota who was screaming loudly. The snow around the Yuki leader's feet flew and spun rapidly around Dota. Obito's eyes widened. He had to help Yondaime Uzukage defeat the heavyweight villain from Yuki. Sorry hey aide, I want to save more chakra for the first night with my wife. 10 rounds if possible. Naruto chuckled softly seeing high-eyed sweat-dropped face. Shion-sama will kill you 100 times if he hears it, Uzukage-sama. Naruto nodded and smiled sincerely. He glanced at Obito who was running towards him with his Sharingan lit. Naruto knew Obito wanted to help him. Don't ask anymore, Uzukage-sama, you must know that I want to help you defeat Doto. Obito stood beside Naruto and brandished his kunai. There was no fear in Obito's gaze. The most important thing was that Koyuki was safe and the necklace was also safe. Naruto glanced at Koyuki and smiled faintly. Still holding on to your doubts, Koyuki-sama? Naruto asked. Koyuki gasped in surprise. She lowered her head and thought deeper. Everything she had experienced. All of Naruto's words, Shion's words, Obito's words to Obito's actions, who never gave up because of his beliefs. Even Obito now stood before him, having escaped from that prison thanks to his conviction. Naruto had also made his promise, thanks to the conviction of the fourth Yuzu leader as well. If you still doubt. Naruto held one of the Shodame's folding knives in his right hand. Ready for fight, we'll prove it by defeating that power-mad man over there. Koyuki's eyes widened. Obito's too. The Uchiha understood and was grateful in his heart that Naruto had allowed him to duet with him to defeat Doto. Wrong, Naruto scratched the back of his spiky head. We will prove that with faith, no matter how great Kazanaha Dota's leadership is. Naruto smiled faintly. Kazanaha Koyuki can definitely become the rightful leader of Yuki no Kuni. Koyuki's eyes widened. The word "we" had become important to him. Yondaime Uzukage included himself as one of the figures who was able to defeat Doto even though he only used faith. There were no appropriate words other than thank you from Koyuki for the Uzukage. His gaze was fixed on Doto, who was moving hand seals. Each hand seal movement was followed by the movement of black aura around his body. Obito, there is no plan in our duet this time. Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. We defeat Doto, and we must not die at his hands. That's all. Is that all? Obito repeated in disbelief. Come on, Yondaime Uzukage has always been known for his ingenious fighting strategies. Naruto nodded. Doto pointed both palms forward and immediately shot two black shadows in the shape of dragons towards the two ninjas, accompanied by a loud shout. Yami Ryu. You too. Naruto and Obito glanced at the princess of the snow country, who shouted at them. Majala. This is the order from the princess. Naruto shot forward at high speed. Obito watched the movements of the two dragons with his Sharingan. He could not yet predict the next movement of the two shadows. Then we will continue, said Naruto, who jumped up avoiding the slash of the dragon's shadow, then spun forward in the air and stepped calmly on the snowy ground. A dragon shadow shot from above and attacked the Uzukage with a hard head blow. A puff of white smoke appeared, but Naruto came out of the smoke with a somersault to the right without the slightest injury. He's fast. Doto pointed his right hand towards Naruto and his black dragon shadow turned to attack Naruto and wanted to wrap around the Uzukage. Obito glanced to the right. The remaining dragon shadow attacked him from the right side. Obito did a triple backflip to avoid the dragon shadow's attack. Dar. Naruto was dragged backwards as the Dota dragon shadow only wrapped around empty wind and caused an explosion. The Uzukage looked at Obito, who was still able to avoid the dragon's attack because of his Sharingan. Naruto looked back forward when the black dragon shadow attacked him from the front, parallel to his stomach. Oops. Naruto did a half backflip so that the black dragon shadow passed his face. The Uzukage rolled to the left and sprinted toward Doto. The speed gained from using Hay-Aid was incredibly helpful. We can't keep dodging. Hay-Aid cleared his throat softly in Naruto's mindscape counterattack. Remind me to put some sugar in when my wife serves me hot tea later, Hay-Aid. What kind of request is that? We're not talking about dinner. Naruto laughed softly and was 5 steps away from Doto. The veins on Doto's forehead popped out because he couldn't control his emotions. Yondaime Uzukage was indeed fast. Naruto widened his legs and threw a left-hand punch to Doto's middle chest. Nothing happened. What is this? You call that a punch, Yondaime Uzukage? Naruto raised his head and looked coldly at Doto's mocking face. My friend is waiting. Doto's eyes widened when he felt his body couldn't move. 5 chains appeared from Naruto's left fist, sealing a dangerous movement. Naruto jumped back and stood beside Obito, who had already done the hand seal for the Katan Jutsu. Doto's 2 black dragon shadows had also disappeared. Katan, Obito spewed horizontal flames at the Yondaime Uzukage's chains near his fist, Ryuka no Jutsu. The flames ignited the chains and merged with the 5 chains that bound Dota to burn Sotetsu's younger brother because he was in the middle of the chain bond. The combination of Fuinjutsu, Jigaku no Yotai and Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu produced a simple, amazing combination technique. Naruto stared sharply ahead. His blue irises reflected the black shadow of Dota, who was bound by chains and covered in flames. Did it work? Koyuki thought with a pounding heart. He moved. Obito pointed at Dota with a shocked face. The leader of Yuki no Kuni broke Naruto's burning chains and emerged from the flames with his body unburned. Dota's armor even looked shiny in the moonlight. Naruto looked at the dark aura that enveloped Dota. It seemed that aura was what protected the large man from Obito's flames. It will take you 100 years to defeat me if you use a jutsu like that. Dota ran towards Naruto and Obito at high speed. Koyuki's eyes widened in shock when Dota was in front of Naruto and delivered a right-side kick to the Uzukage's left cheek. Naruto blocked the kick with his left arm. Crack! Naruto could hear the bones in his left arm cracking. The Uzukage was thrown to the right side and rolled on the snowy ground helplessly. Obito looked on in shock and Dota immediately grabbed his neck in anger. "I'll break your neck first." Dota grinned slightly when he saw Obito's face looking like he was having difficulty breathing. Dota raised his choke even higher until Obito's legs dangled in the air. A folding knife shot near Dota's left ribs. In slow motion Dota saw the knife and knew who would appear on his left side. "You've already been caught." Fuinjutsu, Jasucha T-shirt. Naruto stood on Dota's left side with his hands already finished reciting the hand seal. Jasucha T-shirt, one of Yondaime Uzukage's favorite Fuinjutsu. A close-range Fuinjutsu that seals the opponent's movements in a circle of Fuin was successfully applied by Naruto to Dota. Dota's body didn't move, only the vibrations from his body trying to free himself from the Fuin. Naruto's eyes sharpened slightly when a dark aura quickly enveloped Dota's body. The crystal ball in the center of Dota's armor chest glowed a deep reddish. Naruto quickly grabbed both of Obito's arms and released Dota's choke from the Uchiha's neck. As the two jumped away from Dota, Jasucha T-shirt Dota's seal broke and a black aura overflowed in all directions. Where Dota, who stood in the middle of the black aura, clenched his fists very tightly and shouted angrily. The snow around him scattered in all directions. Koyuki covered his mouth. His father's younger brother really had terrible power. "You are indeed able to defeat the 5 Kage, the 4th Uzukage." Dota grinned arrogantly, "But my level with yours is very much different." Sighing, Dota appeared between Naruto and Obito, then kicked Obito's left rib so that the Uchiha was thrown to the right very far and fell face down several meters from his initial position with a face of pain. Naruto had time to lower his head when Dota shot his right foot towards the Uzukage's head. Naruto rolled quickly forward and threw his folding knife towards Dota's right side. When Dota's hand was about to hit the Uzukage on his left side, the Uzukage appeared on Dota's right side while calmly drawing his pocket knife. His Sunshin light is so annoying, especially his movements are so fast. Dota glanced to the right when Naruto aimed the pocket knife at his armor's chest, more precisely towards the crystal. He immediately hit the Uzukage's neck with his right elbow, making Naruto's grip on the pocket knife loose, and the Uzukage took 3 steps back while coughing and holding his neck in slight pain. "Hiya!" Dota turned to face Naruto and threw his left-hand punch at the Uzukage's head. Crack! The blue ball kekai that was protecting Naruto cracked. Dota's eyes widened. He glanced at Naruto's hands. They had just finished reciting hand seals. Even in pain, the Uzukage was still able to think about moving hand seals to create a jutsu that protected him from the fast attack. Still nothing. Doto hit the blue ball Kekai from Fuinjutsu, Boru no Kakubo using his right fist. The result was that Naruto's Kekai broke. When the Uzukage wanted to jump backwards, Dota's left hand pulled the Uzukage's left leg and threw him to the snowy ground. Koyuki looked on in fear that the fourth Uzukage seemed to be cornered by his uncle. Obito, who was still holding his left rib, looked worriedly at the fight between the two humans. Obito tried to see Naruto's face from a distance. As he focused his gaze, Obito could see the calmness of the Uzukage's face even though Dota stood superiorly above the body of the leader of the four Yuzu. You are truly a bastard. Dota took the original hexagonal crystal from Naruto's black jacket pocket roughly. He raised the hexagonal crystal in front of his face and looked at it lustfully. Dota grinned. This is the real crystal. With this crystal, the treasure of Yuki no Kuni will be his. Lust, greed, and avarice are one of the dissatisfied traits of humans. Dota looked at Yondaime Uzukage with a wild gaze. He pointed his free left palm at Naruto's handsome face. In that palm gathered a black aura which indicated that Dota would shoot the black aura at the Uzukage's face to finish him in one attack. An attack that would make Uzumaki Naruto history. I will help your wife with your funeral process. Allow me to write your name on the tombstone, Yondaime Uzukage. Naruto chuckled softly. There was no trace of fear on his face. Dota snorted softly and hoped it was just a bluff from the Uzukage. With a single movement, a black aura shot towards the Uzukage's face and exploded violently there. Koyuki gaped. The scattering of snow and the white smoke of the night witnessed the death of the fourth Uzukage. When the smoke around Dota cleared, the body was gone. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the original plan, Obito. Naruto stood beside Obito and took something from the Konoha ninja's weapon pouch. Obito looked in surprise at the Uzukage who stood beside him, throwing a folding knife taken from his weapon pouch. Since when did you put your second pocket knife in my weapon pouch, Uzukage-sama? Obito asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Naruto smiled thinly. Since you said you wanted to help me and I said there was no plan. Sorry Obito, besides being taught how ninjas steal, I was also taught how ninjas place listening devices on their opponents' bodies. I applied that technique to you and this pocket knife. Naruto drew his pocket knife towards Dota. There was clearly a Fuin mark there. Naruto's right hand held the other pocket knife. Now the Uzukage was ready with a fighting style using both pocket knives. You are indeed annoying. Obito commented. Honestly. Naruto smiled and looked at Koyuki calmly. Koyuki's irises trembled in amazement. Yondaime Uzukage never changed his beliefs. Yondaime Uzukage wanted to show confidence in himself. Defeating you is indeed difficult. Dota raised the hexagonal crystal in front of his face with an arrogant gesture, but I managed to get this crystal. This proves that we are on different levels, Uzumaki Naruto. Dota walked towards the black table with a hexagonal hole in the middle. The Yuki no Kuni leader inserted the crystal into the same shaped hole and took 2 steps back. He laughed evilly and spread his arms, like someone waiting for a revelation from the heavens to come to him. Ha, come my treasure, come, come. Dota's eyes widened when he felt a violent tremor beneath him. He staggered as a strong tremor occurred in the ground beneath him. Naruto knelt down with his right knee on the ground and looked flatly at the moon. The violent tremors stopped and a sound like a generator engine was heard. Suddenly the moon above the sky shone brighter, not because of a miracle or a great vibration that was a sign that the moon that was shining dully in Yuki no Kuni would become brighter, but the snow that had fallen there had stopped so that the moonlight could more freely illuminate the snow country without any obstacles and disturbances from the snowflakes. Hot? Obito looked around him. He didn't have a fever. What he felt was that the temperature around him had become warmer. This is... Naruto looked at the moonlight shining through one of the mirrors behind the castle. The mirror reflected the moonlight to another mirror and another mirror reflected the light to another mirror so that the 5 giant curved mirrors shone and focused their light in the center of the mirror, displaying a slightly blurry hologram. Quickly, flowers that usually appear in spring bloomed behind the castle and the snow slowly melted due to the change in temperature that began to rise to warm. The guards and warriors who were fighting in front of the castle stopped because they saw so many trees that had their leaves. All the residents of the Yuki no Kuni capital came out of their homes when they felt the warmth outside. Everyone looked around with a feeling of amazement, confusion, and gratitude. This is. Sandeo looked around him with emotion. Spring. What is actually happening here? Doto looked around with a look of disbelief. Naruto stared blankly at Doto. A confused Doto. A distraught Doto. A disbelieving Doto. So that hexagonal crystal is the key to turning on the giant generator machine that is under this country. This giant generator creates heat that is conducted throughout the surface of the Yuki no Kuni land so that the snow on the ground melts so that the heat is distributed throughout the snow country. The temperature is within the range for the blooming of flowers and the growth of other plants, making this country welcome spring. Naruto looked around with a calm face. So Tetsu-sama, this is the best treasure for your child. Suddenly, little Koyuki's voice echoed throughout the Yuki no Kuni castle capital, which was heard by the guards and warriors, the capital supervisors to the residents of the Yuki capital. All Uzukage ninjas looked towards the back of the castle. Everyone, all eyes were directed there. Towards the hologram showing Koyuki and her father, Kazanaha Sotetsu, talking in a room that had 5 mirrors around them. Dad, do I look beautiful? Ha ha ha, you are beautiful, dear. You are the most beautiful blooming flower in our country. Little Koyuki puffed out her cheeks. Sotetsu stroked her daughter's head. Why are you pouting? Dad was joking. How could there be flowers blooming in Yuki no Kuni? Flowers only appear in spring, while our country has never experienced spring. Ha ha ha. Sotetsu laughed again. If I could dream and want that dream to come true. Do you want to dream that Yuki no Kuni could be visited by spring? Koyuki? Little Koyuki nodded enthusiastically. And I really want to see what flowers are there, Dad. The father laughed again. He aligned his face with Koyuki's so that Sotetsu's face was visible in the large hologram. The face of a wise and kind leader, with simple round glasses framing his eyes. Koyuki, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a beautiful princess, father. Ha ha ha, you are indeed beautiful. When you grow up, you will be a princess who leads the land of snow with your wisdom and beauty. For some reason, tears began to flow from the eyes of the adult Koyuki who watched the memory full of memories. Her tears that she thought had dried and disappeared suddenly appeared because she saw the simple conversation between her and her father. Koyuki no longer needed eye drops. Her heart that had become stone now broke and released tears of sincerity from her soul. Everything Koyuki felt was also felt by Sotetsu's loyal warriors. Even the castle guards who betrayed Sotetsu lowered their heads. They looked ashamed, regretful, and all feelings of guilt united in their hearts. So did the Uzukage ninja. Some of the capital's citizens who were still loyal to Sotetsu were sobbing. The night felt even more beautiful when Koyuki called her father back in the large hologram. Dad? What's wrong? I also have another wish besides being a princess. What is it? Koyuki sobbed. She was sobbing. At the same time, with a trembling voice she said the same sentence that little Koyuki said in the hologram. The sentence that she managed to realize when she was an adult. I also want to be an artist. Naruto finished moving the hand seal and a flash of bluish light appeared in his right hand. The chirping of 1,000 birds accompanied the lightning element jutsu. Naruto's blue eyes looked at Doto who was stunned by the touching scene in the hologram. No! The Uzukage's right folding knife appeared in front of Doto. Doto's eyes widened when Naruto appeared in front of him with a chidori decorated with 7 rainbow colors from the moonlight. The bluish light mixed with colorful lights wrapped in flashes of electricity. It was too late for Dotu to dodge. Chidori. Trek. Dotu's crystal cracked. Naruto stared intently at the crystal. It was completely different. Even Chidori was only able to crack it. Dotu hit Naruto's stomach with his right hand, sending the Uzukage flying backward. While soaring through the air, Naruto gathered chakra concentrically in his left palm, and in one point, chakra adorned with the beautiful colors of the 7 rainbows gathered in his left palm. Obito and Koyuki stared in amazement at the jutsu that Naruto had once again released even as he was flying through the air. Dotu, who saw the dangerous jutsu from the Uzukage, immediately looked at the folding knife near his body and immediately wanted to throw it away from him. Duh! Dotu kicked the folding knife to the right, sending the Uzukage's folding knife spinning in the air away from Dotu. However, the other folding knife was already stuck in Dotu's left side. Don't forget that Yondaime Uzukage has 2 folding knives inherited from Shodaime Uzukage. R.A. Dotu glanced to his left when the chakra spiral ball jutsu decorated with 7 colors rainbow hit the crystal in the middle of his chest, Rasengan. Trash! The cracked crystal shattered. Naruto, who appeared on Dotu's left side with his Sunshin light, destroyed the crystal in one Rasengan attack. Dotu was thrown backwards and his body hit one of the mirrors until it stuck there for a few seconds. Slowly his body fell down, accompanied by several pieces of mirror glass that also fell down. Dotu had lost. And he had become trash after feeling great because he had overthrown his brother's government. Naruto appeared with Hikari Sunshin near the knife that Dotu kicked, then put the folding knife into his jacket pocket. He then appeared with a Sunshin of light on the folding knife that was the medium for his Rasengan attack earlier. The Uzukage walked towards Dotu with his right hand holding the folding knife calmly. It's over. Naruto looked at Dotu, who was panting with his eyes glazed in pain. Dotu, who was face down on the ground, looked angrily at the Uzukage. Why do you interfere so much in the affairs of this country, Yondaime Uzukage? Naruto only answered Dotu's curious question briefly. He brought the folding knife in his right hand to the Yuki no Kuni leader's neck. Because I hate your type of leader. Dotu chuckled softly, even though his chuckle sounded pathetic. You think you are already great as a leader. The destruction of your country is like ridiculous poems of hypocrisy. The outrage is pathetic. You are inferior to me in your leadership system, Uzumaki Naruto, even. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Dotu looked mockingly at Naruto, as if wanting to show the 4th Uzukage that he still won. You don't even know that I've been working with someone. You can't ask? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Uzukage? Dotu clenched his jaws very tightly. He raised his head higher to challenge the Uzukage with all his stubbornness. My goal is to steal the hexagonal crystal to get the treasure hidden by Sotetsu. To smooth my goal, I will also get the Uzukage's weapons if I succeed in killing you. What do you mean? Naruto's voice now sounded worried. Ohak. Don't make that face. Ohak. Oh, it's okay. At the time you were fighting with me to save Koyuki, at the same time my friend from Sunagakure must have captured your wife, who is not with you now. You were indeed given 2 choices, always be near your wife to protect her or save Koyuki and not bring Shion because it would be very dangerous for the queen. You chose the second one. In the end, you were always kept away from the kindness of Kami-sama, the 4th Uzukage. The Kyuubi inside your wife's body will belong to Sunagakure. Crash. Naruto stood up after making a torn wound in half of Dotu's neck using his pocket knife. He looked flatly at Dotu, who looked like he was having difficulty breathing. Blood was pouring out from the wound on his neck. The Uzukage deliberately did not immediately kill the Yuki leader. You have lost, said Dotu, with blood flowing from the wound on his neck and also the corner of his lips. Dotu's eyes widened, Yondaime Uzukage grinned sadistically and disappeared in a swathe of elegant golden light. Shion was blowing on her hot chocolate with an innocent face. She looked out the bar window that was no longer covered in snow. Shion also felt that tonight was hotter than the previous nights. Had the temperature in Yuki no Kuni risen a little because of the moon's influence? Shion shook her head. The queen was now wearing the dress she had worn when she and Yondaime Uzukage watched the Princess Gale movie in Hai no Kuni, as per her husband's strange request. She looked at Rosan, who was eagerly wiping the glass cup using her proud white cloth. Shion-sama, may I sit near you? Shion turned her head slightly. Director Makino smiled awkwardly while shaking the speaker in his left hand. Shion had no serious problem refusing the director. The queen of the demon country nodded her head and the director immediately sat in front of the queen with enthusiastic steps. "What's wrong, Mr. Director?" asked Shion. Remaining flat and emotionless. "No. I just wanted to discuss this film with you. What do you think? Should this film be screened with the scenes we actually filmed, or should we recreate them into new scenes? We also didn't expect that Fujisake's Yuki was the princess of this country. Everyone has a secret," said Shion, who then blew on her hot chocolate with a funny face. Mentioning the word secret made the queen think of her husband. "I think this film was made with scenes that you have filmed a lot while we were in this country. Besides, Yuki no Kuni has its own class as a country." Shion rested her chin slowly. "You are a director who is known for his stubborn nature. Why ask something that makes your stubborn nature a little wasted?" Director Makino laughed softly. He shook the speaker 3 times up and down in his left hand. Shion's eyes widened slightly, seeing the shaking of the speaker. It was like a sign. "Mr. Makino, it seems I need to go upstairs for a moment." Mr. Makino held the right arm of the queen, who had stood up from her chair. Rose stopped wiping his glass and looked at the confused behavior of the 2 people in front of him. The director's eyes looked sharp behind his sunglasses. At the same time, 2 crew members found the real Director Makino in the forest near the train tunnel, where Dota first attacked, shivering almost to death with both hands tied to a tree. The 2 film crews were circling Yuki no Kuni to look for good spots so that the final scene of the 3rd Princess Gale movie could show the best location in the land of snow. Back at Shiro Yuki's bar. Trash. The bar's windows shattered and 15 Suna ninjas rushed through the glass. A Suna shinobi threw a kunai into the center of Rosan's chest, causing the bald man to fall backward and lie on the bar floor, behind his bartender's counter, with blood pouring from the center of his chest. "Rosan?" Shion called out the man's name in fear. Several film crew members on the 2nd floor of the bar came down after hearing the commotion. Their choice was wrong. The Suna ninjas quickly finished them off without a trace. The film crew collapsed onto the bar's stairs and floors. Shion seemed to be witnessing what she had witnessed during the Yuzu disaster over a year ago: blood, corpses, and the laughter of evil men. The queen stared at the director, who grinned and pulled at his face in horror. "Yondaime Uzukage has abandoned you, Shion-sama." A bald-headed Suna shinobi with a horizontal scar from his left cheek to his nose grinned. "Now he will lose his wife again." Hoichi pushed Shion's body so that the queen hit the front of the bartender's table and her dress was lifted, revealing the queen's smooth thighs. Hoichi, the name of the bald Suna ninja, swallowed his saliva. He smiled sadistically. "After I take the QB inside your body, maybe your body can be tasted too." Hoichi shook his orange speaker up and down casually. A Suna ninja walked quickly towards their leader to give a loot to the bald-headed Suna ninja. "Uzumaki Naruto will regret leaving you and prefer to save Kazanaha Koyuki, ha 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 ha. This story will be a happy ending for Koyuki, but a sad ending for both of you. Ha 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 dash. Stop laughing or I will make your head as a decoration on my Uzukage throne." "That's right." Hoichi's laughter stopped. All the Suna ninjas were stunned in disbelief. Their mouths gaped like idiots. "You even touched my wife's skin by 1 millimeter," Naruto, who appeared with his elegant sunshin light in front of the queen, spun the folding knife in his right hand with an intimidating gaze. Then I will stretch your skin on the street for 1 kilometer. Exaggerating indeed. That's what Shion thought, but... Naruto grinned faintly. You have chosen the wrong opponent, thought the queen when Naruto's blue eyes flashed with excitement. The queen stared at the Fuin mark on the bottom of her dress. This was the reason Naruto told her to wear the dress. The dress she wore when watching the Princess Gale movie in Hai no Kuni. The dress that had been marked by the Uzukage's Fuin Hikari Sunshin so that the Yuzu leader could teleport near her at any time. Naruto. Shion stood behind her husband, reflexively holding Naruto's jacket back in a cute way. Naruto didn't glance at his wife, but the Uzukage only cleared his throat softly. There's no payment for your rescue. You had already predicted this incident, right? Shion asked with worried eyes. Are you waiting for the right moment, to reveal it after saving Koyuki and her country? Naruto nodded. He looked at the film crew lying on the floor and stairs leading to the second floor, covered in blood and groans of pain. Naruto held his head with his right hand because he felt that part of his body throbbing in pain. Looking at the film crew and their blood-splattered made Uzumaki Naruto remember the ruins of his former village. Sorry I'm a little late, Shion. Doto is not the type of person who can be defeated easily. Ow, so Doto has lost, huh? Hoichi chuckled softly. You do fit the nickname people gave you. Uzukage-sama, but, how did you know that I was impersonating Mr. Director? You're left-handed. Naruto answered shortly. Hoichi's eyes widened. You must have studied Makino's background and preferences before impersonating him. It's just a shame you don't know Mr. Makino's habits. Naruto looked at the orange speaker held by Hoichi's left hand. Mr. Director Makino always chatters while holding his orange speaker with his right hand, not his left. Since when did you realize that, Uzukage-sama? Asked Hoichi, with a drop of sweat running down his left temple. Flashback Chapter 4. I'm too late. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Mr. Makino along with the Princess Gale film crew who were riding 2 snow tractors immediately got off and ran towards the battle area. Mr. Makino hit the orange speaker in his left hand with an annoyed face. Asuma, Obito, Chuza, Sandeu and the 54 guards of Yuki no Kuni Castle laughed out loud. Yondaime Uzukage and Shion just smiled faintly. Flashback end. In my conversation with Mr. Makino, he always held that orange speaker in his right hand, but when you came disguised as him after we fought with Doto in front of the train tunnel, Mr. Makino, or you held the speaker in your left hand. Naruto looked at the lute that one of the Suna ninjas offered to the bald ninja. Can I guess that you play the lute with your left hand? Hoichi threw the speaker towards Yondaime Uzukage's face, but the Uzukage easily deflected it to the right with his left hand. Hoichi immediately played his lute with a face filled with enthusiasm. Like your title, the prodigy Uzumaki, you really impress Yondaime Uzukage. Hoichi grinned. That's right. I'm left-handed. I strum this lute with my left hand. Naruto smiled faintly. Hoichi vs. Naruto. The final battle and the revelation of the true secret of this visit to the land of snow. For 10 seconds, Naruto and Hoichi just stared at each other. The Uzukage's blue eyes watched Hoichi's left hand slowly approaching the guitar strings. For some reason, time moved slowly, waiting in slow motion for the two of them to attack each other. When Naruto blinked, Hoichi strummed his lute strings. Tring. Hia. 15 Suna ninjas wearing demon masks shot towards the Uzukage simultaneously. Naruto carried his wife bridal style and jumped to the right side. The sword slashes from the 3 Suna ninjas only hit the floorboards where the Yondaime Uzukage was standing. Naruto glanced wildly around him, for Suna ninjas threw their shuriken towards Naruto and Shion. The Uzukage ran to the left side quickly. Hold on, Shion. I know. Naruto ran to the wall, with the help of chakra in both feet to stick to the wall, backflipped and stood up to his starting position. The shuriken only stuck in the wall behind Naruto. Two Suna ninjas drew their swords at Naruto, but the Uzukage jumped quickly forward and lunged at the two Suna ninjas' heads with both feet. Try harder. Naruto looked quickly forward. While still floating in the air, a Suna ninja raised his sword high with both hands, ready to slash his skull. The Uzukage did a roundhouse kick to the left rib of the Suna ninja so that he was thrown to the right and hit the wall there. Tap! Naruto stepped on the floorboard in a crouched position. The queen's long gray-blonde hair fluttered. Naruto looked around as 5 Suna ninjas ran around him with swords ready to slash his body. With the speed of Heiade, who was still using Sumikyo, Yondaime Uzukage did a roundhouse kick with his left leg downwards so that the 5 Suna ninjas fell because their balance was unsteady. The Uzukage jumped quickly forward and stepped on the stomach of a Suna ninja who was trying to get up. He then stepped on the bartender's table with a calm face. Treng. Hoichi strummed his strings with a satisfied face. As rumored, Uzumaki Naruto was fast. Was it because of his Sumikyo? Hoichi strummed his strings and glared at Naruto. He must not let go of the prey he had to get. No matter what and whatever it took. Why do you want to take the kyubi from my wife? It was Tsunagekyu's order, asked Naruto, finally getting to the topic. Hoichi shook his head. I only acted according to my wishes. It's just that. I received information that the Kyubi Jinchuriki had moved from Konoha to Yuzu. That's a bit less important. Perhaps you can remember Uzukage-sama. I received an interesting bonus if I managed to get the Kyubi from Shion-sama's body. So you weren't ordered by Suna? Naruto's eyes sharpened. Who ordered you? The same person who ordered Dota to kill you. Hoichi made his voice sound like a mystery storyteller. Dota was tasked with killing you and getting whatever hexagonal necklace it is. I was tasked with pulling the kyubi from your wife's body. The reason is simple. Besides, we like it and it benefits us. The person who ordered us also provided a good reward. Naruto fell silent. He was still waiting because Hoichi seemed to want to continue talking. This is not an order from Suna, this is an order of kindness. No, this is a wish full of hope. Hoichi looked sharply at Naruto. Besides, the tragedy of the death of the 5 Kage is one of the reasons I want to get the kyubi from your wife's body. You are suspected as the mastermind of the murder, Uzukage-sama. Even though Uchiha Madara's name is listed near the corpses of the Kage, your motive is very clear. Hoichi's voice changed, sounding growl. What do you want for the shinobi world after you have succeeded in proving the revival of Uzushiogakure? Shion looked at her husband. Hoichi and the Suna ninjas looked at the calm face of the Uzukage. A coldness filled with coolness that was not turbulent. A face that was completely far from the word emotion. Naruto smiled faintly. So that's it. As I thought. Naruto closed his eyes. I already guessed the game, but... The Uzukage opened his eyes and in a flash his right eye turned into a blood-red iris with an inverted cross pupil and a pitch-black sclera full of darkness. The right eye turned blue again. By hearing you, my hypothesis is finally correct. It's just that I need to open your mouth to find out. Naruto jumped down from the bartender table swiftly. Who ordered you to? You haven't answered my question. You don't need the answer. Naruto lowered Shion down and walked in front of the queen. He signaled Shion to climb onto his back, because you have to answer my question first. Naruto's voice pressed in a tense melody. Shion climbed onto her husband's back with a worried face. The queen's anxiety was justified. Naruto's voice was wrapped in coldness, but it really pressed someone into calmness. Moreover, Hoichi asked a question that made him anxious. It was nothing but the deaths of the 5 Kage, and the 4th Uzukage was a suspect. Naruto. Naruto shook his head slowly. He performed a hand seal, but Hoichi had already strummed his lute quickly. Dharma Fuin, Sen no Ryuku. Srayer. Naruto's eyes widened. A white chain wrapped in a bluish aura came out of Hoichi's body, which was already wrapped in black Fuin characters. The chain headed towards Shion. Naruto jumped to the right, with Shion holding both of his shoulders tightly. "Give me your hand, Queen." Naruto stepped on the floor swiftly. Hoichi played his lute full of eerie tune. "Ho ho ho, didn't it hit?" Hoichi turned his chain to the right side. Shion wrapped both of her hands very tightly around the Uzukage's neck. Naruto jumped back 3 times until he reached the stairs covered in blood and the bodies of the film crew. Hoichi's chain was still chasing him. The Uzukage glanced to his left and jumped towards the left wall, running on the wall with chakra in his feet and then jumping towards Hoichi. Naruto's hands were ready with hand seals. "Fuinha. You're wrong." Naruto's eyes widened. "Chidori. Bzzzzzzzt." Bird chirps with electric whirs combined in the lightning element jutsu. Hoichi changed the tune of his lute and formed a hexagonal kekai that surrounded his body, so Naruto's Chidori only hit the kekai wall. "Naruto." Shion looked back in surprise. Hoichi's chain was attacking them from that direction. "Kyuso." Naruto threw the folding knife in his right hand to the right side, disappeared quickly and stood there. Hoichi looked flatly in that direction. He changed the tone of his lute and 5 chains came out of his body. Naruto's eyes sharpened. This person's fuinjutsu is truly dangerous. Naruto sighed slowly. "Thank you for being my third eye, Shion. Thank me after you defeat this person," Shion said. The queen looked at the red mane. "Naruto?" What dear? Don't call me that." "Hee hee." The Uzukage chuckled. "Why, my queen?" "Naruto, what does Uzukage mean to you?" Naruto fell silent. He didn't answer. His eyes stared flatly at Hoichi's 6 chains that moved like snakes, ready to attack the Uzukage and his wife at any moment. Naruto sighed before smiling faintly. "We'll talk about it in Yuzu, over tea." Shion could clearly hear that sincere voice. For her, that voice was proof that her husband was a good person. "Sorry, bald Suna ninja. WWE, are you making a mock of me?" "I mean bald Suna ninja. It's the same." Hoichi played his lute with a high-speed horror tone. "I'll kill you first. If I can, but sorry. I'll take you to hell." Naruto ran quickly towards the Suna ninja. The remaining Suna ninjas jumped in front of Hoichi and performed hand seals. Naruto smiled faintly. Slow. Crash. Like a demon in joy, Yondaime Uzukage slashed all of Hoichi's men with the folding knife in his left hand in a terrifying movement. Blood spurted everywhere. Hoichi's eyes widened. Naruto kicked the fallen body of a Suna ninja towards the bald-headed shinobi, crashing into his kekai. Naruto avoided Hoichi's chain strikes with his left hand decorated with Rasengan. Hoichi's eyes sharpened. It won't work. Hoichi controlled his 6 chains to attack Naruto from behind. Shion looked back and warned her husband. "Naruto." "I know." Naruto jumped up to avoid the chain attack. He looked at Hoichi's transparent green hexagonal kekai. "Thank you for the warning, my wife." The Uzukage dashed down while aiming his Rasengan at the roof of the kekai. The color of the hexagonal kekai roof looked more transparent, which meant the kekai defense at the top was easier to destroy. Raa, Naruto's blue eyes sharpened with focus. "Rasengan." Hoichi grunted. He managed to deflect a chain towards Naruto's right side. Hoichi would stop Naruto's movement by stabbing him in the right rib. Naruto glanced quickly to the right. His defense was open. He wouldn't have time to dodge because he was focused on his Rasengan attack. "You're dead," Hoichi thought happily. "And Naruto?" Shion widened her eyes. The chain was inches away from piercing the Uzukage's right rib. "Please." Shion closed her eyes. Please protect my husband." A pair of fox eyes opened slowly. Bang! Naruto's Rasengan broke the top of Hoichi's Kekai and scattered it into transparent green glass pieces. Without further ado, the Rasengan hit Hoichi's stomach and twisted the Suna ninja's skin in the direction of the Rasengan's rotation. Hoichi screamed in pain. The Fuin characters all over his body moved to cover him, more and more. The chains entered his body and the bald-headed Suna ninja's loot burned and shattered into pieces. Was that a failure of focus from his Fuinjutsu? Naruto jumped back and stood in front of Hoichi, who was rolling around in pain. His entire body turned black from being covered in the Fuin characters. Slowly the Fuin characters climbed up his neck like a virus eating away at a life. Hoichi held his neck and struggled to live as the Fuin characters covered his entire neck. His eyes turned white as the Fuin characters covered his face, turning Hoichi's entire body into a pitch-black corpse. Only 2 pairs of pupil-less eyes remained, 2 white dots on his head. It turns out that Fuinjutsu is also Kenjutsu. TSK. Naruto swallowed his saliva. My Rasengan has messed up his chakra concentricity so that the distribution of his Fuin became chaotic and increased irregularly. That's what killed him. Naruto closed his eyes slowly and remembered that his right rib should have been pierced by Hoichi's chain, but he was saved. Naruto looked at the queen, who was unconscious on his back, still covered in a little bit of red bubbling chakra. Naruto's blue eyes sharpened. He then looked at the Suna ninjas who were groaning in pain near his feet. The Uzukage approached the Suna ninja and crouched in front of the face of the shinobi from the hidden sand village. Who ordered you? Naruto looked sharply at the face of the Suna shinobi. He, the Suna ninja, was not wearing a mask because his mask had indeed been removed from his face. Naruto's question was of course to dig information from the Sunagakure shinobi. I won't tell him dash. Crack. Naruto broke the Suna ninja's right arm coldly. It. The Suna ninja shook his head. Even if I wanted to tell him, we would definitely die. What do you mean? Do you know the explosive Fuin that is embedded in the Yuki ninjas and explodes when the ninjas are captured? Of course Naruto knew, he even remembered. When they were on their way to Yuki no Kuni and were attacked by Ukagakure shinobi and the shinobi were captured, Naruto and the others couldn't dig up information because the captured Yuki ninja were fitted with explosive Fuin that automatically activates when they are captured. That also applies to us. When we say the person's name, we explode. The Suna ninja showed his tongue. Ghh. He groaned a little in pain. Why, you must know, right, Uzukage-sama? Naruto clearly saw the same Fuin on the base of the Suna ninja's tongue as the one on the Ukagakure shinobi's neck a while ago. Did Doto install it? The Suna ninja nodded. He sighed, but Naruto bombarded him with questions. What about writing the name? The Suna ninja showed his arms marked with explosive Fuin, the same explosive Fuin. Naruto's blue eyes widened. If the Suna ninja wrote the names of the actors behind Doto and Hoichi, the explosive Fuin on his arms would detect the writing movement. In the end, the Suna ninja would explode if he wrote the name. Naruto's head was filled with questions and statements. Why did Doto put the Fuin on the Suna shinobi? To prevent Sunagakure from betraying them. But why would the Suna ninjas be fitted with such dangerous Fuin? KH, you've already gotten a lot of information, at least allow me to enjoy my life. Kyoso. I have a wife and 2 children. My second child is still young, and as a ninja, the results of the mission are the result of my hard work to support the family. The Suna shinobi sighed softly. TCH, you should understand, Yandame Uzukage-sama. Naruto fell silent. The Suna ninja looked at all his comrades. No one moved anymore. He thought the 4th Uzukage deliberately left him alone to dig for information. But as he explained, whether it was force or torture, Yandame Uzukage would never get the name of boss who ordered Doto and Hoichi to kill Naruto and kidnap his wife. The big boss had been wary from the start and asked Doto to put 15 Fuin marks on 15 Suna ninja chosen by Hoichi's men during a secret meeting between himself, Dotu and the big boss in Yuki no Kuni. The Suna ninja knew because Hoichi told the contents of the meeting to his squad. The core decision of the meeting at that time was clear. Kill Yondaime Uzukage and take the Kyubi in his wife's body. Uzukage-sama. Naruto stared blankly at the Suna ninja. It seemed the Suna shinobi wanted to say something. Pip, pip. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. The fuin on both of the Suna ninja's arms were flashing continuously, emitting a bright white light. Naruto knew what it meant and looked at all the corpses of the Suna ninja including Hoichi. A dead Suna ninja with his mouth open showed a white light emerging from his mouth, that meant the fuin at the base of their tongue and both arms were reacting. Kyuso. Naruto jumped towards the film crew who were still alive and groaning in pain, then also carried Ro-san who was still able to stand even though he looked unsteady due to the large amount of blood loss from the wound in the middle of his chest. Quickly the Uzukage threw a folding knife marked with the fuin sunshin light outside the bar, and they left the bar with the golden shining sunshin. Uzukage-sama help me Dwarhair. The Suna ninja's screams were drowned out by the explosion and the sea of flames that destroyed Shiro Yuki's bar. Naruto, his wife on his back, Ro-san, and the surviving film crew simply stared at the large reddish-orange flames with thoughtful looks. Naruto closed his eyes. This was indeed a happy ending. But it was too soon to be an ending. Get the point? Dotu and Hoichi weren't the big boss antagonists in this incident, and Naruto was still speculating who had masterfully played this plotline into two terrible plans. Naruto opened his eyes. He glanced briefly at the queen. Yondaime Uzukage had been suspicious from the start, but he held it in, observing the situation and acting appropriately with the existing preparations. The Uzukage sighed slowly and was quite satisfied that their honeymoon had been one of the fun adventures, and a little scary. A few days later. Long story short, Dotu's time was over. Kazanaha Sotetsu's younger brother was found dead with his body dismembered. Seeing the condition of Dotu's body made Naruto even more convinced, the explosive fuin was not made by Dotu or the Yuki ninja, but was initiated by someone. The Uzukage observed the changes in the land visited by spring due to the giant generator underneath. The traitors, all Yuki ninja and the capital citizens who supported Dotu were put on trial. The traitors were purged from the land and enjoyed their imprisonment in the dungeon of Yuki Castle. Oh yes, about the castle, the half-destroyed castle was rebuilt, built with splendor and crystal full of light. Signifying the beginning of a new era of Yuki no Kuni. I thought I would die before finishing this movie. Mr. Makino shook the orange speaker in his right hand to Naruto. If you knew that Makino who came after you were attacked in front of the train tunnel was not me, why didn't you look for me, Uzukage-sama? Naruto smiled awkwardly. I thought you were a human who could stand all conditions, Mr. Director. You are the most stubborn and annoying director in High no Kuni. Everyone laughed. Mr. Makino just shook his speaker in front of Naruto's face and continued to protest to the spiky red-haired Uzukage. Meanwhile, Shion talked to Mishi, Kin, and Hidoro who apparently survived the attack by the Suna ninja. All three were wrapped in thick bandages all over their bodies, and Mr. Makino cleverly included his three injured actors as a separate scene in the final Princess Gale movie. Yeah, finally I can feel the warmth of Konoha. Obito said while stretching his arms. The Uchiha smiled satisfied. I hope Konoha brings a luxury ship to pick up a great team like us, huahahaha. Obito laughed contentedly and put his hands on his hips. Meanwhile, Asuma and Chuza just stared at the sweat-dropped Uchiha. You were caught by the enemy and you can still laugh like that. Both of them thought. Nice youthful spirit, Obito. How about we stand on our hands while on the ship to train our mental and physical while at sea? Guy appeared suddenly beside Obito with a glint of light from his teeth. This again. Asuma and Chuza thought with sweat-dropped faces. We knew you would get drunk on the ship, Guy. Everyone was now at the Yuki no Kuni pier, awaiting their return from the snow country. The Konoha ninjas' mission was finally complete. In addition to successfully escorting Fujuka's Yuki aka Kazanaha Koyuki until the shooting of the third Princess Gale movie was completed, the Konoha ninjas also helped save the country from the evil hands of Dotu. A pride filled with goodness. This artificial spring is quite good, said Asuma while looking at the two hills behind the pier which were no longer whitish, but had turned green, a sign that the trees in the mountains were starting to show their leaves. The technology in Yuki no Kuni is indeed very advanced. A country surrounded by crystal, silver and abundant natural resources, Naruto stood beside Asuma while putting both of his hands in his pants pockets. If the Uzukage ninjas under the Yuki no Kuni affiliation had the abilities of the Konoha shinobi under Hai no Kuni, I'm sure Yuki no Kuni could become one of the 5 great nations. Asuma nodded his head. He took out a cigarette from his green vest pocket. You are right, Uzukage-sama. It's just that this country needs stability. Ah, a small ship is coming. Chuza pointed towards the sea. Is that your pickup? Uzukage-sama? Naruto and the others turned their eyes to where Chuza was pointing. Indeed, a small ship using the sea breeze as its propulsion approached the dock. Utakata jumped off the ship and smiled at the Uzukage while blowing bubbles from his bubble pipe. He looked at Shion, who gave a respectful ojoji to Mishi and her friends before jogging towards her husband. Finally we found a ship ready to be rented, Naruto-san. Utakata glanced down at Haku and Yujito who were waving to Naruto from the ship. Those 2 lackeys wanted to rent a super luxury cruise ship to take you and Shion-sama to Yuzu. I said Yondaime Uzukage's wallet wouldn't be enough to finance the cruise ship and they both finally agreed to rent this ship. Naruto laughed. He patted Utakata's shoulder and looked at his wife. Shion, with a small smile on her lips, teasingly nodded her head. Iya? So Naruto-sama isn't coming with us, is he? Obito held his black spiky head. Even though I was hoping to train with you on the same ship, Uzukage-sama. Me too. Guy added unimportantly while giving a thumbs up. Sorry, we both left the people we should protect for too long. Naruto looked at everyone and smiled sincerely. I don't want to bother the ship that picked you up to divert the ship to Yuzu first. Besides, that ship is not a place for training. Naruto grinned. Well, if you want to train Obito, you can visit Uzushiogakure sometime. We are open to friends from Konoha. The Uzukage briefly seemed to sharpen his eyes. There was a mysterious aura from that look. Okay, Obito muttered, slightly disappointed. Guy gave a thumbs up with a glare from his clean white teeth. Asuma and Chuza nodded their heads and smiled in agreement. Wait. When Naruto and Shion were already on the ship, Asama Sandeu with Ro-san, the citizens of Yuki no Kuni and loyal warriors of Sotetsu ran to the dock. Mr. Makino raised the speaker in his right hand, ordering the cameraman to record this farewell scene. There is someone, we have something to say. Sandeu, who bent his body due to exhaustion, immediately stood up straight and walked to the side, together with the citizens of Yuki no Kuni. They made a path where the new queen of Yuki no Kuni walked gracefully there. Obito's eyes widened, Guy's too, while Asuma and Chuza smiled in surprise. Mr. Makino kept ordering the cameraman not to miss the moment. Finally, the real princess shows herself in front of us. This will be a super duper epic cameo at the end of the final Princess Gale movie. I'm on fire, said director Makino excitedly. 45. Kazanaha Koyuki, in her daimyo's regalia and her royal makeup, walked closer to the edge of the pier and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and his wife gratefully. Naruto, who was standing on the swaying ship, smiled crookedly and nodded his head. Arigato. Koyuki lowered her head slightly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, sparkling beautifully in the sunlight. Because of you, because of all of you, I can finally carry on my father's wish to protect this country. Because of you, my belief to stand as a princess has finally come true. Naruto raised his clenched right hand and grinned. His spiky red hair was blown by the sea breeze, making the handsome and calm-faced Uzumaki man very charming. Never give up on believing in yourself. What do you think, Koyuki-sama, this would be the best happy ending, wouldn't it? Koyuki nodded and smiled with emotion. Sandayu and all the citizens of Yuki no Kuni bowed respectfully to the leader of Uzukage. The way they bowed truly showed how grateful the Yuki people were for bringing the rightful heir to the Yuki no Kuni throne back to their leadership. Yondaime Uzukage's ship finally left the dock. The Konoha ninjas, the film crew, Koyuki, and the citizens of Yuki no Kuni waved their hands. A beautiful farewell. Shion, with her innocent face, continued waving until the dock was no longer visible. Have you secured my white horse?" asked Naruto while sitting on the edge of the ship. Her red hair swayed in the gentle sea breeze. "I have secured Uzukage-sama," shouted Haku and Yujito in front of Utakata's ear, who was steering the small ship. Utakata sighed in annoyance. Why did he have to shout so close to his ear? "If only I hadn't gotten into this, Tamago Hadara would have been waiting for me," Utakata said with a slightly complaining tone. He glanced at Haku and Yujito, who were looking at him sympathetically. What's wrong with you guys?" "Liana." Haku continued. Yujito gave him a thumbs up. "Anaconda. Red tie." Shion continued in a flat voice. "Boik's secret." Naruto continued with a thin smile. "Why are you playing with connecting words, hey? Matt? Who is Boik?" Utakata protested with a cross on his forehead. Haku said. "Dragon." This one was Yujito's word. "Red elephant." Shion continued with a flat voice. "Sugiono's secret." Naruto said, still with a thin smile. "Oh, who is Sugiono, and stop playing with connecting words? Is Sugiono a grandfather? Are you talking about something perverted, Naruto-san? Boik also sounds like a perverted doctor." Oh. Utakata shouted in the ocean when Haku started playing connecting words again. It seems that beautiful moments do happen when you are in the middle of the ocean with your loved ones. The end.